Above a serene, cloud-dappled sky, a majestic landscape unfolds, dotted with traditional structures nestled among the mountains. Inside one such dwelling, an elderly man with a kind face begins to speak, asking if his listener truly wishes to know about Wai Yonho. This was the living Buddha, Master Mu-san, a revered figure whose presence commanded respect. He confirms his purpose, explaining that he is compiling materials to document the actions of the Radiant Martial Sovereign. The name itself, Wai Yonho, the Radiant Martial Sovereign, seemed to carry a weight of its own. Master Mu-san continues, addressing a silent listener, describing Wai Yonho as an eccentric man, yet one sent by the Buddha himself. He concludes with a sigh, musing on the profound impact Wai Yonho had on their world. As the story of the Radiant Martial Sovereign unfolds, a younger Wai Yonho sits thoughtfully, a quiet realization dawning upon him. The narrator ponders his past, wondering what he was truly like in his everyday life. Wai Yonho looks up at an elder's back, his usual appearance a subject of quiet contemplation. Yet, a moment of frustration breaks through, as a younger Wai Yonho declares his inability to continue. Master Mu-san, the storyteller, offers a knowing smile. Wai Yonho, caught off guard, expresses his surprise. His traditional robes hint at a life of discipline. A life that would eventually lead him to confront the formidable Hubei Peng clan. With a fierce cry, Wai Yonho launches himself into battle, delivering a devastating kick that sends his armored opponent reeling. An enraged voice bellows, condemning Wai Yonho's very presence. It is Peng Dojuk, the supreme elder of the Hubei Peng clan, who rages, demanding to know why such a wretched human would dare come here. With a swift, powerful motion, he brings his weapon down, intent on striking. The force sends Wai Yonho sprawling to the ground, a book and scattered salt marking the impact. As the salt rains down upon his head, Peng Dojuk continues his tirade, demanding more be scattered. Looking up from the ground, Wai Yonho can only utter a single, bewildered question. This was Wai Yonho, the Radiant Martial Sovereign, a legendary figure who brought an end to an era of chaos, a true gentleman, and a great man. Wai Yonho is a renowned chivalrous warrior, often spoken of across the world. Some even call him the greatest of all time. His presence, a legend in itself. While others simply know him as the greatest chivalrous warrior, his footsteps echoing through history. Yet, a strange silence surrounds his name. He ponders, why does everyone avoid talking about him? As a historian, he feels a duty to document even the darker sides of history. With a thoughtful gaze, he considers the ancient grounds before him, believing today he may finally learn the reason why. The truth awaits. A grizzled man with spiky gray hair lets out a boisterous laugh, recalling how he was chased away from the Shaolin and Hubei's Peng clan. His hand thumps down, emphasizing the point. As the beggar sex divine Mad Dog continues his story, explaining that the reactions he received were always the same, no matter where he went. He sits laughing in a rustic setting, while another figure, Wai Yonho, listens intently. The divine Mad Dog muses that the moment he brought up Wai Yonho's name, people would always react in a predictable way. A wide, knowing grin spreads across his face as he recalls these encounters. Wai Yonho, hearing his own name mentioned in such a context, can only utter a surprised, "Pardon?" His eyes widen slightly, a clear look of concern and confusion on his face, as he processes the implications of the Mad Dog's words. The conversation clearly revolves around that man. A century ago, in the heart of Guangdong, the Wai clan reigned supreme. Even then, a young boy, barely a teenager, would lie idly on his bed, his mind consumed by a singular ambition, to become the strongest. This was Wai Yonho at 12 years old. A boy who dreamed of ascending to the pinnacle of martial prowess, becoming the greatest under the heavens. Born into a lineage of warriors, he was steeped in the traditions of chivalry and combat from his earliest days. Because of this upbringing, he already understood the true meaning of being the greatest under the heavens. For the young Wai Yonho, the quickest path to the top was clear, and that path was relentless effort, a grueling regimen of training that would scar and harden his body, forging his very flesh into a weapon. Yeah, he mused, knowing that no matter how gifted one might be, nothing truly comes without immense effort. It's that. It was already too late to begin today. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the window, Wai Yonho lay still, his gaze fixed on the burgeoning light. He slowly pushed himself up, continuing to watch the world awaken outside. A thoughtful expression settled on his face, his mind already wrestling with the day's potential. With a soft rustle, he hunched forward, a sigh escaping him. He lamented the missed opportunity, acknowledging that this was meant to be the day he laid the very foundations of his journey to become the best. Yet, a small smile played on his lips as he decided he would simply sleep a little longer and train tomorrow instead. A soft thud echoed, marking his return to slumber. The sound of footsteps echoes through the quiet room, approaching the figure still sprawled on the floor. A stern voice cuts through the silence, demanding he rise. He remains stubbornly unresponsive, his face a mask of discomfort. As the voice sharpens, the command now undeniable. With a jolt, the younger man finally pushes himself upright, a clear annoyance etched across his features. His eyes finally open, a sudden realization dawning on him. As the older man's unwavering gaze meets his, the question laced with expectation. Why Yonho slowly stirs, his eyes barely opening to the light, a faint memory of the sun's warmth lingering. Yet, a stern voice cuts through his grogginess, asking why he's still in bed, even as he insists the sun is still setting. The older man, looking down with a furrowed brow, demands to know how long he's been holed up in the room. Why Yonho, still trying to piece together his memories, muses aloud if it's been 2 or perhaps 3 days. He finally sits up, a look of mild annoyance crossing his face, deciding it must have been 2. The older man's patience snaps, his voice rising in a furious shout. It's been 4 days, you useless beat. He emphasizes his point by holding up 4 fingers, exclaiming that why Yonho has been rolling around in a blanket for 4 damn days. The older man's frustration is palpable, imagining even a bear would be disgusted by such prolonged inactivity, let alone the stench. He continues his tirade, declaring that even a bear would flip over from sweat after 3 days. He chuckles, explaining that he gets up every now and again, a statement that only further exasperates the older man, who insists he doesn't need to keep repeating himself. Before he can react, a swift, powerful strike lands on his leg, leaving him momentarily stunned. He tries to clarify, mentioning that he actually attempted to train, but the older man cuts him off, demanding to know what happened next. With a raised finger, he explains that every time he opened his eyes, the sun was already setting, implying he simply went back to sleep. This casual admission ignites a furious roar from the older man, who bellows about his laziness and delivers another sharp blow. The impact sends him reeling, collapsing to the ground with a thud. He lies sprawled on the ground, a faint groan escaping his lips as a stern voice declares, "I'm finally going to fix that rotten attitude of yours today." Meanwhile, in the sprawling Y household of Guangdong, the sun was already beginning its descent, casting long shadows over the grand estate. Inside a well-appointed office, the elder Mu Sen sits, while another man stands before him. Still reeling from the elder's discipline, Wai Yonho lets out a pained arg. The standing man, turning to Mu San, inquires, "Is this about the second young master again?" This is Zhou Bang, the administrator of Guangdong's Y clan. Mu San, his expression unreadable, asks, "Be worried about?" Zhou Bang offers a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, sir. He'll mature soon enough," before letting out a soft sigh. A deep sense of regret washes over the elder, his hand covering his mouth as he laments, "It's all my fault." Years ago, Wai Zhonghan, known to some as Wai Yonho, departed from the Y clan, celebrating his 20th year. A stern-faced warrior stands, his gaze fixed on an unseen point, a heavy staff resting on his shoulder. This was Peng Sanho, daughter of the Hubei Peng clan, standing beside the young Wai Yonho, then but an unborn child. At that time, he believed his journey would span no more than 2 years. However, he soon found himself entangled in a series of unforeseen events, facing various incidents that kept him from returning for a long time. Finally, after much time had passed, he was able to make his way back. During that period, he earned the esteemed title of righteous chivalrous swordsman. The weight of what he had lost was far too great, leaving Peng Dojuk with a look of profound distress etched across his face. Yet, when Wai Yonho finally returned home, his once beloved son had transformed, becoming fiercer than any tiger. And his beloved son, whom he had thought would never be a problem at all, had instead grown into nothing more than a lazy sloth. A soft, confused sound escapes him, his eyes barely open. Peng Dojuk, still burdened by his worries, sweats profusely, his brow furrowed in deep concern. A calm voice cuts through the tension, reassuring him, "Don't worry, there will be a way." Peng Dojuk, his brow furrowed, asks about the way forward, wondering if the other man has forgotten that someone important will be returning soon. The other man, a wide grin spreading across his face, confidently affirms that he remembers. Indeed, after 3 long years, he will finally be back from the academy. A deep sigh escapes Peng Dojuk as he acknowledges the news, a heavy humph of resignation following. His thoughts turn to Wai Yonho, that little brat. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Wai Yonho stands in his traditional robes. A look of mild annoyance on his face as he wonders aloud why he is supposedly fighting Chilla. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of surprise, a soft "oh" escaping his lips. And that is Sanho, the eldest son of Guangdong's Y clan. Wai Sanho stands looking up, a text box identifying him. Wai Yonho, looking at the figure with his back turned, inquires if he has been asleep. Startled, Wai Sanho turns slightly, asking when the other arrived. Wai Yonho simply reiterates that he asked first. A slight frown creases Wai Yonho's brow, his expression unyielding. Wai Sanho stammers in response, clearly taken aback by his brother's directness. A soft sigh escapes Wai Yonho's lips, a sound of mild exasperation. His eyes, sharp and discerning, fix on his brother. He quickly defends himself, insisting that he had indeed trained early that morning, proclaiming his dedication and then, with a sudden realization, wondering when the older man had returned. The returning figure, an older man with a stern gaze, simply commands him to step back, then asks if he had truly trained. As the older man stands in the doorway, a young Wai Sanho sits quietly on the floor, while Wai Yonho remains seated, facing away from the entrance, the sound of knocking echoing softly. A single candle burns steadily on a stone surface, and the older man challenges him to use a technique to split the candle's flame into two. Wai Yonho looks up, a surprised expression crossing his face, uttering a confused sound. The older man's gaze remains fixed on him, eager to assess his improvement over the past 3 years. Standing tall, the older man observes Wai Yonho, awaiting his response to the challenge. A sword hovers precariously over a single candle flame, the air around it humming with a low, resonant thrum. From off-panel, the older man's voice cuts through the silence, urging him to proceed. Wai Yonho's brow furrows, his expression a mix of concentration and apprehension. As he voices his concern, reminding his challenger that they are indoors and the task could be dangerous. He looks down at the candle, acknowledging the inherent risk. But the older man dismisses his worries with a confident retort, assuring him that he will handle any consequences and simply demands to see his skill. With a sigh of resignation, Wai Yonho finally concedes, while the young Wai Sanho watches the exchange silently from a distance. He closes his eyes, gritting his teeth in intense concentration, preparing to unleash the technique. Opening them again, his gaze sharpens with resolve, knowing there's no turning back now. He begins his movement, a faint blue aura tracing his path. The young master accelerates, a blur of motion across the polished floor, his eyes fixed with unwavering intensity. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, he draws his blade, covering the distance to his challenger in a single, explosive burst. A sharp impact echoes as his technique connects, his bare feet planting firmly on the ground, absorbing the force. The blue energy of his aura flares around him as he completes the intricate sequence, his gaze sharp and resolute. His blade, a blur of silver, slices downward, passing so close to Peng Dojuk's throat that the elder flinches slightly, a bead of sweat tracing his jawline. This was the soaring dragon technique. Wai Yonho's body twists in a fluid, powerful motion, his long hair whipping around him as he completes the strike. The sword connects with the candle, a soft chuck sound echoing in the silence. His face is a mask of intense concentration, sweat beading on his brow. The air shimmers with the residual energy of his lightning-fast movement, revealing the candle, now perfectly bisected, yet still standing upright, its flame undisturbed. A younger version of himself cries out in frustration, lamenting a past failure. Wai Yonho reflects, his gaze distant, that 3 years have passed since then. He knows that 3 years is ample time to master a sword technique, to elevate one's skill to the next level. Yet, a somber expression crosses his face as he continues his internal monologue. He acknowledges the passage of time, but then his thoughts take a darker turn. The truth is, he hasn't improved, he's actually regressed. Looking out at the world beyond his window, he concludes that he is worse than he was 3 years ago. As night falls over the traditional architecture, a sense of quiet contemplation settles. Inside, Wai Yonho shares a communal meal with his companions, including the young Wai Sanho, the administrator Zhou Bang, the divine Mad Dog, and Peng Sanho, finding solace in their presence. He feels a sense of unease, as if he's about to get indigestion. He's certain of it, while the elder asks if the martial academy still stands. It's fine, he assures, asking if they've faced any difficulties. For him, without hardships, there would be no training. He believes such challenges are essential for self-improvement. The elder acknowledges the suffering he endured in his absence. He counters that his father had it harder, being away for so long. As the meal continues, the elder then asks if there are any other issues. A pair of chopsticks clicks as they are picked up from the table. After a moment of contemplation, the divine Mad Dog confirms there is indeed another matter to discuss, declaring, "There is one," prompting a curious hum from Peng Sanho. He then reveals the subject of his concern, declaring it's all about Yonho. Both Peng Sanho and the young man himself react with surprise, the latter echoing the name in disbelief. Yonho? Suddenly, a small voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know, "What about me?" The young master looks on, a mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of amusement on his face. As, ignoring the interruption, the divine Mad Dog firmly states his intention, they need to bring Yonho to his martial academy. A sudden, heavy realization settles over Wai Yonho, a profound weight pressing down on him. His eyes widen in a silent scream, the full impact of his burgeoning reputation washing over him. This new reality, this unexpected consequence of his actions, is almost too much to bear. Even formidable figures like Master Mu San and Peng Dojuk, who stand as pillars of power, acknowledge the weight of his presence. He sits, absorbing the truth that others now grind their teeth at the mere mention of his name, a testament to the profound impact he has made. As this realization settles, a vibrant, ethereal energy begins to swirl, a manifestation of the power and destiny now converging around him. His very essence seems to resonate with this burgeoning force, even his blade glowing with an inner light. The world around him shifts, patterns of light and shadow dancing, signaling a pivotal moment. It was then that the true path of his destiny began to unfold, a new chapter of power and influence opening before him. As a historian, I have a duty. And so, the great history began. A young man gazes upward, his expression thoughtful, to document even the hidden sides of history. He stands beneath an open sky, contemplating the vastness above him. Back then, no one could have imagined, as he and a young companion ride away from a distant village, that this lazy boy would one day become a legend. His eyes widen in surprise as he calls out, "Hey, Sanho, let's rest for." And so, Wai Yonho found himself half-forced to embark on a journey to the martial academy, leaving his home behind with a somber look over his shoulder. His younger sister, her face streaked with tears, cried out for him not to go. Wai Surian reached out to her departing brother, her small hands grasping at the empty air. Meanwhile, the divine mad dog roared with laughter, shouting for the young man to return as a true warrior, while Surian tearfully urged him to take care. As Yonho and an accompanying adult figure walked down the winding path, he called back to his sister, promising to return, while she waved a final, tearful goodbye. The divine mad dog continued his boisterous laughter, much to the chagrin of Master Mu-san, who urged him to stop. He rides through the verdant landscape, the journey to the martial academy stretching out before him, a duty he must fulfill, especially for Wai Sanho. The rhythmic clopping of hooves echoes through the quiet forest, marking the slow passage of time. With each passing moment, the fatigue begins to set in, a weary groan escaping him as the horse continues its steady pace. Looking up with tired eyes, he wonders if they are nearing their destination. His companion's voice cuts through the silence, informing him that 10 more days of travel still remain. The sheer duration of the journey weighs heavily on him, his head tilting back in disbelief. A gasp escapes his lips, the number echoing in his mind. His companion, Mu-san, then adds with a hint of exasperation that they would have arrived much sooner if only he possessed basic horse riding skills, reminding him of past warnings. Still on horseback, Wai Yonho clarifies his earlier statement, insisting he wasn't blaming his companion, merely answering a question. However, Mu-san, clearly feeling the strain of the journey, complains about the steepness of the hill and the discomfort of riding, lamenting that his back and rear are about to give out. Suddenly, he points ahead, drawing attention to a distant, gnarled tree atop a hill, suggesting they join the others already resting there, a clear invitation to pause their arduous journey. Wai Yonho's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise or perhaps annoyance crossing his features. Without waiting for a response, Mu-san abruptly halts his horse, and with a soft thud, he dismounts, leaving Wai Yonho still seated on his own steed. Turning back, Mu-san questions his companion's inaction, wondering why he isn't following suit. But Wai Yonho simply stares forward, his gaze fixed on the path ahead with an unwavering, determined resolve. He stands over a fallen figure, a faint, unsettling sound of something cracking echoing in the silence. His younger companion, Wai Sanho, questions his actions, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asks what the older man is doing. The grim reality of the situation becomes clear as a pile of lifeless bodies fills the view. They are all dead. Wai Sanho stares down at one of the victims, the horror of the scene beginning to sink in. His eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips as he cries out, "W!" A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat, echoing the terror he feels. Wai Yonho watches his distraught companion, his own expression unreadable, as if contemplating the implications of the massacre. He then reveals the nature of the attack, explaining that this devastating red, flower-like pattern on a victim's chest is a technique called a technique whose name remains unspoken, its gruesome effect clearly visible. Examining the gruesome scene, the technique used on the victims is identified as the flower-indulging palm, a name that echoes ominously through the quiet forest. Originally known as the crimson flower palm, its current, more sinister name came from a cultist named Cog, who notoriously used it to seduce and then murder men, leaving a trail of death in her wake. A young voice breaks the silence, questioning with disbelief. "Wait a minute, are you saying that he was seducing women?" The elder warrior confirms the grim reality, explaining that the cultists specifically targeted women who were climbing the mountains. A sharp click of realization echoes in his mind. As his hand clenches, the implications settling heavily. These bodies are proof that the cultist had already seduced them while attempting to capture another woman. The grim conclusion is undeniable, in other words. His gaze sharpens with fierce resolve, a deep thrum of urgency resonating as he declares, "There is a woman in danger somewhere around here." He surges forward, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he declares his swift return, instructing the young boy to remain behind. With incredible speed, he becomes a blur, his form streaking across the landscape, leaving a faint "huh" in his wake. Even his arm glows with residual power, a testament to the force of his departure. Meanwhile, the young boy, Wai Sanho, stands amidst the fallen, his small frame radiating indignation as he questions, "Are you truly telling me to stay here with these corpses?" His voice carries across the open field, a desperate "hey," echoing after the rapidly disappearing figure. He watches the distant horizon, a tiny, frustrated silhouette against the vastness. Despite his size, Wai Sanho stands his ground, a determined glint in his eyes. His expression shifts to one of clear annoyance, a pout forming on his lips as he processes being left behind. In the distance, two horses turn their heads, confirming the swift departure of the radiant martial sovereign. The ground is littered with fallen figures, their bodies still and silent, a grim testament to the chaos that has unfolded. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as Wai Yonho's eyes widen in a mixture of dread and disbelief, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. A single thought echoes in his mind. I'm screwed. Meanwhile, under a foreboding sky, he continues his desperate ride, a distant voice noting his departure. Elsewhere, two horsemen express their impatience, one demanding to know why he is taking so long. Standing alone in a field, Wai Sanho laments being left behind, wishing he had been brought along. Despite his frustration, a fierce loyalty burns in his eyes as he asserts that his master would never be late without a grave reason. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho's urgent ride is interrupted by a guttural roar as a massive, shadowy beast emerges from the darkness, blocking his path. Still pressing forward on horseback, he knew he had to act decisively. Lingering here any longer, he mused, would only make him tiger food. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy ripped through the air, followed by a deafening crack. The sheer force of it made him cry out, his eyes wide with shock. The world seemed to blur around him, as a small creature scurried across a leaf, unaware of the chaos unfolding. Then, through the clearing, he spotted two figures lying motionless on the ground, a chilling sight. Their forms were still, suggesting a grim fate. Dismounting, Wai Yonho stared down at them, a heavy realization dawning upon him. He was truly in trouble. A torrential downpour lashed against the mountainside, the wind howling a mournful cry through the dark, stormy night. Through the driving rain and thick mist, Wai Yonho pushed onward, a desperate question echoing in his mind. How had his journey devolved into such a chaotic flight? His horse, a powerful beast, strained with every stride, its hooves churning mud as they battled against the relentless storm. Glancing back at the distant, shadowy figures of his pursuers, he cursed his luck, knowing they must be furious at having been outmaneuvered, yet he couldn't afford to let them close the distance. With a determined grip on the reins, he urged his mount faster, desperate to find refuge from both the elements and the relentless chase. But the horse, pushed to its limits, let out a pained whinny, its breath coming in ragged gasps. Its eyes wide with fear and exhaustion, it bucked and struggled, a guttural cry escaping its bared teeth. A sudden, sharp jolt sent a wave of alarm through Wai Yonho, his face contorting in a mixture of shock and anger as he realized the gravity of the situation. A desperate thought tore through his mind, a frustrated plea to the faltering beast beneath him. The relentless downpour continued, each drop a cold, hard reminder of his precarious situation. The ground beneath him, already slick with water, offered no stable footing. Then, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky, striking nearby with a deafening crack that sent his horse into a panicked frenzy. The beast reared violently, throwing Wai Yonho from its back and into the chaotic storm. The torrential downpour continued to obscure the view, making the fall even more disorienting. He screamed in terror, his voice swallowed by the wind and rain as he plummeted. The horse tumbled down the rocky incline, its panicked cries echoing as he fell alongside it. With a sickening thud, he crashed hard onto the unforgiving ground, the impact jarring every bone in his body. He crashes down onto the unforgiving ground, the impact rattling his very bones, sending a flurry of leaves scattering around him, as the world spins into a disorienting blur. The rustling of disturbed foliage echoes the violence of his descent, leaving him sprawled and groaning on the cold, hard earth. A sharp pain shoots through his back as he curses the damned horse that threw him, his eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. He lifts his head slightly, a confused sound escaping his lips, as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. His gaze falls upon a dark opening in the rock face, a potential refuge from the storm. Still reeling from his fall, Wai Yonho stumbles into the dark mouth of a cave, its rocky interior offering a stark contrast to the relentless rain outside. His face streaked with dirt and blood, a wide, relieved grin spreads across his features as he realizes his luck. Nice, he exclaims, his voice echoing slightly in the cavern. I found shelter from the rain. But his relief is short-lived as the distinct sound of horses neighing draws his attention deeper into the cave, revealing 3 sturdy steeds, one saddled, standing patiently. He stares at them, a new thought forming. You guys. Before he can react, a rope snaps taut around his waist, binding him firmly. With a powerful tug, the horses begin to move, dragging him unceremoniously deeper into the cavern, his body scraping against the rough ground. He struggles against his bonds, a frustrated sigh escaping him. Ugh, I can't even hit them. A look of weary resignation settles on his face as he laments. What a mess. This is why I prefer to stay home. He had found a cave, a sanctuary outside the main cavern, believing no one would ever discover him there. Meanwhile, a weary sigh escaped him, his body slumped against the cold, damp stone. A desperate gasp caught in his throat as he cried out, uncertain of his fate. With a sudden jolt, he tried to force himself to ignore the situation, muttering that he would simply sleep through it all. But the reality of his predicament remained, his body still bound and helpless, lying in the cavern's depths. His thoughts drifted to his family, hoping his brother was safe from harm. For a brief moment, a semblance of peace settled over his features, as if he had finally succumbed to exhaustion. But a new thought broke through, a sudden realization that someone else was incredibly powerful, causing him to pause. He continued his internal monologue, convinced his brother would be fine, as he noticed the 3 horses that had dragged him were now also tied up nearby. Deep within the cavern, Wai Yonho remained in a profound slumber, the soft, rhythmic sound of his breathing echoing faintly. Even as a faint, distant chattering sound permeated the silence, he continued to rest, undisturbed. His peaceful repose persisted. Then, with a sudden, sharp intake of breath, Wai Yonho's eyes snapped open, a brilliant blue aura erupting around his form, yet the soft, rhythmic sound of his breathing continued, almost as if he were still asleep. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion and azure light, the strange, sleepy rhythm still accompanying his every move. His body moved with impossible grace and speed, a fleeting shadow against the cavern walls. Effortlessly, he shifted his position, his form seeming to float through the air. The blue energy pulsed around him as he continued his agile maneuvers. Finally, he came to a halt, suspended in the air, the vibrant blue aura still enveloping him, and the peculiar, soft breathing sound still present. A soft, rhythmic sound accompanies the blue energy pulsing around Wai Yonho as he lies still. The mysterious energy still emanating from his form, filling the dark cave with its ethereal glow. He stirs, a low murmur escaping his lips, his consciousness slowly returning. His eyes slowly open, confusion clouding his features as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. The cave around him is now shrouded in a strange, swirling green mist. And he pushes himself up, looking around the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar cavern. A question forms on his lips, wondering aloud where he could possibly be. Then, with a jolt of recognition, he realizes this is the very cave he was in before, a faint, lingering sound echoing in the air. He finds himself in a strange, mist-filled cavern, wondering if he had somehow gone deeper than intended, or perhaps rolled further into the unknown. As confusion clouds his mind, a disembodied voice echoes, proclaiming him a fated human. A guttural cry of alarm escapes him, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath him, sending him tumbling through the swirling green mist with a heavy thud. Disoriented from the fall, he can only stare blankly, his mind struggling to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. A look of profound distress settles on his face, his mouth slightly agape, as if to voice a question that won't form. Before him, a pulsating blue orb materializes, trembling with energy, as the voice declares, "Welcome to the fated place." The message continues, revealing his destiny as the successor of my radiant sword. Kneeling before the shimmering orb, he finally finds his voice, asking if this is spiritual energy and what the voice is speaking about, the orb still humming with power. The disembodied voice from the glowing orb continues its declaration, asserting its transcendence of physical form. It clarifies that it speaks from beyond the confines of time and space. The voice then issues a command, urging him to accept its will and rule over the world. A sound of shock escapes Wai Yonho. He screams in terror, convinced he is facing a ghost. The voice quickly corrects him, stating it is not dead, but its will has merely departed its original form. It reveals that it prepared this for someone destined to arrive after it. The voice reiterates its command, insisting he accept its will without doubt. Wai Yonho, still reeling, manages a hesitant, questioning sound. Wai Yonho's hand clenches slightly, a thought crossing his mind that this situation feels strangely familiar. The disembodied voice of the orb continues, explaining its existence without human presence. He can only question its meaning. A dawning realization spreads across his face as he processes the implications. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of pure, unadulterated excitement, recognizing this as a fateful chance. A loud, joyful cry escapes him. Spreading his arms wide, he proclaims that the heavens themselves are rewarding his kindness. The orb's voice cuts through his reverie, urgently commanding him to inherit its sword and right the morals of the world, adding a firm "of course." The mysterious orb declared its intention to impart the Radiance sword technique, instructing him to train without end, to which Wai Yonho readily agreed. It then added that he should be talented enough to replicate its techniques if he possessed its blood. However, the orb continued, even with hard training for 30 years, he would only be able to somewhat replicate its techniques, leaving Wai Yonho utterly bewildered. The sheer duration of the commitment, a full 30 years, brought a look of profound shock and dismay to his face. As the orb calmly reiterated, "Yes, just 30 years," he instinctively reached out, a desperate weight escaping his lips. Yet, a sudden shift in perspective washed over him, and with a wide, joyful smile, he embraced the challenge, believing this arduous fate was meant for him. As red lines began to appear on his skin, the orb's voice continued, now instructing him to look for the next person. The glowing orb pulsed with renewed intensity, eliciting another cry of utter shock from Wai Yonho, who could only stammer in disbelief. He lets out a frustrated sigh, declaring his preference to simply let 30 years pass rather than endure such a lengthy training. Yet the orb's message continues, hinting at a crucial encounter. As a stern, white-haired elder appears, his finger raised in a commanding gesture. Wai Yonho's hand tightens around the hilt of a sword. The power of that meeting, the orb implies, became incredibly potent, shattering all expectations. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, a vibrant aura flaring around him as he fully embraces the technique. The blade of his sword pulses with a brilliant, ethereal glow. Wai Yonho shakes his head, dismissing the notion that his current predicament is a matter of destiny. He firmly states that they should find someone else for whatever task they have in mind. With a final, curt farewell, he turns and sprints away, leaving the situation behind him. His gaze flickers back over his shoulder as he continues to flee, a blur of motion through the indistinct surroundings. Suddenly, a voice calls out, causing him to halt in surprise, a sharp W8, echoing through the air. He turns, a look of confusion crossing his face as he questions, what could possibly be happening? An elderly man, Mu-san, appears before him, his voice calm but firm, demanding a moment of his time. A brilliant, ethereal blue aura radiates from the elder's form, glowing particles swirling around him, emphasizing his powerful presence. The ethereal form of Baek Muhan, glowing with a vibrant blue aura, manifests before him. Looking at the spectral figure, Wai Yonho can only ask if he is truly a scammer. The spirit recoils, his voice echoing with indignation, demanding to know how he dares call him that. His blue aura intensifies as he continues, accusing Wai Yonho of pretending to be one thing while doing another, revealing his true colors. Yet, the spirit insists he wasn't pretending. With a hand glowing brightly, he reveals his true nature. He is actually a spirit who has left his body. Wai Yonho processes this astonishing confession, repeating the phrase, a spirit who has left his body. His expression shifts to one of shock and determination as he lets out a sharp cry. He lashes out, a fist glowing with raw energy, a physical manifestation of his shock and frustration. The spirit form of Mu-san recoils from the unexpected impact. And floating back, he questions the young man's sudden aggression. What are you doing? Wai Yonho's eyes widen in disbelief, the full realization hitting him as he asks, why you're a real ghost? His hand clenches, the denial raw in his voice. No. Mu-san looks surprised at the term, ghost, and explains that this is the spirit transmission arts, a high-level magical technique that some might mistakenly call ghosts. This is the spirit transmission arts, something only magical arts at a very high level can use. Well, we call them ghosts. The spirit insists with a hint of annoyance. I said I'm not. Wai Yonho lets out a guttural scream, overwhelmed by the profound revelation. As the sound of footsteps echoes softly across a dark, star-dusted landscape, the story rewinds to a pivotal moment in Wai Yonho's past. This was how he first encountered his master, Mu-san, who now appears before him as a translucent, glowing spirit. A younger Wai Yonho, still processing the impossible sight, questions the very existence of such a phenomenon, spirit transmission arts, something like that really exists. Seated by a crackling campfire, the spirit of Mu-san calmly regards his future disciple, who remains visibly perplexed by his master's ethereal form. The elderly master explains with a knowing look. It's a technique that only a martial artist of the highest level can attain. His eyes wide with dawning realization, Wai Yonho asks, then who's one martial artist who has that ability? Mu-san's gaze intensifies, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he begins to answer. Just. A vision of a scarred man appears, his eyes burning with intensity as he asks, do you know the Sword Emperor? The elderly master, Mu-san, his form glowing with a soft blue aura, continues his explanation. For it is a given that he is the strongest person in history, after all. The young woman listens intently as Mu-san speaks of the greatest person of the thousand swords, Baek Muhan, the master who will be remembered for 100 years of history. With a knowing smile, Mu-san confirms, yep, I'm talking about Baek Muhan, the Radiant Sword. He was the man known as the Sword Emperor or the Radiant Martial Sovereign's master. The young woman's eyes widen in disbelief. Really? Her shock quickly turns to confusion as she recalls. But didn't he live 300 years ago? Mu-san, now looking weary and sitting on the ground, confirms her suspicion. That's right. He's from an earlier generation. Regardless, he's the one who made Wai Yonho. As the story unfolds, a younger Wai Yonho stands in a cavern, listening to the legend of the Radiant Martial Sovereign, who sought to become the Sword Emperor's disciple. But then, a question arises. Was that truly how it happened? A powerful, older figure, the Sword Emperor himself, gazes down with an intense, glowing eye, uttering Wai Yonho's name with an almost possessive tone. A wide, confident smile spreads across his face as he corrects the narrative, declaring that the truth was quite the opposite. For it was the Sword Emperor, a figure whose lineage had been unbroken for 300 years, who desperately sought a disciple. His arm, glowing with a vibrant purple aura, flexes with the intensity of his desire, as he insists on finding a disciple at any cost. His face contorts with a powerful, almost manic expression, his eyes burning with blue light, as he commands Wai Yonho to become his disciple. Wai Yonho, however, looks utterly unimpressed, his expression a mix of annoyance and defiance, demanding to know why the Sword Emperor is throwing such a tantrum, and clarifying that he isn't even from the Baek clan. Turning his back, Wai Yonho begins to walk away, declaring that he can't learn anything from such a master and is leaving. But the Sword Emperor's voice booms, filled with an unyielding resolve. challenging Wai Yonho's assumption that he would be allowed to leave so easily. The Sword Emperor, Baek Muhan, unleashes a blinding flash of blue energy, his form crackling with immense power. The raw force of his aura distorts the very air, shrouding the distant landscape in a thick, swirling mist. Yet, Wai Yonho simply turns and walks away, a soft thud marking each step as green particles drift around him, seemingly unconcerned by the display. A quiet chuckle escapes him, his gaze fixed on the ground, as if contemplating a minor inconvenience. Baek Muhan's booming laughter fills the air, challenging him. What do you think? It's a black rockstone gate. His hand glows with the same potent blue energy, emphasizing his words. With your current abilities, you'll never lift or break it. Placing a hand on Wai Yonho's shoulder, the Sword Emperor continues his proposition. But if you learn my martial arts, you'll be able to do it. I'll even give you a slip of paper and leave. Wai Yonho sighs, a hint of resignation in his voice. Well, there's no helping it. With a soft rustle of fabric, he clasps his hands, preparing himself for the inevitable path ahead. The Sword Emperor's voice booms, reminding Wai Yonho that his abilities alone cannot cut through the formidable black rockstone gate, yet the young warrior simply grunts in response, leaving the elder master to wonder what he intends to do. Instead of striking the gate, Wai Yonho begins to scrape at the ground around its base with a small, sharp tool, digging with a determined, if unconventional, effort, much to Mu San's visible confusion. The elder master finally breaks the silence, asking what he thinks he's doing, to which Wai Yonho simply replies, "Can't you see? I'm digging a hole." He continues to chip away at the earth, reasoning that no matter how strong the stone gate is, it's still just rock, and with enough persistent effort and a metal tool, it will eventually break down. He confidently declares that he'll break through the gate, even if it takes a year or two. Mu San, taken aback by the sheer audacity and patience of the young man, can only repeat his words in disbelief. That for a year or two? He lets out a laugh, declaring that from his future perspective, 30 years have already passed. Still perched atop the massive, squirming creature, he mockingly calls out to Baek Muhan, lamenting that even after 3 decades, he still can't defeat him, while the elder, taking a sharp breath, promises not to disappoint. Yonho bluntly states his dislike, as Mu San, with another sharp intake of breath, offers him 20 years to learn. But the young man dismisses the offer, finding it far too long. He suggests a mere 2 or 3 years would be more acceptable, causing the very air to tremble with his audacity. Mu San's face contorts in disbelief and fury at such arrogance. He exclaims that even the legendary Zhang Sanfeng couldn't achieve such a feat. Casually holding his small digging tool, Yonho asks if that means they won't proceed. The elder lets out a guttural groan of pure, unadulterated frustration, his face a mask of rage. His face contorted in a silent scream of disbelief, the master could only manage a guttural sound of utter frustration. The sound echoed his inner turmoil, a choked gasp of exasperation. He had just offered 2 or 3 years, but the young man's response was a shocking counterproposal. 5 years to achieve what he had previously demanded in 2 or 3. The young man's hand remained steady, his expression unreadable, as he continued to speak, his words a calm provocation. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura flared around the master, his frustration boiling over as he shouted, "Give me 5 years." His hand, now glowing with intense blue energy, trembled slightly as he made his desperate plea. "I'll do whatever it takes to make you the strongest in the world in 5 years. The young man considered this, his gaze distant as he pondered the implications. The strongest, a martial artist in the world in 5 years. His thoughts continued, a quiet skepticism underlying his contemplation. Plus, I've never even heard of. Muhan's form glows with a vibrant blue aura, his voice resonating with a conviction that speaks of a spirit as vivid as his own radiant presence. He considers the possibility that the technique isn't widely known, or perhaps Muhan is only revealing part of the truth. His hand clenching as a sudden realization dawns that if Muhan's claims are true, he truly could have been the greatest martial artist in the world. A faint glow surrounds him as he decides to seize this opportunity, viewing the price as a small one to pay for such immense power. A blade plunges into the earth with a sharp, resonant impact. Looking up, he finally gives his answer. A wide, almost predatory grin spreading across his face as he exclaims his acceptance. From behind, his voice carries a clear declaration of intent. At that time, Yonho was not yet known as the Sword Emperor, but the master he chose was also remarkably fortunate to have him. Since the person he met at the end of his life just happened to be that guy. A pained groan escapes Wai Yonho as he struggles, his body racked with an unseen force. Above him, Mu San's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his voice booming, demanding he awaken. Wai Yonho stirs, looking up in confusion as a soft, blue energy descends upon him. The strange power courses through his very being, causing his hand to faintly glow. Lying on the cold ground, he feels an overwhelming exhaustion, wondering if he's truly dead, or merely pushed to his limits by the relentless training. Mu San stands over him, reminding him that even humans need rest, a stark contrast to the grueling regimen. Meanwhile, the master's own hand crackles with the same blue energy, as if he himself is struggling against the heavens. With a pained grimace, the master pushes through the exertion, his body radiating a vibrant blue energy as he forces out an apology, declaring that the training must continue. Meanwhile, the narration reflects on the disciple's past, recalling how the only pupil the master had ever taken in his later years was, in fact, a lazy young man. The young man lets out a drawn-out groan, his voice echoing his exhaustion as he questions the relentless schedule, wondering if he truly has to train the moment he wakes. The master, surrounded by his glowing blue aura, fumes internally, frustrated by the slow progress, lamenting that at this rate, it would take even more than 5 years to complete the training. The disciple, despite his weariness, continues his practice, a thought crossing his mind about whether there might be an easier method to learn, only for a firm, unseen voice to declare that this is, in fact, easy enough. With a determined expression, the young man mutters to himself, acknowledging that this very struggle is precisely why he needs to find a truly talented master. The master, his face contorted in a mix of anger and blue energy, mirrors the sentiment, the narration noting that the disciple's every word seemed to make him explode, as he too internally declares his need for a talented master. A moment of self-awareness breaks through the master's frustration, as he apologizes for his outburst, the narration explaining that he wouldn't deviate from his stubbornness and eventually collapsed from sheer anger. His blue aura still flaring, the master's determination remains unbroken, his unwavering resolve to complete the training, even if it meant his demise, preventing him from ever truly giving up. He stands over his defeated disciple, a faint blue aura emanating from his form, lamenting the difficulty of teaching without a physical body to demonstrate. Meanwhile, the young man tumbles on the ground, still reeling from the master's unseen force. Still holding his head, he struggles to comprehend the technique that just overwhelmed him. The master's voice echoes, revealing he simply dropped a stone gate on him. With a raised finger, Musan explains that his power allows him to manage his body even to teach martial arts. He clarifies that he merely pulled the strings of a pre-made body, prompting Wai Yonho to question how he could do so without a physical form. Still perplexed, the young man realizes the technique transcends physical limitations. Musan closes his eyes, explaining that he used pure invitation to manipulate the strings with his ki alone. His eyes snap open, glowing with intense blue energy, emphasizing the profound depth of his spiritual mastery. A sudden, profound realization dawns upon the master, his eyes widening with an almost manic intensity as a vibrant blue aura flares around him. His mouth opens in a silent, astonished gasp, the thought echoing through his mind, "Why didn't I realize it earlier?" Then, a booming, unrestrained laughter erupts from the master, filling the space with his mirth, his entire being radiating with the newfound understanding. Wai Yonho, watching his master's sudden outburst, can only stare in utter bewilderment, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he questions the old man's sanity. Musan, still chuckling, explains his breakthrough. "I was too fixated on things that don't have a body." He continues, reflecting on his long journey. "Or are these insights only coming to me now because I've been maintaining this body for thousands of years? Anyway, thanks to you, I learned something good." Wai Yonho can only blink, utterly lost. "What are you mumbling about, old man?" The master's words, though profound, are met with a resounding lack of comprehension, punctuated by a sharp, impactful sound. Still reeling from his master's cryptic pronouncements, he feels a sudden, inexplicable force. The air around him distorts, swirling with unseen energy. His eyes snap open, wide with a mixture of shock and terror as the disturbance intensifies. He clenches his fists, utterly overwhelmed by the raw power manifesting before him. A knowing smile plays on Musan's lips, a glowing purple orb materializing in his hand, radiating an ethereal blue light. He explains that even without a physical form, he can still manipulate the very earth around them. Gesturing with the glowing orb, Musan continues, "And if I can move rocks?" A tremendous, unseen force erupts. "I can do things like this," he declares, surrounded by multiple shimmering orbs of pure energy. Wai Yonho's face contorts in a desperate plea, his voice cracking as he tries to reason with his master. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, he clutches his head, the sheer intensity of the training pushing him to his limits. His anguished scream echoes through the dark, cavernous space, where the ground is slick with moisture and the air heavy with the scent of damp earth. After that day, the rigorous training of Baek Muhan and Wai Yonho intensified. Their sessions continued day and night, pushing the young warrior to his absolute limits. He learned swordsmanship without rest during the day, his blade carving through the air with growing power. Each swing now imbued with vibrant purple energy, shattering the very rocks around him. With eyes burning with fierce determination, he continued his relentless pursuit of mastery. The raw power of his training leaves behind a trail of shattered stone. For even during the night, his master, Musan, guides him through the unparalleled dream mythic arts. This relentless instruction ensures that whenever Wai Yonho sleeps, he continues to hone his skills. He swings his blade with fierce determination, purple ki flaring around him, pushing past the agony and exhaustion. The master's ethereal hands channel the very essence of the sword into him. Feather-like fragments of pure energy drift from his form. scattering with a soft impact. Until he stands, a living embodiment of the blade itself. He continued his relentless training, his hand effortlessly pulverizing stone with a deep, resonant impact. His master, Mu-san, reflected on the arduous journey, knowing there was no time for idleness, his eyes glowing with an inner light. And so, 5 years vanished in a flash. The ground around him became a testament to his unwavering effort, littered with the remnants of countless shattered obstacles. Then, the day finally arrived when he returned. His grip, now honed to perfection, crushed another rock with a decisive impact. A low, satisfied chuckle echoed from the darkness. Emerging from the depths of his secluded training, he stepped into the light, a formidable blade resting on his shoulder. The very air around the cave entrance seemed to rumble, filled with the lingering power of his presence. He draws a deep, satisfying breath, the fresh air filling his lungs after years of arduous training. A faint smile plays on his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of his own transformation. His gaze falls upon his newly honed physique, a testament to his unwavering dedication, as he declares, "I'm finally out." One day ago, a battered and bruised Wai Yonho lay sprawled on the ground, muttering a plea to be allowed just a little more sleep. But a voice cut through his exhaustion, calling his name directly. Sitting up with a groan, the young man reiterated his desire for rest, wishing he could just sleep a bit longer. His expression shifted to one of confusion, as if questioning the very nature of his current predicament. From nearby, his master, Mu-san, his form radiating a soft blue glow, issued a simple command. The elderly master sat in deep meditation, his body enveloped in shimmering blue particles that pulsed with quiet power. Reluctantly, Wai Yonho began to approach him, drawn by the serene, yet powerful, presence of his master. A sudden, almost startled thought echoes, wondering what could possibly be happening, as the meditating master's mind drifts through a lifetime of dedication. He reflects on his singular pursuit, having learned martial arts for his entire life, his only hope to witness its ultimate culmination. Because of this unwavering focus, he never bothered with anything else. Yet, at the end of solely chasing martial arts, he became an old man, treated distantly by his own clan. Observing his master's unusual demeanor, Wai Yonho wonders what could be troubling him today. Such a profound shift in his master's usual stoicism is so unlike him. Mu-san continues his internal reflection, realizing that when he thinks about it, it was obvious they were looking for him. He recalls the figures from his past, remembering that he abandoned his children and family for martial arts. The memory shows a solitary path, a discarded robe in the snow, symbolizing his complete severance from his former life, a life he left behind for his singular pursuit. He had once believed that seeing the ultimate conclusion of martial arts would grant him everything he desired. Yet, a profound realization settled upon him. He had been mistaken. A soft, blue glow emanated from his form as he looked up, his thoughts still swirling. For martial arts, he mused, was simply an inherent part of the human experience. To walk the path alone, without others to share the journey to its conclusion, was truly without meaning. And looking down, his thoughts turned to the young man observing him, who had helped him grasp this profound truth. The young man, in turn, watched his master with a look of concern. As Mu-san continued his internal monologue, reflecting on the unique experience of teaching someone for the very first time. He recalled his initial feelings about it. He had been both angry and annoyed. As his thoughts drifted, he also felt a profound happiness, and learned the joy that came from watching another grow. From that experience, he also came to understand the true meaning of fondness. Breaking his master's reverie, Wai Yonho's voice cut through the silence, asking, "What's up with you, master? You're acting as if we'll never meet again." Mu-san's serene expression shifted to one of utter confusion, a silent question hanging in the air. He stammered, "What are you talking about? It's time." Then, with a hint of exasperation, he added, "Do you think I'll fall for it?" Wai Yonho's frustration boiled over as he retorted, "You said we should train for 20 years. It's only been 5. Mu-san, holding his hands up in a gesture of finality, declared, "You have to exist for 25 more years." With a calm demeanor, Mu-san confirmed, "I did say that." To which Wai Yonho, still bewildered, could only ask, "So what?" The internal energy he had bestowed upon his disciple, in the form of an elixir, was meant to sustain him without the need for food within this secluded space. As the glowing blue substance was offered, Wai Yonho's expression twisted with confusion and distress, realizing the implications of such a gift. He knew that maintaining such a state was far from simple. A faint blue aura pulsed around Mu-san, his voice tinged with a profound weariness as he admitted, he had no more power left to give. It was time for him to say his farewells. Wai Yonho's voice cracked with a desperate plea, demanding to know why he hadn't been told of this sooner. His face contorted in anguish. He declared that had he known, he would have left to find sustenance and returned to continue his training. Mu-san, his form still faintly glowing, looked upon his disciple with a sorrowful smile, certain that even if he had left, he would have returned. He understood the depth of Wai Yonho's feelings. As the blue light around the master intensified, Wai Yonho watched, a silent witness to the profound change overtaking his mentor. With a final, gentle expression, Mu-san conveyed the joy he found in their shared time together. As his form began to dissipate into a soft blue glow, Mu-sen offered his final thoughts, wishing he could have watched his disciple travel and see the world, but accepting that this ethereal departure was also a fitting end. For him, it was simply a new journey. His essence, a swirling vortex of white and light blue energy, began to ascend. The spirit of a majestic green dragon, imbued with the same radiant blue energy, emerged from the ethereal flow. Wei Yonho, understanding the profound meaning behind his master's words, acknowledged that Mu-san was already traversing the world in a way he could not have imagined. The radiant energy continued to expand, a shimmering cascade of light and particles, until only pure, cloud-like essence remained, ascending into the unknown. As the ethereal form of his master begins to fade, he hears the final wisdom, urging him to keep the world within himself. To see the greater world before this one, knowing that other truths would naturally follow. A quiet acknowledgement escapes him, as the departing spirit implores him not to repeat the mistakes made while gazing only at the world beneath his feet, even if their paths would never cross again. The master's voice echoes, a profound presence that transcends physical form, even if no one else would ever know of his existence. His words resonate, speaking of Yonho's movements. As the young man stands bathed in the fading light of his master's essence, gripping his blade with renewed resolve, the spiritual guidance continues, focusing on his swordsmanship. A powerful, glowing aura now surrounding him. A voice echoes from within the crystalline depths of his mind, a final, profound message from his master. As a soft, blue light emanates from his hand, the spiritual presence continues, acknowledging his disciple's journey. Even if he is not destined for greatness, his master assures him that simply being himself is enough. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he cries out, desperate for his master to remain. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he begs for more time, for more lessons, unable to accept the impending farewell. His voice cracks with emotion, pleading for just one more day, a single moment more with his guiding light. His mouth opens in a silent scream, a desperate, unheard cry against the inevitable. But the spiritual essence of his master, now a wispy blue form, begins to drift away, leaving him with a final, gentle blessing. As the last vestiges of his master's presence vanish into the sky, he reaches out, alone, to the empty space where his guide once was. He moves with desperate speed, his feet pounding against the damp ground. The misty cavern surrounds him, the air thick with an ethereal glow. He stands, his voice echoing through the cavern, calling out to the fading presence, Master. A black sack lies nearby, its contents now a source of bitter realization. Tears stream down his face, a raw expression of grief and disbelief. His body tenses, muscles coiling with suppressed emotion. The present moment finds him consumed by a furious despair, his teeth gritted in a silent scream. The words escape him, a bitter accusation against the one who left him. So this is why he left without telling me in advance. He stares down at the patterned clothes in his hands, a question forming in his mind. How could his master have done all of this? And why did the old man leave so abruptly? A frustrated thought escapes him, wondering what exactly this all means. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gives way, sending him plummeting through the cavern's ceiling with a startled cry. It seems that before his master's final disappearance, Baek Muhan had inscribed a hidden message directly onto Yonho's clothes, a final, cryptic instruction. The intricate script covered the fabric, a testament to his master's foresight. To summarize the complex situation, Wei Yonho's martial arts, which were already impossibly difficult to complete within 5 years, remained unfinished. His master knew he would likely abandon his training. Therefore, anticipating Yonho's potential lack of discipline once he was gone, Baek Muhan had implanted a unique feature directly into his disciple's body, a failsafe to ensure his continued growth. As a powerful, pink and purple energy violently erupts from his chest, Wei Yonho realizes that if the martial arts he's experiencing and obtaining is slower than the speed of his inner elixir, his inner energy would be sucked in by Baek Muhan, and he'd die. Training? He thinks, do you think I'm crazy? The internal pressure intensifies, forcing his body to contort as the vibrant energy continues to surge, a clear sign of his master's insidious plan. Clutching the torn remnants of his robe, he curses, realizing the full extent of his master's foresight. That damned old man was up to no good. His master's message continues. To summarize, you'll die if you're lazy in training, brat. And when you feel things, you'll learn things. Don't be satisfied with becoming the best while staying in a small place. See big things and become a big person. TCH. He clenches his jaw, a single thought echoing through his mind. So, this was his master's grand plan. The first destination on this forced journey was Rulin, where he was to seek out the world's greatest scholar and remain by his side, a directive that left him utterly bewildered. Tears of sheer frustration welled in his eyes as he cried out, questioning just how many places his master intended for him to visit. His master's message continued, promising a profound experience after Rulin, but Yonho could only curse the man who had orchestrated his fate. The sheer scale of his master's demands weighed heavily on him, the question of endless destinations still burning in his mind. He muttered to himself, the irony not lost on him, that he had simply intended to return home. Lying defeated on the ground, he made a solemn promise to his parents, vowing to return only after everything was resolved. A new resolve hardened his gaze, the weight of his master's legacy now a burden he was forced to carry. Having made his decision, Wai Yonho stood firm, knowing he had to fulfill his master's final, frustrating command. Then, with a swift, almost dreamlike motion, he began his descent, leaving behind the familiar world. As his feet touched the ground, he muttered a final, unspoken farewell, a promise that he would not return until his task was complete. He glanced back one last time, a wry thought crossing his mind. His master truly had bothered him until the very end. Under a vast, clear sky, his journey began in earnest. After some time, he found himself wandering a winding path, a question forming on his lips. Where exactly was this R'lyeh he was supposed to find? His gaze fell upon a dark opening in the mountainside, a cave beckoning him forward. Without hesitation, he slipped inside, the unknown depths awaiting him. Musan's cackling laughter echoes, a sound of both amusement and perhaps a touch of exasperation. His head thrown back, the master's booming laughter fills the ethereal space. "You bastard," he shouts, his voice laced with a strange mix of anger and affection. "I'll make you learn about the world you've never seen, you mummy. What kind of world do you think exists in that? World like that? Ha ha." Musan's fist clenches, glowing with a soft, light blue energy. "I can't let you just live in some random place in the middle of nowhere." Far away, a lone figure, Yonho, walks along a winding path, seemingly oblivious to his master's fervent thoughts. "The world is too broad," Musan's voice continues, "to let. And it's a waste of your martial arts." The ethereal blue energy swirls around, carrying the master's words. Tears well in Musan's eyes, his face contorted in a pained, yet loving expression, as if shouting a final farewell. "You bastard," he whispers, the words heavy with emotion. His form begins to dissolve into countless shimmering particles of light, a peaceful smile gracing his lips as he utters, "I was happy thanks to you." As the last vestiges of his master's presence faded, a final, gentle wish lingered in the air, a soft whisper to simply be happy. The wind carried the sentiment, rustling through unseen foliage. As leaves danced and drifted on the currents, a silent farewell to a profound connection. Standing amidst the quiet, his long, dark hair falling around his shoulders, Wai Yonho remained lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the ground. A single leaf, perhaps a symbol of fleeting moments, caught his attention, and the familiar scent of grass filled the air around him. As that leaf drifted down over a vast, sprawling landscape, time itself seemed to pass, flowing onward like a river. The world shifted, revealing the grand, bustling city of Kaifeng, a new stage for his journey. With each deliberate step, a soft thud echoed, his bandaged foot moving steadily forward. The rhythmic sound of his journey continued, a testament to his unwavering path. He calls out, his voice carrying through the bustling street. The man, Wai Yonho, stands amidst the crowd, his presence commanding attention. He wonders if this truly is Kaifeng, the legendary city he sought. A gruff voice from behind him questions, "Who is this mummy?" Turning, Wai Yonho faces Beggar Seat branch leader Zhang Il, who responds with a hesitant, "Why yes?" Zhang Il then asks if he has money, as Wai Yonho had something to ask. With his bandaged foot visible, Wai Yonho questions if he needs to pay, to which Zhang Il firmly states that nothing in this world is free. Zhang Il's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He notes the man's voice sounds barely 20, yet his face appears to be that of a 50-year-old. Zhang Il, the Beggar Seat branch leader, remarks that he has never encountered a beggar quite like this one. Wai Yonho, attempting to reason, offers to work for free since they seem to be in the same profession, but Zhang Il quickly interjects, reminding him that rules must be followed. He confirms their shared status, stating, "Yes, since we're both beggars." Wai Yonho's face contorts in disbelief and outrage, demanding to know how he could possibly be mistaken for a beggar. Unfazed by the outburst, Zhang Il simply reiterates, "You're obviously a beggar." He continues, suggesting that if Wai Yonho has no money, he should either leave or join him to learn the trade, prompting Wai Yonho to question why he would ever do such a thing. Wai Yonho clarifies his position, explaining that true beggars don't beg once they've already become one. Zhang Il, however, sees it differently, pointing out that Wai Yonho could easily earn money by simply finding a good spot to sit, and asks why he is wasting his potential. Wai Yonho listens, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, as the implications of Zhang Il's words settle in. He tries to pull away, but the older man's grip is surprisingly firm, his voice insistent as he asks if he wants to work with him. With a sudden, decisive movement, Zhang Il grabs his hand, pulling him closer. A look of utter bewilderment crosses Wai Yonho's face, his gaze dropping to his chest. There, embedded in his skin, a small, ancient coin glows with a faint, ethereal light, its presence a mystery even to him. The coin on his chest seems to resonate with a growing pile of similar, glowing coins, each one radiating a soft, golden aura. Later, seated across from each other, Zhang Il meticulously counts his earnings, while Wai Yonho watches, a picture of dejection. A booming laugh erupts from Zhang Il, his face alight with triumph. He proudly displays a handful of coins, boasting of his success, having earned half a tag of operating costs for the beggar branch in just half a day. The self-proclaimed god of wealth had indeed arrived, his presence echoing through the quiet surroundings. As the young man looked on, bewildered, he wondered what was truly happening, only for Zhang Il to casually remark that a new beggar had apparently joined their ranks. With a confident smirk, Zhang Il gestured with a small, dark object, asking what the young man desired to know. He declared it an easy task, presenting a detailed list of locations, hobbies, and specialties of various scholars, leaving the young man visibly surprised. And not just scholars, but also a comprehensive list concerning blacksmiths. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed Wei Yonho, who could only stammer in disbelief at the extent of it all. Zhang Il, looking down at the dejected young man, reminded him of his promise to tell him everything, instructing him to return in 7 days. Lying on the ground, utterly defeated, Wei Yonho lamented his lack of options, feeling he had nowhere else to go but to remain there. His gaze drifted upwards, a profound sense of dejection settling over him. Zhang Il, having made his decision, finally conceded, allowing the young man to remain. However, only a few days later, the beggar seat branch leader would come to deeply regret those very words. Other beggars reported to their leader, exclaiming that trouble had arrived, though another wondered what kind of trouble could possibly affect them. Meanwhile, Wei Yonho, now clad in the tattered robes of a beggar, lamented the dire state of their sect. He cried out in despair, convinced they were all doomed to starve, a sentiment met with a bewildered what? From another. His attempts at begging were met with hostility, as a villager angrily demanded how dare he, a fake beggar, try to solicit alms. The villager roughly pushed him away, shouting for him to buzz off. Wei Yonho found himself fleeing through the streets, desperately trying to escape the angry locals. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes widening in surprise, wondering what new predicament awaited him. A deep sigh escapes Zhang Il, his expression etched with a profound sense of regret, as if witnessing the inevitable consequences of a poor decision. Meanwhile, a group of villagers, their faces twisted in cruel amusement, point and jeer at an unseen figure, their words dripping with disdain. "You should aspire to be on that level," one of them shouts, his voice laced with mockery. Wei Yonho stands amidst a shower of coins, his clothes disheveled, and his face contorted in humiliation, the villagers' scorn echoing around him as they declare his state pitiful. More coins rain down upon him, accompanied by a harsh command to eat something, hurled like another insult. His eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and burgeoning fury, reflect the depth of his disgrace. A guttural scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of his unbearable frustration. The target of their relentless abuse is none other than Wei Yonho, still surrounded by the scattered coins. But the humiliation gives way to something far more sinister, as his eyes begin to glow with a menacing red light, a feral grin spreading across his face amidst the falling coins. Coins continue to rain down upon him, each one a stinging reminder of his humiliation, yet a defiant thought echoes in his mind. It's easy to make money. A pained gasp escapes Wei Yonho's lips, his throat parched and aching. He weakly calls out for water, his voice barely a whisper. Nearby, Zhang Il lies motionless on the ground, a picture of utter exhaustion. A figure looms over them, harshly scolding the one who dared to bring water to a mere beggar. Even after receiving it, Zhang Il complains that the water is lukewarm. Wei Yonho watches, a mix of disbelief and resignation washing over him, wondering how such a powerful figure could have fallen so low, and how many more times he must witness this degradation. A frustrated sigh escapes him, a quiet curse under his breath. Then, with a hint of pride despite his current state, Zhang Il reveals his true identity as a branch leader of the beggar sect. His hand clenches in frustration, the thought of having to serve a mere beggar chafing at his pride. A deep sigh escapes him, as the grim reality of his companions starving weighs heavily on his mind. He looks up, his voice laced with impatience, wondering when the crucial information he's been waiting for will finally arrive. Lying exhausted on the ground, he laments their dire situation, convinced they'll all perish at this rate, his back aching from the ordeal. Suddenly, a wave of excitement washes over the group as news spreads. The branch leader's information has finally arrived, bringing a surge of hope to the weary followers. A look of profound relief washes over Wei Yonho's face, as he utters a heartfelt, "Finally." Despite his weakened state, Zhang Il's eyes gleam with renewed determination, his fist clenching as a resolute expression settles upon his features. A pained gasp escapes him, his breath ragged as dark particles seem to swirl around his face. The air hangs heavy and still in the desolate, fog-shrouded alley. Still recovering, Wei Yonho looks down at the crumpled paper in his hands, his expression a mix of exhaustion and growing concern. He glances up, a question forming on his lips. "Is this all?" Standing over Zhang Il, who lies prone on the ground, Wei Yonho's voice hardens. "You really brought something like this for money? What do you mean?" With a frustrated sigh, he begins to carefully unfold the crumpled document, revealing its contents. His eyes scan the text, a thoughtful silence falling over him as he processes the partial information. Then, his face contorts in anger. This is only, like, half of what he requested. He knows this situation is dire, and action is imperative, wondering if his previous efforts were simply not enough. Lying on the ground, his hand outstretched, a gasp escapes him as he processes the unfolding events. He resolves to move quickly before his opponent can make their next move. Pushing through a bustling street, he is abruptly confronted by Jang Il, who warns him against causing a scene in broad daylight. Suddenly, a voice offers a crucial piece of information. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, a woman with dark hair styled in an elegant bun observes the scene, faint red particles swirling around her. Her red lips curve into a subtle smile as she speaks, acknowledging the presence of someone she calls Foxdog. The intricate details of her dark hair, adorned with white floral accents, are revealed from behind. Finally, she turns, revealing her full form in a striking red and black robe, her sharp gaze piercing through the golden light that surrounds her. The House Sect's Kaifeng branch leader, Gui Nangnang, stands silently as Jang Il offers his formal greetings. However, from behind him, a voice cuts through the formality, questioning the title of Foxdog. Wei Yonho, his expression sharp and mocking, laughs derisively, asking if such a demeaning title truly belongs to the branch leader. Jang Il, visibly frustrated by the young man's insolence, can only curse him internally. Ignoring the tension, Wei Yonho presses on, demanding information with a harsh, insulting address. His demand for information echoes, the insult hanging heavy in the air. It is indeed surprising that the beggar sect's branch leader would come to the House Sect, seeking information. Suddenly, a mysterious woman with long, dark hair and piercing eyes appears, her voice smooth as she reminds them of the expectations that come with their visit. As both men look on in shock, the woman repeats the harsh insult, revealing who Wei Yonho's earlier words were truly directed at. The tattered sleeve of Jang Il's robe, still bearing the marks of his journey, is visible as the confrontation continues. A woman with dark, flowing hair and piercing eyes stares down, her voice sharp with disbelief, demanding to know if she is being mocked. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man with a scar over his eye and glowing red irises interjects, clarifying that the beggar sect is not the one making demands here. The man's words are punctuated by the sight of a hand clutching a piece of cloth, as the question of the client's beggar status hangs heavy in the air. The woman's expression hardens further, accusing them of either insult or a direct declaration of hostility. The House Sect man's ornate attire is glimpsed as he reiterates that they possess no information to share with the beggar sect. His patience clearly exhausted, the man lunges forward, seizing Jang Il's face in a crushing grip, his red eyes blazing as he asserts his independence from the beggar sect. The House Sect woman, her composure unwavering despite the aggression, warns that she will be forced to take action if they continue to mock her and her sect's pride. She stands tall, her ornate red dress flowing around her, a silent testament to the formidable pride of the House Sect. The House Sect man stands firm, his back to the others, as a voice from the beggar sect challenges their reputation, asking if the House Sect isn't merely an intelligence organization. The House Sect woman listens, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, before delivering a cutting retort, reminding them they don't even know if she's part of the House Sect, let alone their true nature, and that they're living off borrowed information. Suddenly, a new, imposing figure steps forward, his gaze sharp and commanding, telling the old man to back off. The House Sect woman watches the unfolding scene, her expression still one of cool amusement. Wei Yonho and Jang Il lie on the ground, surrounded by a faint red aura, as the new arrival, Gongmu, stands triumphantly over them, having clearly asserted his dominance. The House Sect woman turns her back, dismissing the scene as beneath her attention, while from the ornate building behind them, a voice respectfully addresses her as ma'am. The House Sect woman gazes down, her voice laced with a hint of curiosity and disdain, wondering aloud who he might be. An oppressive, dark energy permeates the grand chamber, swirling around the ornate lantern hanging above. Her expression hardens, a silent irritation crossing her features. Gongmu steps forward, his tone sharp and demanding, offering to purchase information from the cowering figure. A resolute no rings out, a final refusal against their pressure. The woman's lips curve into a chilling, predatory smile, her eyes glinting with cold amusement. As Gongmu continues to press, the victim cries out in desperate refusal, pleading to be left alone. The woman, unperturbed, reiterates her offer, making it clear that cooperation is not optional. The House Sect woman, her back to the viewer, muses that the interrogation will soon be over, warning her captive to watch that mouth of yours, unless you want to see your limbs cut off. She adds, with a hint of self-satisfaction, that she isn't wrong. Jang Il looks up, a purple aura of indignation flaring around him as he questions, "Lady." The woman's lips curl into a sneer as she mockingly repeats, "Oh, old lady." Jang Il's face contorts in anger, demanding to know if she is insulting them. Nearby, Gongmu throws his hands up in exasperation, letting out a simple, "Eh." The House Sect woman, now turning her furious gaze on him, snaps, "Gongmu, Naya." Her voice sharp and commanding, the House Sect woman orders her subordinate to teach him a lesson. And a guard responds instantly, launching a swift, powerful kick. Gongmu's eyes flare crimson as the attack closes in, the impact slamming into his face with brutal force. He recoils violently, a pained expression twisting his features as Jang Il watches on in shock. Desperate, Gomu reaches out, crying out to stop whatever comes next. But before the guard can follow up, a blur of motion, wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, streaks across the chamber. Wai Yonho closing the distance with impossible speed. He unleashes a devastating, crimson-tinged energy blast, striking his target with explosive force. A lingering haze of red and purple energy dissipates in the air. As the house sect woman watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Nearby, Jang Il grimaces, his teeth clenched in a silent reaction to the sudden display of force. Wai Yonho stands amidst the chaos, his jacket open to reveal his bare chest, a surprised gasp escaping him, as if he himself is taken aback by the power he just unleashed. He looks down at the kneeling house sect man, who, despite his defeat, manages to stammer out a question, accusing him of being a martial master before quickly apologizing. From an overhead view, the full extent of the damage is clear. The house sect man and his comrades lie scattered and defeated, a faint blue aura still shimmering around them from the impact. Wai Yonho, still standing over the kneeling figure, explains that it was merely his instinct to counterattack if someone tried to hit him. The defeated house sect man, surrounded by the cracked earth, retorts with a hint of exasperation, wishing he had been warned about the impending attack. Jang Il, his face etched with skepticism, voices his doubt, unconvinced that Wai Yonho hasn't formally learned martial arts. He reflects on the unexpected strength of his opponent, musing that he's basically a monster and that it's all an old man's fault. His muscular physique is evident, as the ground around him remains shattered from the impact. The house sect woman, still reeling from the display, can only think that she didn't expect him to be this strong. She confronts him, demanding to know what he's been talking about this entire time. Her gaze sharpens, while Jang Il lets out a disbelieving scoff. He insists that she wouldn't believe him, even if he told her, and that such an implication couldn't happen, so he shouldn't even try to fight it. As the conversation continues, the house sect woman confronts him, asking, "That's why you brought him here?" Wai Yonho simply affirms, "Yes." Meanwhile, the house sect man internally muses on the precarious situation, acknowledging the risk of bringing a stranger into what he considers a rabbit's den for a mere favor, yet he insists he is serious about the matter. The house sect woman's gaze remains fixed, her expression unyielding as she continues to address him, her words hanging in the air. Wai Yonho offers a casual, almost dismissive, "Thanks." The house sect man's thoughts persist, clarifying his stance, but giving you information is a separate matter. His expression hardens as he adds, "It's true that your client hurt my person." The house sect woman, her eyes narrowing, then demands compensation for that. Wai Yonho, standing beside the house sect man, simply queries, "Compensation?" For in the unorthodox world, there is a simple, unyielding rule. Her gaze sharpens, a clear demand for retribution echoing in the air. As if summoned by her words, four ominous shadows emerge from the darkness. They stand united, cloaked figures with weapons drawn, forming a silent, formidable front. A cold voice cuts through the tension, accusing him of harming one of their own. Wai Yonho observes their dramatic entrance, a hint of wry amusement in his thoughts. His expression remains unperturbed, even as the gravity of the situation intensifies. The house sect woman steps forward, her voice firm as she reiterates the accusation, the sound of a subtle shift in the air accompanying her words. Behind her, the house sect man adds his own threat, his patience clearly wearing thin. Wai Yonho, however, attempts to defuse the situation with a casual plea, reminding them of their past acquaintance. The house sect woman's face contorts in fury, her voice sharp with indignation, demanding an eye for an eye. As she continues her tirade, calling him a skeleton-looking, well, a foul name. Her words echo the collective sentiment of her group, who stand united behind her, ready to exact a tooth for a tooth. Unfazed by their aggression, Wai Yonho simply shrugs, finding their threats to sound like some loan shark bullshit. He raises a hand, a gesture of casual dismissal, reiterating his earlier command, telling them to stop. The house sect man, his eyes burning with renewed anger, steps forward, declaring their intention to simply take a bit of flesh from his face and be done with it. The tension in the air thickens, the entire house sect group poised for action, but Wai Yonho remains perfectly still. Even as the house sect man's leg, clad in its distinctive tattered robe, shifts with barely contained aggression. He simply offers a calm, almost apologetic smile, beginning his response with a polite, "Hey, sorry to break it to you." A casual smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement that he truly has no fat on his face to lose. Meanwhile, a clenched fist trembles with barely contained fury, the man unable to fully articulate his simmering rage. And the house sect woman's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, her teeth grinding with violent intent. The command rings out, sharp and decisive, "Kill him." Instantly, multiple shadowy figures, cloaked in dark attire, surge forward, their movements blurring with lethal intent as they close in. But before their blades can connect, a flash of crimson erupts, deflecting the assault with impossible speed. The glowing red blade arcs through the air, a testament to the swift counterattack. He sends multiple attackers flying with a burst of purple energy, musing to himself about being too lenient, and not yet using his full strength. As his eyes glow with an intense red light and a powerful aura radiates from him, he acknowledges their lethal intent with a chilling question. With a subtle smirk, Wai Yonho acknowledges the unfolding situation, remarking that this is indeed a man of interest. An unseen force sends one of the masked assassins flying backward, leaving the house sect man with glowing red eyes grimacing in pain. Another attacker lunges forward, a hand reaching out, only to be met with an invisible counter that sends them hurtling through the air. A third assassin screams, their face contorted in agony, as Wai Yonho delivers a swift, decisive strike. He then strides forward, his gaze unwavering, leaving behind a trail of stunned silence and disbelief. A woman's face contorts in a silent scream, her eyes wide with terror and pain. While nearby, a man's jaw clenches, a guttural groan escaping his lips. Both, along with other figures, are sent hurtling through the air, victims of an unseen force. Standing amidst the chaos, his robe open to reveal a bare chest, Wai Yonho calmly states that nobody. He doesn't really want to kill yet, a vibrant blue lightning aura crackling around him as he speaks. The ground beneath his feet fractures under the sheer force of his presence. With a sudden, explosive force, an unseen opponent is launched violently into the air, scattering smaller figures and debris in their wake. Gongmu lets out a guttural cry, his face contorted in a mix of frustration and raw power. His blade glints, a silent promise of further violence, as he considers, I don't really. Then, with a thunderous impact, he slams another opponent into the ground, blue energy erupting around them. Gongmu stands tall, crackling with raw power, his shirt torn open as he dominates the battlefield. He presses his foot down on the defeated foe, a swirling aura of energy surrounding him, finishing his thought, want to kill yet. Nearby, Gue Nangnang watches the display of power, sweat beading on his brow as he takes in the scene. Zhang Il, too, grimaces, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. A house sect woman stares, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror, as the sheer force of the power before her washes over her. Her breath catches in her throat, the intensity of the aura almost suffocating. A memory flashes through her mind, of her master's words about the living Buddha Master Musan, a man whose power was said to be so immense that even 4 times his strength would not be enough to defeat him, a power she now feels is being surpassed. Meanwhile, another member of the house sect, a man with a stern gaze, reflects on the same old master, acknowledging that while he may not have liked the man, he never spoke falsely. The woman's face contorts in a grimace of realization, understanding she has gravely misjudged the situation. A cold sweat breaks out on her skin as she admits to herself, this opponent is far beyond her capabilities. She clenches her jaw, forcing herself to regain composure amidst the overwhelming pressure. The house sect man, his back turned, also feels the weight of the situation, knowing that any misstep could have dire consequences. Standing in an opulent chamber, the woman understands the full scope of the danger. This entire branch of the house sect could face utter annihilation if they fail to handle this situation with extreme care. As the weight of their sect's potential downfall pressed upon her, a voice from the shadows inquired about her purpose, asking what she desired. Her gaze sharp and unwavering, the house sect woman responded with a single word, information. Pressing further, she clarified her need, confirming she possessed the necessary documents. A man with a knowing smirk presented a scroll, hoping she could complete the missing details within its contents. As the house sect woman examined the papers, her expression remained composed. The information broker, surprised by her calm demeanor, muttered in disbelief, realizing she held a document that had stumped everyone else, a simple matter they couldn't resolve. Dismissing his surprise, she assured him it was nothing complicated, merely requiring some time, and asked if he could wait. He readily agreed, and she requested about 15 minutes to complete her task. Meanwhile, attention turned to the beggar sect's branch leader. A woman from the house sect, her dark hair framing a sharp gaze, emanates a potent purple aura, her presence radiating an undeniable power. Meanwhile, a voice commands, come see me, causing the beggar sect's branch leader, Zhang Il, to flinch in surprise. A booming laugh echoes through a grand chamber, as Gongmu finds amusement in the situation. His face contorted in mirth, he lets out a hearty, mocking guffaw. Standing firm in a martial stance, Gongmu exudes an air of confident power. He continues to taunt Zhang Il, asking if the woman had beaten him up, his words dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Il's face contorts in frustration and anger, as he snaps back, shut up. Gongmu, still facing the agitated branch leader, questions whether the house sect woman is truly just a mere keeper. The realization dawns on Gongmu. She is the daughter of the true leader, the future head of the house sect, a proclaimed genius with an untouchable reputation. The sheer weight of this information shatters his composure. His hands clenching in frustration as he wonders, how could he possibly be a match for someone of her caliber? Meanwhile, the house sect woman waits calmly, her expression utterly unreadable. Gongmu approaches her, a scroll in his hand, ready to deliver the requested information. He presents the document, stating he has brought what was asked, and she accepts it with a simple, oh, thanks. However, he reminds her, The house sect operates under its own strict rules. Seated across from him, she simply responds with a questioning huh. Gongmu, clearly exasperated, brings a hand to his face, muttering, how much? The house sect woman's voice echoes, setting a price for the information Gongmu sought. Holding out a handful of coins, she declares, 5 niang. Gongmu, taken aback by the sum, can only manage a surprised grunt. His hand, still clutching the coins he'd offered, trembles slightly as he questions the exorbitant cost. From an overhead perspective, the woman calmly explains that the information was of low quality, justifying the price, before shrugging off his concern. As she rises to leave, Gongmu asks where she intends to go. Still seated, he looks up at her, awaiting her response, while her guard remains silently observant. With a determined expression, the house sect woman declares her intention to personally earn the 5 silver niang, leaving him to ponder her words. Her unexpected resolve leaves Gongmu utterly speechless, his eyes wide with surprise. Still reeling from the woman's unexpected departure, Gongmu protests from the ground, insisting he brought her here for a reason, but she simply asks what he intends to do. His face contorted in anguish, he cries out, demanding a second chance. His hand clenches in frustration, a guttural sound of defeat escaping him. It was revealed that Zhang Il had exhausted all of Wai Yonho's earnings, along with his own secret savings, to gather the 5 silver niang. What he still lacked, he had to borrow with an IOU. The gleaming silver coins, now acquired, represented a significant sacrifice. His heart aching from the burden, Gongmu looks at the house sect woman, who calmly asks if he is all right. His hand remains tightly clenched. He finally bursts out, accusing her of being an evil bastard for making him use up all his hidden savings. Later, as they review the acquired documents, the information proves to be incredibly thorough, far surpassing anything the begging sect had provided. Still discussing the intricacies of their situation, Gongmu remarks that they seem to operate on entirely different levels, adding that he also needs to send a letter to Guangdong. The house sect woman, holding a stack of currency, listens intently, and he asks if this new request will also prove expensive. With a knowing smirk, she confirms it will be even more expensive than an escort agency. However, she offers a concession, agreeing to fulfill the request in exchange for answers to some of her own questions. She begins her interrogation, asking for a name and age, to which the young man replies, "It's Wai Yonho. I'm now 17. Her eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? You're younger than me?" As she processes this revelation, a thought crosses her mind. His martial prowess was that of a 17-year-old. She gazes at a document bearing his name, Wai Yonho. The name echoes in her mind, Wai Yonho. The house sect woman's gaze sharpens, directly addressing Wai Yonho, asking if he is indeed the second son of the Guangdong Wai clan. Her hands remain poised, a subtle tension in her posture. A flicker of surprise crosses Wai Yonho's face as he responds, wondering how she could possibly know him. The woman confirms their knowledge, explaining that the Guangdong Wai clan themselves dispatched them to locate him. The house sect man beside her echoes the surprise, repeating the young man's name and lineage, confirming his identity as Sanho's younger brother. Gongmu, ever quick to interject, proudly declares his friendship with the young man. The house sect woman then inquires if they are sending a letter to the Guangdong Wai clan, to which he estimates it would take at least 10 days for it to arrive. She dismisses his concern, offering to send it for them. Assuring him that a few extra days would not matter, she then adds, "Also, this." Her hand extends, revealing a small, folded piece of paper. Still addressing Gongmu, the house sect woman explains, "As a special guest of the house sect, if you tie it here, you'll be treated as a guest of the Guangdong Wai clan as well." Gongmu, however, holds up a hand, his expression wary. "Oh, for me? No, there's no one like that in the Central Plains." He continues, his voice laced with skepticism. "Creating a connection with him like this should do us good. TSK, then it's useless." The house sect woman, undeterred, leans in slightly. "In that case, I'll give you a discount for your next pass." "Really?" Her gaze intensifies as she adds, "It's specially for you." She continues, her tone persuasive, "We don't want to lose you as a customer because of what happened earlier." Meanwhile, Wai Yonho, partially obscured, mutters to himself, "Nothing really happened, right?" Beside him, the house sect man sighs in exasperation. "My face is like a dumpling, and my body is completely broken." "Well, it happens often. You're a loser." Wai Yonho quickly retorts, his voice firm, "I'm not." High above the bustling streets, the ornate roof of a grand building stands silent, a stark contrast to the commotion below. Down in the alley, a desperate cry of, "Damn it," echoes as Zhang Il finds himself overwhelmed, his pleas of "my money," lost amidst the flurry of blows from multiple assailants, while Wai Yonho observes the scene with a detached gaze. He dismisses the struggle with a casual wave, reminding the other man that money comes and goes. Besides, he adds, a beggar shouldn't be so greedy, urging him not to forget his roots. Zhang Il, now standing beside him, grumbles in frustration, admitting he couldn't even beat the guy up. He then shifts the topic, confirming that the information they wanted was acquired. With a hopeful tone, he asks if this means they won't have to see each other anymore. But Zhang Il's expression quickly sours as he reveals, there's still a problem, prompting a surprised, "What now?" from Wai Yonho. Why Yonho turns away, his voice flat as he states, he has no money. A manic, almost pained laugh escapes Jang Il, his face contorted in a grimace that struggles to hide his true discomfort. His eyes squeezed shut, the agony is clear, even as he tries to push through it. A sharp impact sends tremors across his jaw, leaving him reeling. He curses, the frustration boiling over. Meanwhile, high in the mountains, a grand, traditional complex stands majestically under the clear sky. Within its walls, a woman with striking features and an air of authority surveys her surroundings with a stern gaze. Addressing a subordinate, the branch leader issues an order to Gongmu, who responds with immediate deference. Her ornate red and black robe flows around her, a symbol of her status. With a slight curl of her red lips, she begins to articulate her next command. Word spreads quickly through the martial world, a whisper carried on the wind. The second son of the Gongmu clan, long thought lost, has finally returned, his gaze fixed upon the venerable Great Hanlim Institute. He has come back not as a mere survivor, but as a true martial master. His dark hair cascades around his face, revealing a countenance hardened by experience, yet still holding a youthful intensity. The sprawling complex of the Songol and Great Hanlim Institute stretches out below, its traditional architecture nestled amidst vibrant autumn foliage. From a quiet perch, he observes the institute, a place that holds both his past and his uncertain future. He observes the scene before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thinks, how nice. Meanwhile, the third grand scholar, Mun Yuan, carefully prepares a cup of tea, his presence commanding respect. He sits calmly, facing Wai Yonho, who stands respectfully before him. A young girl, Mun Yunji, the scholar's daughter, then approaches with a message, informing him, a guest is here for you. Her youthful presence a stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere. Mun Yuan, surprised, replies that he has nothing scheduled, but the girl clarifies, they said they wanted to play a game of Go with you. Wai Yonho's expression shifts slightly as he hears the invitation, a quiet, almost imperceptible, go, escaping his lips. A knowing smile then spreads across his face, hinting at his acceptance. Of course, not everyone is able to make guests feel at ease. As the third grand scholar Mun Yuan gestures, his young daughter Mun Yunji peeks out from behind him, announcing the arrival of their guest. A scroll, perhaps containing ancient wisdom or a record of their lineage, rests gently in his hand. Wai Yonho, now sporting a distinguished mustache and goatee, offers a polite apology, hoping he isn't intruding. The serene beauty of water lilies floats on a pond nearby, reflecting the tranquil atmosphere. Inside, Mun Yuan and Mun Yunji are already seated, as the scholar mentions hearing of his guest's desire to play a game. Wai Yonho confirms his interest, stating that Go is the only kind of game he truly knows how to play. The two men settle across from each other at the Go board, the pieces awaiting their strategic placement. With a confident smile, Wai Yonho agrees to begin the game. He offers the white stones, suggesting his opponent take the first move. Accepting the challenge, Wai Yonho declares he will begin. With a practiced hand, Mun Yuan places the first white stone. A soft clatter echoes as Wai Yonho reaches for the black stones. Mun Yuan observes him, a thought crossing his mind. He hadn't expected much from his opponent. He seems to be here for a free meal, Mun Yuan muses, so he'll simply help him out after a game. Unaware of the scholar's internal assessment, Wai Yonho's gaze remains sharp and focused. His hand hovers over the board. Before a black stone is placed with a decisive tap, Mun Yuan's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he realizes, I guess he's not a beginner. Observing his opponent's focused demeanor, he thinks, that's nice. Let's see. The scholar's internal monologue continues. It's rare to see someone so experienced. Mun Yuan brings a hand to his chin, deep in thought, as another stone is placed with a soft tap. Wai Yonho's hand moves with practiced ease, placing a black stone onto the board with a decisive thwack. The game unfolds, each player making their calculated moves. As Wai Yonho swiftly places yet another stone. He places a go stone with a decisive tap, the sound echoing sharply across the board. The unexpected force of the move causes Mun Yuan's hand to recoil sharply, his fingers splaying in surprise. Sweat beads on his temple as a look of profound shock washes over his face, leaving him to question, what the hell? Meanwhile, Wai Yonho's voice cuts through the silence. Aren't you gonna go? A confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes glowing faintly with an inner light as he watches his opponent. Mun Yuan's hand remains tense, poised over the board, the pressure of the game mounting. In his mind, there's only one word for the man across from him. Demon. A blank, ethereal space stretches out, hinting at a realm beyond the ordinary. Before focusing on the intricate patterns of a Go board, its black and white stones poised in silent strategy. A man with a thoughtful expression observes the board, his gaze distant, as if contemplating moves far beyond the present game. Suddenly, the black and white stones begin to fall through a dark, grid-like void, descending into an unknown depth. They crash into a turbulent, dark surface below, sending up powerful splashes and radiating raw energy, a resounding impact echoing through the space. Amidst this chaotic display, Wai Yonho stands firm, his back to the viewer, as the narrator remarks that his playstyle is like the ocean waves. He is like a raging storm for battles. Why Yonho gazes up at a massive, dark orb hanging in the turbulent sky, the narration concluding that he is not one to shy away from attacking someone when a fight is not necessary. If he perceives even the slightest opening, a shadowy, monstrous form erupts, its eyes glowing with predatory intent. Like a starving dragon, he charges forward, descending upon his foe with a thunderous impact. Such is the nature of the man, a true war demon, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Even in the strategic calm of a Go game, his mind operates with the ferocity of a war demon, each move calculated for maximum impact. His intense focus remains unbroken, the echoes of his inner battle still resonating. After a long game, Musan leans back, acknowledging that it was a good match, and that his opponent possessed a truly unique playstyle. Why Yonho offers his thanks, and Musan explains his own skill comes from the rigorous training he endured from a master, prompting Why Yonho to ask if he too had a master. Musan then lays out the stakes for their next game, declaring that if he loses, Why Yonho's training will be 10 times the intensity, but if Why Yonho loses, he will give him 3. Looking up at a glowing, ethereal image of his mentor, Why Yonho confirms that he indeed had a very strict old man as a master. Why Yonho, addressing his master, humbly requests to stay a while longer, explaining that he was instructed to do so. His master, Musan, considers the request, and a narration box confirms the location, Ralin. With a gentle smile, Musan acknowledges his student's adherence to his teachings and readily agrees to help, inviting him to stay as long as he wishes while promising to prepare a room and clothes. He then instructs a nearby servant to prepare the accommodations and guide Why Yonho to the bath, to which the servant respectfully confirms understanding. A moment of awkwardness passes over Why Yonho, who then admits he has no money for such hospitality. Musan simply laughs, assuring him that he would never expect payment from a guest like him. He reveals his true intention, confessing that he was actually going to ask him to stay even if he hadn't requested it himself. The master then clarifies the only return he expects, that Why Yonho play Go with either him or a guest sometimes. Without hesitation, Why Yonho agrees, accepting the condition with a resolute expression. As the conversation concludes, Why Yonho bids farewell, while an attendant gestures for them to follow. Soon, they arrive at a traditional bathhouse, its interior filled with a comforting haze of steam. A soft sigh escapes the air, accompanied by a gentle, ethereal glow. Submerged in the warm water, Why Yonho lets out a contented splash, finding the experience surprisingly pleasant. He closes his eyes, reflecting on how he once despised bathing, perhaps because his former master was so unkempt. Nearby, Musan also enjoys the soothing waters, a soft, blue aura of peace radiating from his form. Why Yonho's thoughts drift to the chill in the air, joking internally that a monk like him might catch a cold, all thanks to the old man. The attendant, meanwhile, diligently places a fresh towel on a nearby rack, the soft thud echoing in the steamy room. With a slight frown, the attendant mutters to himself, unable to comprehend the eccentricities of his charges. As he relaxes in the steaming bath, a thought crosses his mind, wondering why his father would accept someone like this man as a guest. Meanwhile, with a soft splash, the guest steps into the water. His sudden appearance startles Why Yonho, who gasps in surprise. He lets out a yelp, utterly bewildered by the sight. Clutching a cloth to his chest, he blurts out, "I thought you were a ghost." The man, holding his own cloth, simply responds with a quiet, "Please." Why Yonho slowly lowers his hand, still processing the situation, a hesitant well escaping his lips. His golden eyes widen slightly, still reflecting a mix of shock and confusion. The man, with his long, dark hair and toned physique, remains a mysterious presence in the steamy bath. Amidst the rising steam of the bathhouse, a powerful, muscular figure emerges, his presence startling. Why Yonho stares, his mind reeling, barely able to process the sudden appearance, wondering if what he's seeing is even real. He looks towards the door, searching for an explanation, a silent question hanging in the air. Now dressed in simple robes, the muscular man stands before him, while a woman in green observes from a distance, leaving Why Yonho still utterly bewildered by the newcomer's identity. Later, outside, Why Yonho looks up, his frustration evident, demanding answers from his father about the mysterious guest. Inside, Musan calmly plays a game of Go with the new muscular man, while Why Yonho and the attendant watch, still wondering who this new guy truly is. Observing the new man sleeping in his room, Why Yonho sighs, exasperated by his reclusive nature. A young woman's frustration boils over, lamenting that the mysterious newcomer has been sleeping all day and refusing to eat for an entire week. Meanwhile, Musan observes the situation with a thoughtful expression. As Why Yonho realizes he still doesn't even know the man's name. He confronts his father, demanding to know why he was told the master and the entire clan were here, and why there were so many people who could be a good match for him. To which Musan calmly replies, referring to the game of Go, that one can learn much about an opponent while playing, noting that while habits and words can be observed, a person's true nature cannot be hidden during a game. As the Go stones click into place, he explains that an impatient person cannot play patiently, nor can they truly enjoy the waiting inherent in a game. The game continues with precise placements. And the new muscular man looks up. understanding that one's true personality is revealed even through the quiet strategy of Go. His playstyle was rushed and rough, unlike anything seen before. And observing the hand of the new muscular man, it was clear he was definitely not a lazy person. One could only assume he had lived a very rough life, for if the sun shines brightly, the shadows it casts will be just as dark. So, if he appeared lazy now, it was only because his life until this point had been incredibly difficult. As the rain fell outside, the thought continued. One should not chase away a bird that has taken shelter on the roof to avoid the rain, nor should one question it simply because it isn't flying through the downpour. Musan concluded, his voice calm, so let him rest. The young woman listened, her eyes closed in contemplation. Then, her eyes snapped open, a silent, intense reaction washing over her face. She stands in quiet contemplation, her thoughts consumed by the man she believes has deceived her father. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho lies sprawled amidst scattered dishes, deep in slumber. As the young woman's frustration boils over, her father has been deceived, she thinks, unable to comprehend how this lapdog could be the man he described. Determined, she resolves to remove him from this place. Her voice cutting through the silence with a sharp command. Get up. She grabs his leg, attempting to pull him upright. But he only stirs, groaning softly in protest. Why? Ignoring his sleepy complaint, she insists, get up. The sun is up. Yet, despite her efforts, he simply collapses back onto the bed, resuming his slumber. The unnamed young woman continues her insistent attempts to rouse Wai Yonho, tugging sharply at his long hair. He protests groggily, demanding she release him, while she scolds him for his persistent idleness. Her grip firm, she maintains the pressure, refusing to let him sink back into slumber. Finally, with a frustrated sigh, Wai Yonho pushes himself upright, rubbing his head with an annoyed expression. He defends his actions, claiming others study out of financial necessity, while he sleeps simply because he needs rest. Her patience worn thin, the young woman's voice rises as she berates him for his unkempt state and the burden he places on her, even for simple chores like washing his bedsheets. Her anger escalating, she calls him a disgusting hooligan, insulting his physique by comparing him to a pig. Attempting to leverage authority, she begins to invoke her father's words. Her voice firm, she reminds him pointedly that she is the one in charge of their finances. Her face etched with exasperation, the young woman's efforts to motivate him appear utterly futile. Wai Yonho's expression tightens, a silent question hanging in the air as he considers the young woman's words. She simply states, do the laundry. The bustling market street, filled with vendors and passers-by, would soon become the stage for his unexpected chore. As he protests that the task isn't much, she clarifies, this will cover 3 days. He can only offer a resigned, yeah, while she muses about the gold pieces in his pocket. With a final, stern instruction, she wishes him good luck, demanding he ensure everything is impeccably clean. Her gaze unwavering, she warns him that any missed spot will result in a complete rewash, emphasizing the need for thoroughness. With a determined glint in her eye, she declares that he deserves this arduous task. 2 hours later, the young woman herself appears utterly drained, her face streaked with what might be sweat or tears, reflecting the unexpected toll of overseeing the chore. She stares in disbelief at the piles of laundry, now impossibly white and clean. A soft glow emanates from the pristine fabric as she wonders, how did he manage this? Her eyes widen in shock, the question echoing in her mind, were they always this white? Standing amidst the impossibly clean clothes, she can only repeat her disbelief. How the hell did he do this? Her answer lies nearby, as Wai Yonho sleeps soundly, sprawled across a fresh pile of the laundered garments, completely at peace. A vein throbs on her forehead as her shock quickly turns to indignation, thinking, no, I can't let him get away with this again. Her resolve hardens as she declares, I'll get him. The washing rocks, now surrounded by fallen red leaves, bear silent witness to the completed task, a testament to the effort expended. With the laundry neatly folded and stacked, Wai Yonho and the young woman walk away from the washing area, the day's chores seemingly concluded. She stares at the mountain of dirty laundry, a task that seems insurmountable, as Wai Yonho casually asks if she can handle all of it, then confidently states that she can. A scoff escapes her lips, convinced he'll abandon the chore within a day. Yet, to her utter astonishment, she finds him peacefully asleep amidst perfectly clean, folded garments. Her eyes widen in disbelief, utterly bewildered by how he could have completed a task that should have required 10 people. And the shock only deepens as she discovers him again, this time sleeping soundly beside a towering stack of freshly washed dishes. Her eyes glow with a faint green light as she stares, a single, disbelieving syllable escaping her lips. She surveys the impeccably clean surroundings, her mind struggling to comprehend the sheer efficiency before her. Her expression shifts from shock to a simmering frustration, her brow furrowing in intense thought. With clenched fists and a determined glare, she demands to know how he could possibly be so capable. Yonho's life in Rulin began, and his master, Mu-san, would later reflect that it was a mistake to have ever taken him in, regretting that he had allowed the young man into his home. For wherever he went, disaster seemed to follow. Even if it wasn't always intentional, trouble simply gravitated towards him. It had been the same with Rulin, a scholar hall that had once been so quiet and peaceful, only to be swept into chaos the moment Wai Yonho arrived. What happened? Looking up at the full moon, the elder Mu San begins his tale, recalling that fateful time when it all began. His hand, weathered by time and experience, clenches slightly. As the scene shifts to a go board, its piece is poised for a decisive move. A single word echoes, commanding the game to proceed. Go. Wai Yonho, caught off guard, lets out a sigh of disbelief, wondering aloud. Phew, how did I? The elder had initially thought this would be an occasional diversion, but the sheer number of participants suggested something far more organized, as if everyone had received a formal invitation. Within the Rulin Scholar Hall, Yonho stares at the assembled crowd, a question forming on his lips. Well, he must have been the one who sent the letter. But why did he send it to so many people? His frustration mounts, realizing the unfairness of the situation. Bringing people here to play with me is cheating. The very scroll that summoned them, covered in elegant script, is held firmly in a hand, a testament to the widespread invitation. A philosophical truth echoes, stating that a stone which remains still will rot, and a prepared table awaits its player. Someone meticulously writes, perhaps an invitation or a challenge, extending an open invitation for a game of Go when the time is right. Wai Yonho, however, seems utterly unimpressed, his expression one of profound boredom. Then, a hand decisively places a Go stone, a move so unexpected it elicits a shocked exclamation. Not a move. As the game progresses, a true master of Go appears, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Yonho's composure shatters, his eyes wide with disbelief as he concedes, my loss. Still reeling from the defeat, he can only stammer. Next. Wo dash, as the location is revealed to be the Great Hanlim Institute. With a sharp tack and a resounding eke, a black stone slams onto the Go board, shattering a white piece into fragments. Wai Yonho hums thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the board. He remains deep in thought, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications of the move. The move itself prompts an incredulous question from an unseen observer, wondering aloud. What kind of move was that? It's basically cheating. Yet, a silent counter-thought arises. Is it a mistake? No, there's no way. Master Mu San, observing the game, muses, maybe if he were a little more careful. He knows his opponent is the undefeated. The legend of the genius of Hanlim continues to unfold. Wai Yonho's gaze remains fixed, his mind already several moves ahead. Observing the game, the muscular man acknowledges he must have some plan in mind. As Wai Yonho places another stone, he considers the board, convinced it's a trap he must avoid. He sits back, reflecting. I'm sure he already thought of something. A moment later, his hand moves with quiet satisfaction. It's good that I avoided it. His eyes narrow, a silent acknowledgement of the intricate game unfolding, as the tension on the board becomes palpable. From the unseen opponent, a single, frustrated question echoes. Why? The opponent's face contorts in a furious snarl, unable to comprehend the strategy that just unfolded, while Wai Yonho's inner thoughts reveal his calculated move. His eyes glowing with intense frustration, he demands to know why his opponent backed off, unable to grasp the deeper implications of the move. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho calmly places another stone, his strategy clear. He intentionally created a path to lose, setting a trap. He muses that he would play Go forever if he didn't lose, a thought that underscores his unconventional approach, inviting his opponent to fall for the bait, promising a loss in 10 moves. The game concludes, and the opponent, defeated, bows his head in a gesture of profound loss. Tears stream down his face, his earlier fury replaced by utter despair, the weight of his loss overwhelming him. His hands are clasped tightly together, a silent testament to his broken spirit, the red glow in his eyes now dulled by sorrow. Wai Yonho, meanwhile, simply lets out a soft sigh, turning to walk away from the board, the victory seemingly a minor inconvenience. He reflects on his Go strategy, acknowledging that he intentionally created a path to lose, which his opponent fell for. Meanwhile, the defeated opponent's face contorts in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He clutches his head, lamenting that his unique strategy of scaring off opponents has now left him with no one left to play. Back in a different setting, Wai Yonho is seen bending over a basin, grumbling about having to do laundry. A sigh escapes him as he complains about his aching back, vehemently declaring his dislike for the chore. He stands upright, his expression thoughtful, perhaps contemplating his next task or the tediousness of his current one. As he walks down a long, ornate hallway, he continues to mutter to himself, still seemingly annoyed by his domestic duties. Suddenly, his expression shifts, a close-up revealing a hint of surprise or discomfort as an unseen voice asks, "You really don't want to marry me?" The question comes from a large, richly adorned man, his face heavy with expectation. The ornate, ring-laden hand of Nok Mokpung gestures with authority. Facing him, a young woman with long black hair tied back with red ribbons defiantly declares, "Absolutely not. You're going to regret this." Nok Mokpung's expression hardens as he retorts, "I won't." The woman flinches, a soft gasp escaping her lips, her defiance wavering under his intense gaze. Nok Mokpung leans in, his voice a low warning. "You better think it through again. I've always gotten what I've wanted, and I will never let go of something I desire." He continues, his tone unwavering. I'm just offended right now, but if you keep insisting, it won't be an offer next time. The woman, her eyes narrowed, finally relents, though not without a veiled threat of her own, asking, "Are you sure you want the great Hanlim Institute to be an enemy of you? Do as you wish." Nak Mokpung dismisses her words with a confident gesture, knowing the great Hanlim Institute won't fall so easily. Nak Mokpung continues his assertion, confident he can make things happen, believing she understands his power. The woman, her dark red hair tied back, stands with her back to him. Before turning, her sharp yellow eyes narrowed in a furious glare. He expresses his disdain for her optimism, questioning if she truly believes everything will always go her way. She retorts defiantly that it is not impossible, vehemently refusing his proposal of marriage, declaring it utterly impossible. With a swift motion, Nak Mokpung seizes her, pulling her off balance as she tumbles to the ground. His grip remains firm on her wrist. As she cries out, struggling desperately to break free from his hold. Still held firmly by Nak Mokpung, she struggles against his grip, the fabric of her robe rustling with her efforts. His face contorted in a sneer, he warns her that it is in her best interest not to anger him. His fingers tighten around her wrist. As he leans closer, his expression predatory, asking if she truly believes he wouldn't take her right then and there. Her hand remains trapped in his, her fingers splayed in a desperate attempt to break free. Despite the fear in her wide eye, a spark of defiance ignites within her. Her jaw clenches, a silent testament to her resolve, and with unwavering conviction, she retorts that he should be saying such things in someone else's house. Her defiant words hang in the air, leaving a stunned silence in their wake. His eyes narrow, a defiant glare meeting the imposing figure before him. Nak Mokpung stands with arms crossed, his presence radiating an oppressive authority. Suddenly, he lunges forward, grabbing the young man by the collar, a harsh accusation escaping his lips. The young man's face contorts in anger, his own defiance unwavering despite the sudden assault. Nak Mokpung's voice booms, demanding to know if he had finished his chores. Confused and taken aback, the young man begins to protest, explaining he had been playing. But before he can finish, Nak Mokpung's hand clamps down on his arm, cutting off his words. A cold command follows, as Nak Mokpung declares his intention to borrow something. The young man's eyes widen in shock as an unknown object is forced into his mouth, leaving him utterly bewildered. A sharp tug on his hair snaps him back to reality. Leaving him stunned and looking down. He slowly lifts his gaze, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Nak Mokpung, standing over him, questions if he thinks it's appropriate to interrupt others' conversations. Before he can even stammer out an apology, he then adds that Wai Yonho is hardly one to lecture on manners himself. After all, do people who truly care about manners usually go out for food? A large, bald man with prominent jowls and golden earrings declares himself to be the genius of Hanlum. And Wai Yonho, with a slight smirk, acknowledges the title, thanking him for the recognition. However, his expression quickly shifts as he admits he has no idea who the man actually is. A small, childlike figure, seemingly unfazed by the exchange, interjects, casually stating that it's all right and they don't really care, before beginning to introduce themselves. Wai Yonho's eyes widen slightly in surprise, while the bald man's lips curl into a knowing smirk. The genius of Hanlum reiterates his title, as Wai Yonho suggests the child should have simply said they were busy getting ready. Wai Yonho then sighs, muttering, "What a shame." The bald man, touching his chin thoughtfully, remarks that he's quite good at getting in people's way, just like in this very moment. His face contorted in a snarl, the opponent glares at Wai Yonho, a low growl escaping his throat. His anger palpable, he looks down, his jaw clenched tight. A heavy thud echoes as he shifts his weight, the ground rumbling beneath his foot. As the tension hangs heavy, Nak Mokpung steps forward, attempting to mediate the situation, while Wai Yonho and the young woman observe the scene. Dismissing the interruption, the opponent turns his back, declaring his departure with a scoff. His ornate robe swaying with his movement, he begins to walk away, his back still to them. Wai Yonho and the young woman watch him go, as the man's voice carries back, a final warning hanging in the air. He continues his stride, his words a clear ultimatum. If they don't seek him out within 3 days, he will act on his own terms. His declaration leaves no room for doubt about his intentions. He walks away from the encounter, his back to the scene, the heavy thud of his footsteps echoing in the quiet. A thoughtful silence hangs over him, his expression remaining unreadable. Suddenly, the young woman approaches, her voice cutting through the quiet, asking, "Who was that?" The figure in question is a man called Nak Mokpung, his presence marked by an ominous glow. Master Mu Sin observes the situation with a knowing gaze. He is known as the adopted son of the imperial palace attendant, a man who thrives on power. The young woman presses further, wanting to know, "What was he saying to you?" Her expression tightens as she considers the proposal, a thought she's rejected countless times. "I've said no every single time," she mutters, "but it's so annoying." Wai Yonho, meanwhile, looks on with a slight frown, as the young woman continues to press him, asking if the person in question isn't already a genius of Hanlum, and if he truly wishes to die by defying them. Her thoughts return to the core of her frustration. He's not trying to marry me because he likes me. He just wants to use me. She explains her family's influence. You might not know, but my father has a really good network in Rulin. People say that he's a perfect candidate to be a politician too. The reason why Yonho lives this life, despite all the political maneuvering and his own formidable reputation, isn't simply because he has no interest in civil service. The young woman's frustration boils over, dismissing the notion that her suitor's interest is anything but a calculated move, while he simply smiles. Yet, the imperial history of her father, a man of immense influence, suggests a deeper game at play, and the eunuchs, often seen as mere puppets, hold significant power within the court. His fingers intertwine thoughtfully as the narrative shifts to the genius of Hanwam, a figure whose political ambitions are undeniable. He considers the implications, knowing that the eunuchs' power is not merely due to their own strength, but rather the disunity among the various factions, preventing them from effectively challenging the status quo. The young woman, however, insists that the Great Hanlum Institute is different, implying it operates outside these conventional power struggles. Despite her assertion, the narration reveals that the institute has no official affiliation, making it incredibly difficult to gain access or influence. Yet, this very independence has allowed it to forge deep connections with other organizations, creating a complex web of alliances and influence. He stands alone, gazing at the vast expanse. As the true reason for the eunuchs' enduring power becomes clear, the other factions, despite their numbers, remain ununified, unable to drive them out. However, if someone were able to control these disparate forces, they could reshape the entire political landscape. He ponders the implications of the political landscape, asking if the eunuchs themselves would now be in danger. A young woman confirms his suspicion with a simple, affirmative reply. She explains that this is why Nok Mokpung's father is so desperate to prevent her marriage from leading to civil service, before softly apologizing to her father. Recently, a new strategy has emerged, a way to avoid confronting Rulin directly while still forging a powerful alliance with a significant figure within Rulin's faction. He realizes the core of this new plan. It revolves around the marriage between Nok Mokpung and her. The young woman listens intently, her expression thoughtful. A new individual, known only as the genius of Hanlem, has suddenly appeared on the scene. She concludes that this new development might complicate their existing plans. Why Yonho repeats the name, the genius of Hanlem, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He muses, wondering if he's truly a useless good-for-nothing who accomplishes nothing all day. The head of the eunuchs, Nok Ji, stands before him. Nok Ji begins, acknowledging a problem. He explains that rather, people from all over the nation are coming to play Go. Why Yonho, beads of sweat forming on his brow, thinks to himself that there are simply too many people, and his options are limited, leaving him unable to act. He considers that it might be bad to try and do something amidst all that commotion. Turning back to the window, he understands Nok Ji's hesitation. The eunuch bows deeply, offering his apologies. Yet, a new thought sparks in Wai Yonho's mind. Do you truly believe this mission is solely for my benefit? He asks, his hand extending, a faint blue glow emanating from his fingertips. The head of the eunuchs, Nok Ji, listens, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggles to maintain composure. Taking over the imperial palace is a mission given by the emperor himself. Wai Yonho reminds him, his hand still outstretched, emphasizing the gravity of their task. The radiant martial sovereign's words echo through the grand hall. Failing this mission is not an option. Nok Ji bows deeply, the blue light from the floor reflecting his solemn commitment. For you and me both. Wai Yonho, now seated, looks down at the kneeling eunuch, his expression intense. I am more afraid of failure than I am of death. Do you understand what I mean? Nok Ji responds with unwavering resolve. Yes, I'm well aware. Wai Yonho runs a hand through his hair, his gaze distant, lost in thought. He continues, his voice unwavering, explaining that sometimes, violence is simply necessary. Nok Ji listens intently, sweat beading on his brow as the weight of the words settles upon him. Wai Yonho's gaze remains sharp, advising them to use the crowd to their advantage. A chilling smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light as he commands, kill them all, including the genius of Hanlum. He then leans back, a thoughtful expression crossing his features, muttering to himself. A serene landscape unfolds, with traditional architecture nestled amidst lush greenery and tranquil waters. Inside, Royal Head Inspector Li Wangya, the emperor's brother, regards Wai Yonho with a probing gaze, asking if he is still uninterested in a government position. Seated across a low table, Wai Yonho offers a quiet apology, his gaze fixed on the Go board between them. The intricate game pieces lie still, a silent testament to the weighty conversation. Li Wangya leans forward, his voice laced with frustration, demanding to know why Wai Yonho cannot understand the necessity of being at the center of power to stop Nok Ji. As the Royal Head Inspector continues to speak, he lets out a soft sigh, then addresses the young man directly. Phew. Hey, Yuan. His expression growing more serious as he elaborates on the current state of affairs. Their movements have been suspicious lately. The young man listens intently, his back to the speaker. As the inspector continues, his concern palpable. There is instability in the capital, and so do the scholar officials. A chilling image of the shadowy figure of Nok Ji flashes through his mind. Nok Ji is getting into their heads. The very air seems to thicken with a dark, oppressive energy. Another man, with a neatly trimmed mustache and goatee, interjects thoughtfully, but his gaze drifting towards a distant, imposing structure as he continues. I assume you want someone who can also handle the military. No one would want to start a revolution. Yes, Li Wangya confirms, his gaze steady. He leans in slightly. Then, what if I were to tell you that? His hand gesturing subtly. There is another master whom he is serving? The political struggle among the eunuchs is a terrifying, intricate dance, far beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet, despite having no apparent foundation or backing, Nok Ji managed to navigate and overcome them all. Such an improbable rise to power, isn't that strange? Those who dared to cross him either met their end in sudden accidents or mysteriously succumbed to diseases. It was as if an unseen hand was paving the path for him. He pauses, considering his own words. It might just be coincidence. He admits that he once believed the same. But after observing Nok Ji more closely, he's come to suspect that someone is secretly aiding him from the shadows. That is precisely why he needs Wai Yonho's assistance. He emphasizes the necessity for them to unite. Against this unseen force, Wai Yonho considers the request, stating he will think about it a little more. Later, as the two men play a game of Go, Li Wangya clears his throat, changing the subject. He inquires about the new genius Wai Yonho has recently taken under his wing. The question hangs in the air, prompting a brief, internal reflection. A nearby official, overhearing the conversation, exclaims with genuine admiration that the genius is truly amazing. Wai Yonho considers the young man's true capabilities, feeling he still hides his full potential. As Royal Head Inspector Li Wangya, seated across from him, eagerly asks when he might finally meet this prodigy. Wai Yonho muses to himself that Yunji should have been the one to fetch him, while a stern-faced official with a mustache observes the proceedings from a distance. Suddenly, Wai Yonho's attention shifts, a slight surprise in his voice as he acknowledges, "Oh, you're here." A polished black boot steps firmly onto the ground, its sole splashing into a shallow puddle with a soft talk sound. The wild-haired young man, his muscular torso bare, looks up, asking simply, "You called?" Now clad in a dark robe, he stands beside the red-haired woman, both having arrived as expected. Footsteps echo softly as someone descends a set of stairs. Where Royal Head Inspector Li Wangya and the venerable Master Mu Sen stand waiting, their expressions expectant. Li Wangya offers an apology for the early summons, inquiring if the young man slept well, to which he replies, "Yes, very well." The young man, Wai Yonho, accompanied by the red-haired woman, adds a wry comment about someone drawing on his face while he was sleeping. Li Wangya chuckles, acknowledging the remark, but expressing his gladness that the young man rested. He then extends a hand, indicating his desire to introduce someone. The elderly master, Mu San, begins to speak, identifying himself as an old master. As Master Mu San began his introduction, Wai Yonho interjected, sensing a deeper purpose to the visit than mere pleasantries, asking what other business brought them here. The Royal Head Inspector pondered the question, while Mu San, seated calmly at the Go board, revealed his true desire. He simply wished to play a game. However, the young master's response was immediate and firm. He could not. His refusal hung in the air, leaving Mu San visibly surprised. The elder master questioned his decision, but Wai Yonho reiterated his refusal with a decisive no. Looking away, the young man explained his reasoning, pointing out that Mu San had already engaged in games with everyone else who had come by. He clarified that his reluctance wasn't about the game itself, but rather about adhering to proper protocol and order. There were other people who had been patiently waiting, and he felt it was only right to meet them first. A hearty laugh escaped Mu San, who confidently declared that he could easily resolve such a minor issue. Mu San, with a confident smile, suggests he will simply ask the others to be understanding regarding Wai Yonho's prior engagements. But the young man, kneeling before him, quietly challenges the notion, wondering if that truly resolves anything. He concludes that such an approach is nothing more than coercion. Mu San's expression remains unperturbed, a faint smile playing on his lips, while Li Wangya watches on, his gaze thoughtful. The elder's hand gestures subtly, perhaps dismissing the young man's concerns. But Wai Yonho's resolve hardens as he speaks directly, accusing the master of being too accustomed to his royal status, where everyone would feign agreement without true understanding. His clenched fist emphasizes his point, that such compliance stems from obligation, not genuine accord. With unwavering conviction, he declares his personal adherence to promises and rules. Mu San simply regards him, a subtle smirk still playing on his face, acknowledging the young man's firm stance. He stands firm, listening as the elder questions his inaction, asking why he can't simply resolve the situation himself, or at least wait his turn. But he simply addresses him, calling him father, a quiet acknowledgement of their bond. The elder, in turn, assures the young woman beside him that he believes he can resolve the matter. Yet, the young man challenges him, asking if he truly values rules and promises, to which he firmly replies, yes. His gaze is sharp, unwavering, as the young woman beside him mutters her skepticism, doubting if the elder truly values such things. The young man's expression hardens, his resolve clear. If they insist on playing this game unfairly, he will simply cancel it. He holds up a hand, his words cutting through the tension, leaving the young woman startled by his declaration. His eyes burn with conviction as he clarifies his intent. He will cancel all the other games of Go they were supposed to play that day. The unnamed opponent's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho turns to the young woman, a slight smile playing on his lips as she dismisses any further delays, firmly stating that there is no tomorrow for their arrangements. Her voice carries an unwavering resolve, warning against any further attempts to bargain for rest. With a stern gaze, she reiterates her stance, leaving no room for negotiation and demanding a choice be made. As the two stand before the Go board, Wai Yonho's playful declaration signals the start of their game, a quiet hum of anticipation filling the air. Mu-san's aged hand carefully places a stone on the board, while Wai Yonho's younger hand hovers, a subtle sniff escaping him as the game commences. From a distance, Nok Ji-ai and Li Wangya observe the unfolding scene, their expressions unreadable. Mu-san, however, appears deep in thought, his gaze distant as he reflects on the current mood, a quiet realization dawning that his opponent is not a man of his word. The unnamed opponent's jaw clenches, his desire to escape the situation palpable, wishing only to leave. As the game of Go unfolds, Wai Yonho carefully considers his next move, remarking that he needs to see this through. With a focused gaze, he places a white stone, challenging his opponent to reveal their true nature, eager to see what they are truly like. The stone settles with a crisp tite sound, the intricate pattern of black and white pieces spreading across the board. Each placement a calculated move in the unfolding strategy. Nearby, Mu-san observes the game with a serene expression, his gaze fixed on the board. Nok Ji-ai approaches him, questioning if he truly enjoyed the game with his opponent, his tone hinting at a deeper meaning. Mu-san responds with a thoughtful hum, stroking his beard, his expression unreadable. He remains in quiet contemplation, the question lingering in the air. The Go board lay before them, a complex tapestry of black and white stones, each placement a silent declaration of intent. Mu-san mused, observing the intricate game, that such a violent game of play could reveal the true nature of a person, much like a battlefield. He wondered just what kind of life the young man had lived to develop such a style. Yet, despite his skill, Mu-san concluded that he was not the right one for what he sought. Wai Yonho, oblivious to the elder's judgment, calmly placed another stone, his focus unwavering on the game. From the side, Nok Ji-ai voiced his disdain, stating that the young man's perceived laziness and violence were not what he desired. He continued, questioning Mu-san's judgment, wondering why he valued someone so highly who seemed like a waste of time. Mu-san, meeting his gaze, simply replied, "It's because I saw." Mu-san's gaze remains steady as he answers the unspoken question, his voice a low rumble. He recalls a moment from a past game, explaining, "During one of my games, I made what I thought was a prophylactic move." A hand carefully places a Go stone, and he reflects on the decision. "I truly believed it was a very good move." He sits calmly, observing the board, a cup of tea steaming beside him, his eyes narrowing as he continues. "I thought the game was completely over. So I took my hand off the game, but what I saw was..." The image shifts to a younger man, his dark hair falling around his face, his expression intense, his eyes holding a profound depth. He had fallen deeply, his gaze fixed in a rare trance, as if witnessing something beyond comprehension. A hand reached out, bathed in a shimmering, ethereal glow, reflecting the profound energy of the moment. Later, under the quiet of a moonlit night, the traditional architecture stood silent, as if holding its breath. Within its walls, the elderly master, Mu-san, stood with Wai Yonho, his expression thoughtful as he listened to the younger man's account. A hint of doubt in his voice, Mu-san questioned the veracity of the experience. His brow furrowed, the master's gaze was piercing, seeking absolute truth. But Wai Yonho's conviction was unwavering, his eyes reflecting the certainty of what he had witnessed. A scoff escapes him, his sharp eyes narrowed in thought. Turning his back to the elderly man, Wai Yonho repeats the dismissive sound. He makes it clear he has no intention of involving himself further. In an earlier moment, the venerable Mu-san had questioned him, his expression grave as he asked if his words were truly final. Back in the present, Wai Yonho dismisses the encounter as merely a use of his time, concluding that seeing the elder wasn't a complete waste. He then announces his departure, inquiring if Mu-san is too occupied to continue. As Wai Yonho begins to walk away, the elder reminds him of the kingdom's growing instability, to which he simply acknowledges with understanding. Later, under the pale moonlight, Mu-san gazes upward, a profound sense of regret etched across his face. Under the serene glow of a full moon, the night unfolds with an almost perfect stillness. Suddenly, a low growl echoes through the darkness, hinting at a hidden presence within the shadows of a traditional building. And a blinding flash of white energy cuts through the air, leaving a shimmering trail of particles in its wake. A masked figure, observing the display, confirms that all preparations are complete and ready to proceed. Deep within the forest, two dark figures move with purpose, their glowing purple blades cutting through the moonlit shadows. Meanwhile, their imposing leader, eyes now glowing with a fierce purple light, issues a stern command. His voice is firm as he urges them to complete their task swiftly. Without hesitation, a subordinate responds with a sharp, obedient affirmation. A swift, blurring descent marks the beginning of a covert operation. As a dark-clad figure, wielding a sword glowing with an ominous blue light, plunges downward. More figures, cloaked in shadow and armed with similar luminous blades, follow, raining down from the night sky towards a building below. Unaware of the impending danger, Mu-san lets out a casual yawn, his staff held loosely in his hand. But then, his eyes widen in sudden alarm as he registers the threat. The shadowy assailants sweep across the rooftops with chilling speed. A violent impact splatters against a wall, accompanied by a sharp cry of pain. A man adorned with heavy gold chains clutches his chest, a pained grunt escaping him. He collapses to his knees, surrounded by the same eerie blue energy that emanates from the attacker's weapons, his body racked with agony. Amidst a flurry of blue energy, a dark figure descends, wielding a glowing sword and striking down multiple opponents. Landing with a powerful impact, the figure continues their assault, sending another foe reeling. But the tide quickly turns as the lone fighter is overwhelmed, surrounded and restrained by a surge of dark figures. Meanwhile, a man with a heavy build and multiple gold chains around his neck wears a chilling, knowing smirk. He looks down, his expression shifting to one of cold superiority, as he declares that his victim should have heeded his warnings when he was still being kind. A hand adorned with golden rings reaches out, a sharp, percussive sound accompanying its movement. The man with gold chains screams, his face contorted in an agony that rips through him. From the shadows, a cloaked figure issues a chilling command to eliminate everyone. The man with gold chains continues to writhe in torment, his skin now glowing with an unnatural, sickly purple light. An unseen voice declares that tonight, the Great Hanlum Institute will transform into a prison from which not even a single rat can escape. Meanwhile, a pained groan escapes Wai Yonho's lips, his body racked with agony as glowing blue lines of energy shimmer around him. His hands clench tightly, a silent testament to his struggle against the unseen force. The radiant martial sovereign stands amidst the shattered remnants of his foes, a dark, potent aura swirling around him. As more glowing blue figures surge forward, he moves with blinding speed, blue energy arcing from his strikes as he cuts through their ranks. His relentless assault continues, each blow sending shockwaves through the air as more enemies fall before him. Leaping high above the fray, he unleashes a devastating aerial attack, scattering the last of his glowing blue adversaries. Meanwhile, a knowing smile spreads across the face of a man observing from afar, his lips curving with a hint of amusement. Adorned with heavy gold chains, he mutters, "This is why you should have listened to me while I was still being nice." Under the glow of a full moon, his ring-laden hand reaches out, as if beckoning. A deep, resonant laugh escapes him, his face contorted in a mixture of mirth and dark satisfaction. Today, a young woman looks on, her expression thoughtful, while an unnamed opponent's face contorts in a silent roar of pure rage. His fury boils over, a chilling vow echoing in his mind. "I will teach that bitch a lesson." Under the indifferent expanse of a night sky, over the rugged mountains of Chiakiak, a new chapter of conflict was unfolding. The unnamed opponent and the young woman now found themselves bound and helpless, surrounded by armed figures. His face still etched with defiance, the unnamed opponent strained against his bonds, the young woman beside him looking on with concern. Meanwhile, the head of the eunuchs, Nok-ji, received troubling reports of suspicious activity at the Great Hanlum Institute, with rumors of high-ranking individuals visiting recently. Nok-ji observes a group of armed figures, their presence immediately striking him as suspicious. Nearby, several individuals are bound and kneeling, among them the young woman and the martial artist captured earlier. He ponders the situation, wondering what reason could possibly compel so many people to gather in such a manner. A high-ranking official, his expression calm, offers a counter-argument, suggesting that if both political and martial forces were truly acting together, then there could be only one possibility: a revolution. The royal head inspector, Li Wangya, stands among other officials, his attention fixed on the unfolding discussion. Nok-ji's eyes widen in disbelief, the word revolution echoing in his mind. Yet, the official dismisses the gravity of the situation with a slight smile, insisting they are merely gathered to play Go. He stands before the assembled officials, his casual demeanor belying the tension in the air. Still bound and helpless, the martial artist remains a captive, his back to the viewer, ropes digging into his shoulders. Meanwhile, Nok-ji presses the official, acknowledging the persistent whispers. He admits to hearing the rumors, but quickly adds that such tales can be easily fabricated. The official, looking away, offers no further explanation, his expression unreadable. As the conversation continues, the young woman and the martial artist are shown, still bound and guarded, the subject of the hushed discussions. Nok-ji, his gaze sharp, demands to know the whereabouts of the individual at the center of these rumors. The official, with a slight smirk, feigns ignorance, asking who Nok-ji is even referring to, before clarifying that he means the genius. He then states that there are no other people remaining in the building, implying the captives are the only ones left. With the conversation concluded, Nok Ji turns and walks away, his thoughts still lingering on the evasive answers and the true nature of the situation. High Official A, attempting to deflect the inquiry, suggests that the accused must have fled, believing he would report them to the emperor. Nok Ji, however, remains unswayed, stating calmly, "Regardless, if you are truly innocent, you will all be set free." He continues, promising, "We will release you and offer our apologies if we find no fault." High Official A's expression shifts to one of surprise and unease, as Nok Ji produces a document. He carefully examines the papers, a soft rustle of parchment filling the tense silence. The document, titled Suppression, details an agreement among those who rejected the revolution. High Official A, now visibly panicked, shouts in denial, "What? We've never done such a thing." But his protests are futile. He and his fellow officials are now bound, the incriminating document laid out before them. Nok Ji's voice cuts through the silence, asserting, "The proof is right in front of you." Nok Ji stands, his back to the viewer, observing the chaos he has wrought. Meanwhile, High Official A, his face contorted in fury, realizes the depth of the trap, muttering, "He came here to frame us from the beginning." His jaw clenches as the full weight of their predicament settles upon him. "We've been had." From among the other tied-up officials, a voice desperately protests, "It wasn't us." The other implicated men, bound and terrified, echo the sentiment, their faces a mix of fear and denial. One official, eyes wide with panic, pleads, "Innocent. I didn't know. I didn't come here to partake in such activities." Among them, a man named Nok Munpong, also tied, observes the scene with a peculiar detachment, remarking, "What an interesting incident." Among the bound officials, Nok Munpong remained observant, his gaze sweeping over the scene as the others awaited their fate. Suddenly, one of the officials, a man with a stern, bald head, spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension with a challenging declaration. A heavy necklace adorned his throat, a symbol of his status even in chains. The other officials gasped, recognizing the man as Li Wanya. He was none other than the royal head inspector, the emperor's own brother. With eyes blazing with authority, he demanded to be addressed by his proper title. His voice boomed, unbroken by his predicament. The other officials, including Nok Munpong, stared in disbelief, the realization of the royal head inspector's presence dawning upon them. A wave of relief washed over some, believing his testimony would prove their innocence. Nok Munpong, bound and looking downcast, laments that he would never have participated in such a scheme had he known the royal head inspector was present. Meanwhile, a pair of hands, adorned with numerous rings and bracelets, remain clasped together. As a calm voice responds, "I am not one to hold grudges." Nearby, another high official, tied beside Li Wanya, urges him, "So free us." But the royal head inspector, his expression unreadable, simply states, "Before that, I want to ask you a question." The official reacts with a surprised, "What?" Before Li Wanya's voice cuts through the silence, "Why did you plan this?" His gaze sharpens, the question hanging heavy in the air, "Revolution?" Nok Munpong, hearing the accusation, reiterates his earlier plea, "Did you really think that I would do this if you were here?" His face contorts in disbelief and fear as he stammers, "Why you? What are you talking about?" Royal Head Inspector Li Wanya stood over the bound officials, his gaze sharp as two guards roughly held one of the accused in place. He continued his relentless interrogation, asserting that every revolution required a central figure, and he cared not who it was. His accusation then landed on a specific target, suggesting it would make the most sense for a scholar, a family member of the emperor, to be that central figure. One of the officials, High Official A, his face contorted in outrage, denounced the inspector as arrogant and without bounds, demanding to know how he dared to frame him. Unmoved by the outburst, Li Wangya's expression remained stern as he challenged the official, asking if he truly believed he could escape the consequences of his actions, vowing not to let him get away with it. Another official, Nok Ji, his brow furrowed in distress, tried to interject, suggesting a misunderstanding and lamenting that he wouldn't be able to report this to the emperor. Li Wangya's jeweled hand rose, a chilling gesture that underscored his words, because, he declared, the official would never see the emperor again. His voice echoed with a grim pronouncement. The punishment for revolution was immediate execution, and they would all die there. With the threat delivered, Li Wangya stood watching as the accused officials, including Nok Munpong, were forced to kneel and begin digging their own graves, their fate sealed by the signatures of the supposed revolutionaries. He stands over the bound officials, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he mocks their desperate situation. An elderly official, his face contorted in anguish, curses him, declaring that the heavens will never forgive such an act. But Li Wangya merely scoffs, telling them to keep begging. He then raises a hand, his voice dropping to a chilling tone. There is someone, he states, who must die first. The name escapes his lips with cold precision, Mun Yunji. The young woman, bound and helpless, looks on with wide, terrified eyes. Li Wangya's gaze remains fixed on the officials, reminding them of his earlier warning that he would do things his way. He declares that their stubbornness will lead to everyone's demise, then asks if they are finally willing to comply with him now. He grips the young girl's chin, forcing her tear-streaked face upward. before turning his attention to another official, whose face is also wet with tears, a dismissive sound escaping him. The official, despite his fear, manages to declare his defiance, preferring death over compliance. Meanwhile, the young girl lets out a silent, agonizing scream, her anguish reflected in the deep furrows on the royal head inspector's brow, while another official watches with a leering, almost hungry expression, licking his lips in anticipation. The young girl's necklace, a simple pendant, rests against her bruised neck, her eyes wide with terror as she looks down, and he once again takes her chin, offering a chilling reassurance. Don't worry, I won't kill you. He continues his chilling interrogation, promising to make her wish for death as a better outcome, urging her to imagine the worst possible scenario. His voice drops to a menacing whisper, explaining that if she were to die, he would inflict unimaginable torment upon her father instead. Despite the terror, the young woman's voice rings with defiance, retorting that she would rather die than be humiliated by him. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he simply asks, "Is that so?" He leans in closer, his threat escalating to include her father's fate if he were to take his own life. Nearby, an official stands silently, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a silent testament to the power behind the words. The inspector's gaze sweeps over the other kneeling figures, warning that if her father also chose death, the rest of the people present would suffer the torment. The officials remain frozen in place, their faces etched with fear as the weight of his words settles upon them. His final words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder that his influence extends far beyond their immediate predicament. The heavy rings on Li Wangya's fingers glinted in the dim light as he stood over the kneeling figures, his presence a suffocating weight. His voice, cold and deliberate, cut through the silence, explaining that all family members connected to those who plotted revolution would be killed, then offering a chilling challenge. If you want to kill yourself, then go ahead. A cruel laugh escaped him, as he added that the others would simply pay for the kings instead. Mun Yunji could only grit her teeth, a silent cook of pain and defiance escaping her lips as she endured the torment. Li Wangya then reached down, grabbing her by the hair, his face twisted into a grotesque smile as he taunted. So, do you kill yourself? He reveled in her suffering, adding with a chilling chuckle that he wouldn't mind having more people to entertain him anyway. From the side, Nok Jiai's face contorted in anguish, a desperate cry of Yunji, tearing from his throat. Li Wangya merely widened his menacing smile, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Then, with a final, chilling question, he asked, "Then shall we begin?" A desperate plea escapes Mun Yunji's lips. As she struggles against her bonds, Li Wangya kneeling beside her, his gaze unwavering. Her bound feet twitch, a silent testament to her agony. As her voice finally breaks through, a raw cry for help echoing in the oppressive silence. Her face contorts in anguish, her eyes wide with terror and despair. Then, a flicker of confusion crosses her features, a soft, questioning sound escaping her. Above, the night sky stretches, indifferent to the unfolding drama below. Searching frantically, a figure dashes through the moonlit courtyards of a traditional complex. Under a vast, star-dusted night sky, suddenly, he plummets from above, a startled cry escaping his lips, his body hurtling towards the ground. He crashes down before a stunned assembly, as a child's voice pierces the silence, calling out, "Why Yonho?" Collapsing to his knees, the young man winces, clutching his chest, in evident distress. His dark hair spills around him, a stark contrast against the pale stone. Tears stream down his face as he lets out a raw, guttural scream of despair. Still kneeling on the ground, his body racked with despair, Wai Yonho hears a voice from the crowd asking, "What the hell are you doing?" His face contorted in a desperate plea, he cries out, "Can't you tell? I'm booking it." Tears streaming down his face, his anguish is palpable. As he remains on the ground, the voices around him grow more frantic, one asking, "Are you booking me?" While another exclaims, "What? What's wrong with you? I'm scared. I don't know what to do." And a third adds, "Dude, you don't act this way. I'm not sure if I can say that I'm his master anymore." The confusion continues, with one voice questioning, "Help you? It's hard enough to keep myself alive." And another, perhaps sarcastically, retorts, "You teaching martial arts? You can help." Holding up a dismissive hand, he declares, "You're overestimating my skill level here." Internally, he resolves that the best choice in this kind of situation is to act like he doesn't see anything. Still on his knees, he reiterates his strategy aloud. "I didn't see anything at all. You keep doing what you're doing." From a short distance, Nok Ji and the young woman watch the scene unfold, their backs to the viewer as they observe Wai Yonho's bizarre behavior. As Wai Yonho's dramatic fall concludes, the faces of those around him register a mix of distress and stern resolve. The unnamed young woman's eyes are wide with tears, while Mu Sen watches with a heavy, unyielding gaze. A hand reaches out, trying to halt his momentum, as a voice booms, "Stop." Another, larger figure bellows in frustration, his face contorted with rage. An unnamed female official, her back to the onlookers, warns Wai Yonho of the dire consequences awaiting him. "You're already involved in the revolution. The entire world will be after you. You will not be safe anymore." Ignoring her words, Wai Yonho plunges downward, a defiant smirk playing on his lips as he retorts, "Well, you can't be sure of that." He continues his rapid descent, his voice carrying a mocking tone as he adds, "You fool. The world may be big, but there are eyes everywhere. It would not be difficult to find you all." Below, Nok Gi and a gathering of officials watch his escape, their expressions a mixture of shock and growing anger. As he falls further, Wai Yonho glances back over his shoulder, a final, casual challenge leaving his lips. Yeah, then look for me later." The unnamed opponent, his face now a furious crimson, roars, "Get him!" As the gray-haired official barks a command, his voice sharp and demanding. A powerful, armored kick lashes out, connecting with Wai Yonho. The force sends him recoiling, a swift impact rippling through his body, and he crashes to the ground with a pained cry. From a distance, the unnamed opponent's face contorts in fury as he bellows, "Aron!" A nearby figure screams in terror at the command. But Wai Yonho, despite the impact, looks up with a determined glint in his eyes. A wry smirk plays on his lips as he lets out a soft, defiant laugh, then moves to confront his opponent, questioning, "You were telling me to help Juhi earlier, now you want me to run?" Still reeling from the unexpected attack, Wai Yonho lies on the ground, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden shift in orders. But as a surge of raw power courses through him, his eyes begin to glow with an ethereal blue light, and a vibrant aura erupts from his form. He stares, wide-eyed, at the glowing energy, a single thought echoing in his mind, an artificial mage. With newfound speed, he moves, a blur of blue light, rising to his feet as he channels the surging power into his hands, uttering a single, potent word, "Hughes." A colossal wave of brilliant blue energy erupts from him, blasting upwards with immense force. The raw power coalesces, taking on a distinct, almost draconic form, tearing through the air with destructive intent. After the explosive display, Wai Yonho stands, his eyes now return to their normal hue, a contemplative expression on his face as he surveys the aftermath. He glances down at his hand, which still emits a faint, lingering blue glow, a quiet goodness escaping his lips, hinting at the unexpected magnitude of his own power. As the immense power he just unleashed settled, his gaze fell upon a woman with striking, light-colored eyes, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Observing her under the pale moonlight, he quietly remarked, "You're such a strange woman." His own landing on the tiled rooftop was less graceful, the impact sending tremors through the ancient structure. He found himself hunched over on the now-shattered tiles, still processing the raw magnitude of the power that had just surged through him. Wai Yonho moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving a vibrant blue trail in his wake. The unnamed opponent barely registers the attack, a shockwave of blue energy already impacting him, leaving him to wonder if he'd only seen an afterimage. Before he can recover, another concentrated blast of azure energy strikes him. With a sharp cry, Wai Yonho delivers a focused, glowing punch, the force of it radiating outward. The attack manifests as a colossal beam of brilliant blue light, engulfing the opponent in a blinding explosion. The raw power swirls into a vortex, a maelstrom of destructive energy. As the light fades, Wai Yonho looks up, his hair slightly disheveled from the exertion, but his expression calm. He observes the lingering effects of his technique, a quiet goodness escaping him. A young woman looks on, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of exasperation. As a voice remarks, "You're such a strange woman." Meanwhile, under the glow of a full moon, a figure stands silhouetted against the night sky on a distant rooftop. While in a dimly lit chamber, a cloaked figure kneels on a cold, tiled floor. The young woman's expression shifts to one of utter shock, her mouth slightly agape. Elsewhere, a group of individuals are bound and gagged, their faces etched with fear. A scarred man, adorned with heavy earrings, watches them with a grim, calculating gaze. He sits prominently among the captives, the cloaked figure standing silently behind him, as he declares, "Not bad." Back on the rooftop, Wai Yonho, seemingly oblivious to the other events, responds to the earlier comment with a playful tone. "Huh? Thanks for the compliment." The young woman quickly tries to clarify, "I didn't mean it as a..." As the unnamed opponent stands before him, a masked figure at his side, Wai Yonho offers a casual compliment, then clarifies his earlier statement, insisting he was merely speaking his mind. The masked figure, acknowledging the opponent's words about darkness, responds with a deferential "Yes, sir." The unnamed opponent's golden jewelry glints against his skin, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. His expression twisting with fury, the unnamed opponent dismisses the idea of being humiliated here, his anger palpable. He declares his intent to rectify the situation immediately, vowing to eliminate the source of his perceived slight. The masked figure remains silent, observing the unnamed opponent's outburst with an unreadable gaze. From the shadows, Wai Yonho's voice cuts through the tension, issuing a calm but firm command, "Don't kill him." The unnamed opponent's furious expression shifts to one of surprise, uttering a bewildered "sorry." His eyes narrowing with renewed resolve, he declares his intention to personally carry out the elimination. The unnamed opponent, his face contorted in a grimace, looks down and affirms his understanding. Meanwhile, a small, metallic object slides into a waiting hand. As Wai Yonho strides away from the fallen figures, his steps echoing softly. He continues his measured retreat, then suddenly stops, his eyes widening in surprise as he turns back. The masked figure watches him, their own surprise evident. Wai Yonho's hand moves with practiced ease, drawing a small dagger from his sleeve. And he asks with a hint of sarcasm if he truly needs a weapon, suggesting he might have left it in his room. The unnamed opponent, enraged by the situation, curses the incompetence of others, frustrated that he cannot even allow someone younger to achieve victory. Wai Yonho, his expression a mix of surprise and irritation, points towards an unseen disturbance, realizing the situation unfolding is eerily familiar. He glances away, broom still in hand, a single word escaping his lips in exasperation. Turning his back to the immediate scene, he begins to draw a dagger, demanding to know what the other party is doing. Still holding the broom, his hand continues its practiced motion, as he declares his intention to manage with the dagger, since his sword is being withheld. With a sharp, metallic boom, the dagger slides free from its sheath. The unnamed opponent, now visible in a helmet, glares back, his voice laced with fury at the perceived insult. Wai Yonho glances down at the drawn blade, before looking up with a slight smirk, challenging his opponent to simply return his sword if he's so upset. The masked figure, having drawn his sword, prepares for battle. He turns his back, walking away, but his words cut deep, promising suffering so intense that death would be a mercy. His voice drips with contempt, even suggesting that his opponent will be begging later. As the challenge is accepted, his long black hair whips around him, a silent testament to his readiness. The masked opponent's face contorts in a snarl, his eyes burning with fury. With a guttural roar, he lunges, a torrent of crackling blue energy erupting from his form, aiming to overwhelm. The attack is relentless, a blur of motion and power, forcing Wai Yonho to brace himself against the onslaught. He meets the furious assault head-on, his stance firm, deflecting the powerful blow with practiced ease. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, his form blurring with an intense blue aura. His gaze sharp and focused as he closes the distance. The opponent, caught off guard, can only register a flash of movement. Then, a thunderous impact erupts, shattering the very air around them. Debris explodes outward, as a powerful fist connects with brutal force, sending the unnamed opponent flying backward in a cloud of dust and shattered fragments, his body arcing through the air. Wai Yonho lands lightly, the blue energy still crackling around him. The opponent, dazed and disoriented, can only utter a choked gasp as he struggles to comprehend what just happened. His face is now covered in the remnants of the impact, a clear sign of Wai Yonho's overwhelming power. He stands amidst the shattered remnants of the battlefield, his opponent sprawled helplessly on the ground, a testament to the devastating power he just unleashed. The unnamed opponent's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and utter defeat, his face a mask of disbelief at the overwhelming force he just encountered. Even the observing officials, High Official A and Nak Munpong, are left speechless, their expressions frozen in stunned awe at the display of power. Wai Yonho, however, remains perfectly calm, his hand firmly grasping his staff, as he muses, "Oh, nothing is better than a weapon," when cleaning up garbage. A faint blue aura shimmers around him, his gaze unwavering and filled with quiet confidence. His grip on the staff remains resolute, a symbol of his unwavering resolve. The staff itself seems to hum with latent power, its intricate design glowing with a subtle, vibrant energy. The unnamed opponent's face contorts in utter shock, his mind reeling from the sudden, overwhelming display of power. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho, enveloped in a faint blue aura, drops into a low, defensive crouch, his movements fluid and precise. The opponent, still struggling to comprehend, hears Wai Yonho's calm voice cutting through the chaos, questioning his reckless charge and revealing a deeper understanding of their previous encounter. Standing over the defeated man, a simple straw hat held casually in his hand, Wai Yonho's presence is utterly commanding. Suddenly, the opponent grimaces, reacting to a blur of motion, a swift, unseen attack from Wai Yonho. Wai Yonho closes the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful strike enhanced by vibrant blue energy, the impact sending ripples through the air. The opponent raises a desperate fist, attempting to block, but the speed is simply too much. His face contorted in a grimace of defeat, he realizes the overwhelming truth. Wai Yonho is simply too fast. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion and blue energy as his foot connects with the opponent's midsection. The unnamed opponent recoils, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, forced to concede the protagonist's overwhelming skill. It's a bitter pill to swallow, to see such power behind the words he'd dismissed. But victory isn't always about raw strength, he reminds himself, a desperate glint entering his eyes. With a surge of dark intent, his hand begins to glow with a sickly green aura, activating the lethal poison 7-step soul-chasing serpent. Wai Yonho turns his head slightly, his gaze sharp as he registers the shift in his opponent's tactics. The unnamed opponent's hand pulses with a virulent green energy, challenging the protagonist's unspoken judgment. He stands defiant, ready to face any condemnation for his choice. The green poison swirls around his fingers, a clear sign of the desperate measures he's willing to take. Wai Yonho, unfazed by the poison, dismisses his opponent's tactics. He calmly observes the situation, while the unnamed opponent, bewildered, questions his resilience, wondering if he is immune to all poisons. Wai Yonho clarifies that he is not truly immune, but rather has a strong resistance from consuming a legendary root. He pauses, considering his next move, his weapons held ready. Then, with a swift motion, a swirling blue energy erupts around him. He lunges forward, the blue aura intensifying, striking his opponent with immense force. The unnamed opponent recoils, his face contorting in shock and pain. His eyes bulge, and veins protrude, as the full impact of the strike overwhelms him. Still in motion from his previous strike, Wai Yonho delivers a powerful, arcing kick, a crescent of brilliant blue energy deflecting an unseen force. He lands with effortless grace, the residual blue energy shimmering around him before fading into the cracked ground. A calm, almost serene expression settles on his face, his dark eyes observing the unfolding chaos with an unnerving tranquility. Meanwhile, the unnamed opponent's face contorts in a mask of pure agony and disbelief, his mind screaming to halt the relentless assault. He couldn't believe this was happening. A slight smirk plays on Wai Yonho's lips, as if he can hear the opponent's desperate thoughts, taunting him with a quiet question. Without waiting for a response, he unleashes another torrent of brilliant blue energy, a powerful aura flaring around him. The surging force slams into the unnamed opponent, his body twisting violently from the impact. The blue energy continues to engulf him, creating a destructive vortex of power that tears at his form. Completely overwhelmed, the unnamed opponent is consumed by the explosive blue light, taking the full, devastating brunt of the attack. The blue energy from Wai Yonho's attack erupts, consuming his opponent, who lets out a pained shriek. As the force sends him reeling, his body staggering from the overwhelming impact. His face contorts in a silent scream, eyes wide with agony and disbelief. The onlookers gasp, their faces etched with shock at the sheer power displayed. Wai Yonho stands calmly amidst the fading energy, his simple broom held loosely in one hand, a faint white aura still clinging to him. Looking down at the defeated man who lies motionless on the ground. A dark, smoky energy swirls around the fallen figure, a final, heavy thud marking the end of the confrontation, leaving the opponent utterly vanquished and the stunned onlookers sitting in silent awe. Wai Yonho gazes down, a thought forming in his mind about his master's words. He recalls his master's words, a simple truth that resonates deeply. If an opponent feels like something truly formidable, then he shouldn't hesitate to simply beat them into submission. Meanwhile, the defeated opponent, his face etched with disbelief, mutters, "I can't believe it. He defeated the first darkness so easily." A deeper thought surfaces, a memory of his lineage and the power he wields. His father spent decades perfecting him as the Sage of Black Void. Observing the man's distress, Wai Yonho considers the situation, thinking it would be convenient if he could just back off now. Suddenly, a sharp, cracking sound echoes. As the unnamed opponent's hands begin to visibly fracture, the ornate rings on his fingers unable to conceal the damage. He stares at his own hands in utter shock, a single word escaping his lips. "Huh." The cracking intensifies, and Wai Yonho, witnessing the bizarre phenomenon, can only think, amazing. A large, bald man with a wide, almost grotesque smile observes the scene, his eyes gleaming with an intense fascination, muttering, "Amazing." He continues, his gaze fixed on something unseen above him. That kind of martial prowess at that age. It's amazing. Nearby, Wai Yonho, a slight smile playing on his lips, agrees, "You're right." The large man lets out a soft chuckle. Hee. The unnamed young woman, standing beside Wai Yonho, looks at him with confusion. "Why are you happy?" Wai Yonho, still smiling, explains, "He's praising me." But the young woman retorts with a dismissive, "Bullshit." The large man, seemingly oblivious to their exchange, continues his observation, his expression shifting to one of deep contemplation as he murmurs, "Would you look at that?" A soft, almost reverent sound escapes him, a low, drawn-out hum of astonishment. Both Wai Yonho and the large man now lie on the ground, the scene having shifted dramatically as a thought echoes. "However, if I think about it from a different perspective." The large, bald man, his face etched with a knowing smile, begins to speak, declaring that everything was worth it, because he had finally encountered a martial artist as exceptionally talented as Wai Yonho. Then, with a direct gaze, he poses the question, would he consider working for him? Wai Yonho remains silent, his expression unreadable, as an internal voice questions the man's true intentions. The large man stands before him, a silhouette against the dim light, as the offer continues. With a backdrop of fiery energy, the man promises to give him things he could never have even imagined. His hands glow with golden energy as he declares his intention to grant Wai Yonho the power to rule over the world and immense wealth. Yet, despite the grand promises, Wai Yonho's expression hardens, for he would never fall for such sweet words. He would never be swayed by mere temptations. A young woman with dark hair tied back gazes intently, her expression unreadable. Then, a voice echoes, drawing a sharp, visceral reaction from him. "You." His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he declares, "I'll fall for it." His hands clench, knuckles white, as an urgent thought demands, "Give me more details." Then, a chilling voice rings out, a direct threat aimed at him. "Die, Wai Yonho." His face contorts in a scream of pure anguish and terror, as the name of someone precious escapes his lips. Iyunji, a sinister figure, his eyes glowing crimson, extends a hand, offering unimaginable power and the chance to rule the world with immense wealth. His hand, adorned with ornate rings, pulses with dark, crimson energy. Wai Yonho listens, his expression serious, knowing that anyone with even an inkling of morals and ethics would reject such a proposition. Mun Yunji's wide, concerned eyes reflect the sentiment, understanding that no one of good conscience would ever fall for such sweet words. Wai Yonho's jaw tightens, his gaze fixed on the unseen speaker. Yet, a different figure, with sharp features and eyes glowing with a cold blue light, smiles darkly, declaring his willingness to accept the offer. His hand, now crackling with the same blue energy, reaches out, demanding more details of the promised power. Li Wangya, the emperor's brother, turns sharply, his voice laced with indignation as he demands to know what is happening. He questions the very notion, wondering aloud if power and wealth could truly hold such importance. From behind him, a calm voice simply affirms, "Well, yeah." The official, still looking down, echoes the sentiment, "Yeah." He then clears his throat, acknowledging the truth of the matter, while Mun Yunji weeps beside him and Wai Yonho observes with quiet composure. That's true. Of course. Puffing out his chest, he challenges the unseen tempter, demanding to know how much could possibly be offered, boasting that he himself could provide it all. A sudden, heavy thud resonates, and the official's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips. The tempter's voice, dismissive of his meager claims, cuts through the air, reminding him that even the emperor's brother could only offer a mere official position, whereas he could bestow all the power and wealth one could ever desire. Nok Ji observes Wai Yonho, who stands with Mun Yunji nearby, and remarks that he is clearly losing this argument, prompting a small, nervous sound from the young girl. He continues, explaining that a man involved in schemes and conspiracies is very different from one who helps to reveal them, then asks about his master. Nok Ji challenges him, asking if his master never taught him morality, to which Wai Yonho responds with a question of his own, "My master?" Affirming his question, Nok Ji insists on knowing what advice his master gave him for such situations, believing it will help them now. Nok Ji observes Wai Yonho, noting that he must hold his master's words in very high regard. Wai Yonho asserts that there is no way a master would teach his disciple bad morals, assuring Nok Ji that his master's teachings are about something else entirely. He then begins to quote his master. Nok Ji, intrigued, urges him to continue, eager to hear the master's advice. Wai Yonho reveals his master's pragmatic teaching, to always side with whoever offers more money. He continues, explaining that his master had taught him that morals and acknowledgement held no true value, because they were not what would truly sustain him. As the ethereal form of his master manifests, glowing with an inner light, he recalls the core of the teaching. The master had stated that the correct path was to accept money when offered, rather than attempting to be kind. A look of utter disbelief crosses Nok Ji's face, uttering a shocked exclamation. Confirming his master's wisdom, the young man asserts that morals and acknowledgement are indeed meaningless, to which Nok Ji responds that his father understands the value of those who prove helpful. Turning his back slightly, Nok Ji then poses a direct question, asking if he would consider working for his father. The young man's expression shifts to one of mild annoyance, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He lets out a sigh, muttering a rhetorical question about the necessity of labor. Nok Ji, eager to please, assures Wai Yonho that he won't have to work, promising him the best food and rest all day, every day. Wai Yonho takes a slow drag from his pipe, contemplating the offer, repeating the phrase, "all day, every day." Nok Ji, misinterpreting the silence, quickly adds that he was foolish to even suggest work, reaffirming that the promised reward would still be given regardless. A flicker of surprise crosses Wai Yonho's face as he asks, "Really?" Pleased with the apparent acceptance, Nok Ji praises him as generous and a true man. Laughing heartily and declaring his own generosity pales in comparison. The surrounding officials watch the exchange, their expressions a mix of curiosity and amusement. After a beat, Wai Yonho finally asks, "Then, what do I have to do?" His question catches Nok Ji off guard, leaving him with a look of slight bewilderment. A guttural sound of frustration escapes Nok Ji, his face contorted in a snarl. He demands of Wai Yonho, "Can you kill all these people first?" Wai Yonho, taken aback, can only respond with a questioning, "Sorry?" Behind him, the group of bound officials, including Mun Yunji, Li Wangya, and other high-ranking figures, remain tied and helpless, their faces etched with fear and despair. Wai Yonho turns his back to the scene, a thought forming in his mind. It is only natural that those who commit treason are sentenced to death. He calmly reiterates, "That's what he said." But a sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaims, "What?" Nok Ji presses him further, his voice laced with accusation. "So why did you commit treason?" Wai Yonho looks away, a silent question hanging in the air. What treason? He's making it up, isn't he? Nok Ji's face darkens, his anger flaring as he challenges Wai Yonho's apparent belief in the accusation. Really believe him? But the situation, the book of signatures, he then explodes. Ah, you damned bastard. Wai Yonho turns his head away, his expression troubled as he quietly states, I've never killed anyone before. With a resolute gaze, he declares, then, now, I'll do it. Bring me a sword. A faint swish of air accompanies the delivery, as a blade is placed into his waiting hands. Nok Ji, observing the scene, remarks with a hint of disdain, like to dirty my own hands, do you? But as the newly acquired sword glows with an ethereal blue light, Wai Yonho muses, there should be no reason for handing out sentences. Suddenly, an official from the bound group cries out, stop. I'm sure you are a learned man. Nok Ji's expression twists in annoyance at the interruption. While Wai Yonho, his gaze now sharp and direct, challenges Nok Ji, how can you do something so disloyal to the nation? He continues, his voice firm, what I am doing right now is to stand against such treachery, the glowing blue sword held aloft as a symbol of his resolve. He continues, his voice unwavering, is out of loyalty to the country. A young woman cries out in distress, Father. Nok Ji, his face contorted in anguish, apologizes, I'm sorry Yunji. But before he can continue, Wai Yonho's hand glows with blue energy, cutting him off. I think that's enough. With a powerful surge of blue light, he executes a dynamic maneuver, the air crackling with impact. The dark sky above seems to ripple from the force. Nok Ji stares, utterly stunned. How is this strong? Wai Yonho turns, his voice calm. Did you forget what we just talked about? Wai Yonho, still radiating power, dismisses the idea of course, adding that he has had enough of playing around. He then poses a question, his gaze sharp, asking what is truly necessary. What, he asks, is truly necessary to achieve a state of ultimate laziness? His answer comes swiftly, avoiding trouble is. A serious expression settles on his face as he continues to speak, his words carrying the weight of experience. He recalls a time he once broke an ink slab his master cherished, while the master was away. A sharp cry of pain echoes from the past, as he remembers his master only returning 3 days later. Yet, those 3 days felt like an eternity of dread, he reflects, clutching his cheek. When his master finally returned, he was beaten to the brink of death. He recalls the aftermath of his master's harsh lesson, a strange sensation washing over him as he held the glowing object, feeling much better despite the pain. Afterward, the world seemed to shift. In the flashback, a younger Wai Yonho sits before his master, Mu-san, reflecting that he should have just hit him back then. Suddenly, an external voice cuts through his thoughts, as a bald man with earrings interjects. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Wai Yonho, eyes closed in contemplation, continues his internal monologue, recalling that someone said that while he should not forget his hatred, he should also not forget what others have done for him. His hand, still holding the glowing object, emphasizes the weight of the lesson. While he should not forget his hatred, he should also not forget what others have done for him. A memory flashes of Mu-san, a younger Wai Yonho, Mun Yunji, and another young woman, as the wisdom echoes. Those who forget their debts will end up paying more in the end. The bald man, listening intently, offers his own proverb, pay back what you owe before the interest compounds. He considers the weight of his obligations, believing it's time to settle his debts. And that includes those he owes to others. The royal head inspector, Li Wangya, interjects, his expression thoughtful, wondering if all those words are truly meant to stop him. In a memory, the young woman with the red ribbon in her hair stands beside him, both observing something with quiet intensity. A large, bald man with piercing red eyes nods slowly, acknowledging the sentiment. His voice deepens, a challenge in his tone, as he declares that all those words are just empty threats, incapable of stopping him. Then, a booming, unrestrained laugh erupts from him, filling the space with its raw power. His face contorts with the sheer force of his mirth, a wide, gaping maw of amusement. The sound echoes, a deep, resonant thump, accompanying his powerful laughter. The large man, adorned with heavy necklaces, stares down with an air of absolute authority. His eye, sharp and calculating, narrows as he challenges, do you truly believe I was attempting to recruit you out of fear? From behind, Wai Yonho's dark hair frames his calm demeanor, as he simply replies, not really. Facing his opponent directly, he adds, it didn't appear that way at all. A low rustle precedes the large man's hand rising, heavy with ornate rings and a bracelet. Golden energy begins to crackle around his outstretched palm, as he declares, good, then. Let me tell you this, if I want. The golden aura intensifies, swirling into a powerful, indistinct form. Before he finishes with a chilling promise, I can kill you like you're nothing. The unnamed large man unleashes his power, a torrent of brilliant golden energy erupting from his form and swirling violently around him. As the luminous aura expands rapidly, engulfing the space around Wai Yonho, who simply observes the spectacle, his voice calm as he challenges, you should show me if an aura that I'm the only one who has is. From a distance, Mu-san watches the display with a furrowed brow, wondering aloud if the man also possesses martial arts. The golden energy then coalesces with a sharp cha sound, forming into a colossal, glowing hand, before exploding outwards with a resounding ah, sending shockwaves of light across the area. The explosive force continues to ripple, a second ah echoing through the air, as the brilliant golden energy slowly begins to dissipate, leaving only faint traces of its immense power. A torrent of golden energy erupted, distorting the very air with a powerful, resonating sound. The raw power continued to surge, filling the space with its overwhelming presence, reaching a deafening crescendo as the golden aura pulsed with immense force. Amidst the swirling energy, the large man's voice boomed, offering a chilling piece of advice to his opponent. He continued, his words laced with contempt, telling his adversary to stop being lazy in their next life. Yet, Wai Yonho remained utterly unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of fear or surprise. Behind him, Mu San and Nok Ji, along with another official, watched with wide-eyed concern, their faces etched with shock at the display of power. A thought crossed Wai Yonho's mind, a flicker of recognition as he mused that he had seen this technique somewhere before. With a slight smirk, he affirmed his realization, confirming the memory. The unnamed large man's golden aura pulsed with power, his voice echoing with absolute certainty that he had unleashed an ultimate technique, one his opponent couldn't possibly react to in time. But as his eyes narrowed, a faint red glow ignited within their depths, signaling a shift in his resolve. In an instant, Wai Yonho moved, a blur of motion leaving multiple afterimages as he closed the distance, catching his opponent completely off guard. Before the unnamed large man could even register the attack, Wai Yonho was already behind him, his hand extended, having delivered a precise strike. The golden aura around the larger man's body flickered and dissipated, the impact of the blow rippling through him. Stunned, the unnamed large man looked down at his side, a single word of disbelief escaping his lips. Wai Yonho stood over him, calm and collected, simply asking if he was finished. The unnamed large man's face contorted in utter shock and defeat, his confidence shattered. From a distance, both Mu San and Nok Ji watched the swift conclusion, their expressions mirroring the same astonishment and disbelief. Wai Yonho, having already delivered a decisive blow, simply states his intention. As his leg snaps forward with blinding speed, a surge of brilliant blue energy trailing behind it. The unnamed large man barely has time to react as the powerful kick connects squarely with his face, sending a shockwave through him. The impact generates a concentrated burst of azure light, the sheer force distorting the air around it. A swirling vortex of blue energy and debris erupts from the point of contact, engulfing the defeated opponent. The expanding aura of power radiates outwards, a testament to the devastating strike. As the brilliant blue light begins to fade, the true extent of the attack becomes clear. Wai Yonho completes his motion, a faint blue glow still clinging to his leg, and calmly remarks that it was nothing more than a single kick. Around him, dust and debris slowly settle, the aftermath of his effortless power. Anyway, he thinks, his leg snapping forward with blinding speed, a powerful kick aimed at his opponent. The target cries out in a desperate, choked sound, unable to fully comprehend the sudden assault. A thunderous impact echoes as the kick connects, sending a shockwave of blue energy through the air. The opponent's body contorts violently, propelled backward by the sheer power of the strike. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy and debris, they are flung further into the distance. The figure vanishes into an expanding cloud of light and dust, leaving only residual energy in their wake. Just one kick. With blue energy particles still swirling around him, Wai Yonho casually dismisses the force of his previous attack, stating that he did not kick that hard, and the opponent is fine. The lingering blue energy trails down, emphasizing the speed and power of his movement, as his foot, the instrument of the swift strike, is still surrounded by the dissipating aura. Below, a group of men stare up in utter disbelief, their faces etched with shock. The sky above them is clear, yet shimmering with faint, residual magical energy. Wai Yonho descends gracefully, his gaze sweeping over the stunned onlookers. Among the group, one man cradles another, who appears to be unconscious or severely injured. Mu San, his brow furrowed with concern, begins to speak, questioning the extent of the damage. Still surrounded by a faint blue glow, Wai Yonho reassures him, confident in his own control and the opponent's resilience. A cloud of dust and debris billows outward, the lingering impact of the strike echoing with a dull thud. From within the settling haze, Wai Yonho's voice cuts through the silence, casually asking if they should continue. Before he can take another step, a desperate cry rings out, a plea for him to wait. The unnamed opponent, his face contorted in pain and fear, suggests they simply pretend the entire incident never occurred. His jaw trembles with the effort of speaking, the shock of his defeat evident in every line of his face. As the opponent's desperate plea hangs in the air, Wai Yonho stands unfazed, while Mu San, Mun Yunji, and Nok Ji watch the unfolding drama with varying degrees of concern. Wai Yonho dismisses the suggestion with a scoff, ordering the man's immediate arrest as the opponent lies defeated on the ground. His purple robe shifts slightly, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. As shadowy figures move to apprehend him, The opponent desperately pleads for release, protesting that his status as a high official makes such treatment a violation of royal protocol. As the consequences of his actions began to unfold, Wai Yonho stood silently among other figures. While elsewhere, a young official with scars on his cheek contemplated the gravity of the situation, knowing that if he failed to return home, his father would surely believe things had gone terribly wrong. Under the pale moonlight, he understood that his father would then resort to a final, desperate gamble. He walked away from the palace, burdened by the thought that no matter the circumstances, the ringing of the royal palace bell would bring dire consequences, and he had to send him back to prevent a bloodbath within the palace walls. Meanwhile, an older, white-haired minister, his face contorted in anger, cursed the situation, calling someone an evil bastard. His gaze hardened, as he wrestled with the same daunting question. Did he truly have to send him back to prevent a bloodbath in the palace? He knew that even if he chose not to send him back, and the individual reported the events himself, it would be incredibly difficult to protect his own household, and to make matters worse, Nok Ji would undoubtedly exploit the situation with his much more cunning and evil methods. As the political turmoil deepens with eunuchs executed without trial due to their affiliation with Nok Ji, the younger official confronts his superior, demanding to know if he truly intends to stand by and watch the royal palace be thrown into chaos. The older official's face remains grim, his expression etched with the weight of his own concerns. Turning sharply to face the younger man, he curtly dismisses his concerns. His robes swish as he begins to move away, his frustration palpable. Outside, the night sky hangs heavy, a lone tree branch silhouetted against the darkness. He pauses, then turns back to the younger official, offering a piece of advice. As the two officials, perhaps accompanied by a guard, walk away, their conversation continues to unfold. The younger official warns that the emperor will surely perceive his actions as a direct threat to his throne, and might even use this as an excuse to diminish his power and influence. A scarred, imposing man stares down at Wai Yonho, demanding that if he truly wishes to live properly, he must first abandon his current disguise. The man's expression hardens, a single word escaping his lips: fool. Wai Yonho, unfazed, simply replies that he will keep that in mind for their next encounter. The scarred man's frustration is palpable, a low curse escaping him. Wai Yonho then adds, he doesn't particularly wish to remain human, to which the scarred man retorts, you won't. Wai Yonho clarifies, at least not in his current appearance. A determined glint enters his eyes, as he turns his back and begins to walk away, leaving the confrontation behind. Soon, Wai Yonho and two companions are seen departing from a grand building, stepping into a new, brighter landscape. With a casual air, Wai Yonho declares that it is finally over. And with a final instruction for the others to handle the rest, he begins to walk away. He glances back, reiterating his intention to sleep, leaving the others to their duties. Mun Yunji, however, is not amused, her voice rising in disbelief as she questions if he truly intends to sleep again. She reminds him of his responsibilities, demanding if he has forgotten his rights. With a dismissive tch, he warns them not to wake him, declaring his intention to sleep until tomorrow. Then, without another word, he turns and sprints away. Mun Yunji can only stare in utter bewilderment, muttering a confused, what the hell, as he disappears. As a historian, one has a duty to document even the hidden sides of history. And so, after that fateful day, Wai Yonho's life became incredibly comfortable. He murmured in contentment, feeling utterly blissful, as Li Wangya and Mun Yunji had apparently resolved all the problems from that day. But of course, that had absolutely nothing to do with him. Instead, he was served delicious meals 3 times a day right to his room, and no one dared to scold him for sleeping in late. It was, in essence, absolute paradise. Sunlight streamed gently through the traditional doors, illuminating dust motes dancing in the peaceful air. The quiet of the room hung heavy, undisturbed by any sound or movement. Suddenly, a small foot descended, landing with a soft thud beside the head of the sleeping figure, shattering the tranquility. A firm voice cut through the air, demanding he rise. Wai Yonho remained stubbornly asleep, even as Mun Yunji settled beside him, her presence a clear signal that his rest was truly over. She stood over him, her patience wearing thin, ready to escalate her efforts. Her expression was stern as she spoke, knowing full well his feigned slumber. I know you're only pretending to be asleep. Get up. Mun Yunji waited, her gaze unwavering, expecting immediate compliance. Finally sitting up, Wai Yonho looked annoyed as she declared, Father, I need to see you. He thought to himself that he wasn't the one who wanted to see him, suggesting she should ask him herself, but Mun Yunji was having none of it, warning him, you're not going to get away with this. She pressed on, reminding him, go see him when you've been rolling around all day for 7 days, right? He could only internally plead, can't I just see him another day? Still determined, she pulls at his leg with all her might, her voice echoing with urgency. He lets out a pained grunt, his body sliding across the floor as she drags him along. Finally reaching the entrance to a room, Mun Yunji announces their arrival to the figure within. Wai Yonho, now standing, adjusts his hair, preparing himself for the inevitable meeting. He slowly approaches the seated Mu San, who observes him with a serene expression. Mu San's gaze is steady, his voice calm as he addresses Mun Yunji. A slight smile plays on the elder's lips, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Mun Yunji and Wai Yonho stand side by side, both bowing respectfully before the master. But Musan's next words are directed solely at Wai Yonho, a clear dismissal for the young girl. He watches Mun Yunji depart, then turns his attention back to the young man kneeling before him. Wai Yonho, still on his knees, looks up as the elder speaks, a hint of confusion in his expression, wondering why he was told to stay behind. You're supposed to stay behind. He points a finger, clarifying his instruction. He means you. Musan's gaze is firm, leaving no room for argument. Sit. The weight of the command settles heavily in the air, and Wai Yonho, now seated opposite the master, finds himself in a private audience, with only Nok Ji observing from a distance. I will teach you. The young man's eyes widen slightly at the unexpected declaration, me? Musan simply exhales, a soft sound of resignation or perhaps amusement. Phew. His hand rests on the table, the golden fabric of his robe shimmering softly in the light. With Musan's unexpected offer still resonating, a hand reaches out, ready to accept whatever the master presents. Bowing deeply, Wai Yonho acknowledges the instruction as Musan confirms his acceptance. Then, with a simple gesture, the master presents a small, ornate object. With a soft click, Wai Yonho takes the item into his hand. His expression shifts to one of confusion as he examines the strange object. Musan then asks if he recognizes the item, to which Wai Yonho honestly replies that he does not. A slight frown crosses Musan's face as he questions why Wai Yonho would take something without knowing what it was, prompting the young man to internally justify his action, thinking it simply looked expensive. His master's hands, gnarled with age, carefully present a long, slender object, its hilt adorned with intricate gold and black patterns. As Wai Yonho takes the sword, he can't help but notice its exquisite craftsmanship, a thought his master echoes, remarking that it looks valuable. Still, the young man hesitates, questioning the gift, but Musan quickly cuts him off, reminding him not to act like a child and ask for it back after he's already received it. Wai Yonho tries to clarify, explaining that he's not asking for it back, but rather asserting that since it's now in his possession, it's rightfully his. Musan's expression darkens, his voice rising in frustration, demanding the young man let him speak. He then reveals the sword's true identity, proclaiming it to be the Royal Inspector's divine relic, a legendary artifact. This isn't just any weapon. It's an item that commands respect, granting its wielder status wherever they go. The revelation leaves Wai Yonho stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at the weight of the gift he now holds. He gazes down at the ornate hilt, the intricate patterns now seeming to pulse with a newfound significance. Wai Yonho, still processing the weight of the divine relic, questions if that is truly all there is to the gift, prompting a thoughtful from Musan. Instead of the relic, Musan suggests something more practical, like money to buy a room or a house, leaving Wai Yonho utterly bewildered. He can only wonder why Musan is acting so foolishly, protesting that he cannot simply behave as if the legendary gift was worth so little. His expression shifts to one of disbelief as he reiterates that the significance of that day is far beyond any monetary value. Musan, however, simply holds out a handful of coins, explaining that give and take is simply how the world operates. A wide, almost mischievous grin spreads across Wai Yonho's face as he makes an okay gesture, seemingly accepting the absurd proposition. He finds himself in a difficult position, admitting internally that he loves the idea but cannot bring himself to voice it aloud. Musan, observing his reaction, reiterates his offer, asking if he truly desires money instead of the sacred divine relic, a subtle tremor in the air betraying the tension. The elder's hand remains outstretched, holding the tempting currency, a silent challenge laid before the young warrior. Wai Yonho, still processing the unexpected offer, admits that while he did learn manners, he cannot accept it directly. His master, Musan, holds up a finely crafted writing brush, stating, I did learn manners, you know. Musan then looks at him with a knowing, almost mischievous expression. As he gestures towards a dark, ornate ink block, Wai Yonho, still confused, questions the offering, noting its expensive appearance. Are you giving this to me too? It looks pretty expensive. Musan clears his throat, explaining that the item is his favorite ink block. Ahem, that's his favorite ink block. He lets out a soft sigh, phew, before clarifying that the ink block is a gift from the Royal Inspectors, implying that accepting it means he will be treated as one of them. That is the Royal Inspector's gift. You will be treated well if you take this with you. Musan leans forward, his hands clasped, emphasizing the weight of his words. It means that I am giving you a position as a Royal Inspector. He considers the implications of the offer, wondering if accepting it would simply mean more work for him. With a soft thud, Musan places an ink block onto a small, dark box. He clarifies that by accepting this gift, Wai Yonho would gain an official position. Wai Yonho questions the meaning, but Musan simply insists he take his words at face value. With a slight chuckle, Wai Yonho agrees to the terms, acknowledging Musan's seniority. The Royal Inspectors, it is known, have been secretly dispatching agents to Zhongyuan, a detail that seems to weigh heavily on Wai Yonho's mind. Musan reveals that the position has been vacant for some time, expressing his strong desire for Wai Yonho to take it. Nok-ji, now present, interjects, questioning if the ink block is the only incentive being offered. He quickly retracts his statement, offering more and even threatening to sell his own house to sweeten the deal, playfully calling Wai Yonho a turtle in his eagerness. Wai Yonho dismisses the potential annoyance of the royal inspector position, while Mu-san, ever the calm presence, simply states that it is nothing. His words hang in the air, leaving Wai Yonho to ponder their meaning. A faint smile plays on Wai Yonho's lips, a hint of amusement mixed with his contemplation. Meanwhile, Nok-ji watches him intently, his expression a mix of eagerness and concern. Wai Yonho then asks about the household and master of the royal inspector, to which Mu-san replies that he cannot say. A tense silence falls over the group, the weight of the unspoken words pressing down. Wai Yonho's gaze sharpens as he questions if Mu-san's reluctance stems from a lack of trust. Mu-san remains stoic, his expression unreadable. He acknowledges Wai Yonho's awareness of his identity, yet still refuses to fully trust him. He stares intently, his voice laced with disbelief as he demands to know if the young man intends to conceal his true self. The young man's gaze is steady as he counters, explaining that it is not a matter of identity. A slight pause hangs in the air, a silent question forming on his lips. He clarifies his stance, stating that he simply cannot place his trust in someone who conceals their martial arts and is so clearly putting on an act. The three men remain seated around the low table, the weight of the conversation settling between them. The elder's eyes widen in surprise, a challenge forming in his mind as he asks, how many seconds would it take to defeat Nan Moyang? His expression shifts to utter astonishment as he repeats the implied answer, 5 seconds? A crimson aura flares around the young man as he rises, preparing to demonstrate his power, muttering that he truly dislikes such displays. He moves with impossible speed, leaving only streaks of vibrant red energy in his wake. As his power surged, Wai Yonho's form became a blur of motion, a vibrant red aura erupting around him and illuminating the intricate grid lines on the floor beneath his feet. At the heart of this energy, a translucent sphere pulsed with an ethereal glow. While Master Mu-san, enveloped in the reflected crimson light, closed his eyes, sensing the raw force of the unfolding display. The power coalesced, his hand glowing with an intense red energy. As he stood amidst the swirling crimson, a silent observer of his own burgeoning strength. His legs, wreathed in the same fiery aura, blurred with impossible speed. Then, with a sudden shift, the red energy cooled to a profound blue as he declared, I will not be played in someone else's Go game. His face, now illuminated by the serene but resolute blue glow, hardened with unwavering determination. The target of his demonstration remained oblivious, a figure sleeping peacefully, unaware of the power about to descend. Wai Yonho stands on a glowing red grid, a look of mild annoyance on his face as he declares his reluctance. Below them, the intricate red lines of the formation pulse with increasing intensity, illuminating the space around him and Mun Yunji. Soon, he finds himself alone on the expanding, glowing pattern, the magical energy swirling around him. The grid itself transforms, forming a complex, almost three-dimensional structure, its lines weaving into cubes and intricate pathways. Meanwhile, Master Mu-san, eyes closed in deep concentration, channels immense power, a vibrant red aura flaring around him with glowing particles. His clasped hands glow with the same potent red energy, the air around them shimmering with raw magical force. Back on the grid, Wai Yonho looks up, enveloped by the surging red aura and brilliant particles, the power of the formation now fully surrounding him. He finds himself caught in a situation he didn't choose, feeling as though he's merely a piece in someone else's elaborate game. Meanwhile, Master Mu-san pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, before addressing him. He asks, you knew that I'm capable of martial arts? Wai Yonho replies, finding the situation peculiar. I know there are many who are crazily obsessed with it. He continues, questioning the grand scale of the setup, but traveling across dimensions just to play Go. That's a bit much. And why was I the only one here to play Go? Mu-san reflects, his thoughts echoing his earlier suspicions. I assumed there was some kind of plot, and I happened to appear. He continues, recalling the lack of further developments. Then, nothing appeared, leading to the whole incident. It was at that point, he reveals, that he had to make a critical choice, on whom to side with. He looks at the young man, his expression thoughtful, as he asks if they were not the obvious choice. The elder's gaze drops, considering the weight of his own words. While Wai Yonho, looking up, acknowledges that Master Mu-san would not have made such a decision lightly. He considers the rumors of a power greater than the royal head monk, pulling strings from behind the scenes. Mu-san then admits it's difficult to believe it was all for something so trivial, and that the most likely culprit is. Wai Yonho's face contorts in distress as the word treason forms in his mind, a chilling realization. The elder's expression remains unreadable, a silent beat passing between them. Before Mu-san asks, with a hint of surprise, why he would have helped them. His thoughts drift to a young girl, surrounded by stern guards, the one who had called for him. Mu-san looks down at Wai Yonho, who kneels before him, the younger man's name escaping his lips in a frustrated exclamation. Wai Yonho admits to himself that he was truly ready to flee. Mu-san, meanwhile, calmly explains that his actions were necessary, that the meaning behind them and the world's matters are important, but that ultimately, they shouldn't overshadow the value of a single person. Now seated across from his master, Wai Yonho still feels the weight of his frustration, the entire situation leaving a bitter taste. He considers the implications, the watchful eyes of figures like Nok Ji, his own gaze hardening as he processes the gravity of the situation. Reaching out, he makes his intent clear, asking directly if Mu-san is truly planning an act of treason. Mu-san, with a calm demeanor, asks what he intends to do. His hand gestures dismissively, as Wai Yonho internally considers that if he were to act, he would simply go to sleep comfortably. The elder then presses, asking if he truly believes he is planning treason, or if he wants him to pray for his success, questioning if he has no intention of reporting this to the emperor. The young man hangs suspended, his dark robes flowing around him, his expression unreadable as he listens, before a slight smirk plays on his lips, acknowledging that at least he received gold. His eyes, though inverted, hold a sharp glint, while Mu-san watches him with a knowing gaze. A hearty laugh escapes him, as Mu-san acknowledges the cleverness of his companion. He then admits that the man before him is even better than he had anticipated. Wai Yonho, seated respectfully, confirms the assessment, swearing on his honor that they were not plotting treason. Instead, he clarifies, their true purpose was simply to gather forces against Nok Ji. A sudden gravity settles over Mu-san's features, as he realizes the true depth of the problem. Nok Ji has already caught on to their intentions. Wai Yonho then poses a question, asking if Mu-san understands why Nok Ji sent Nok Mokpong in the first place. He reveals the sinister truth. It was a calculated move to force him into killing Mokpong. As his eyes glow with a subtle red light, Wai Yonho continues to unravel the intricate plot. Nok Ji's true intention wasn't to eliminate Wai Yonho directly, but to use Mokpong's death as a means to obtain the hidden evidence he sought. He explains how Nok Ji, with his martial arts capabilities, had orchestrated a complex scheme, pulling strings from the shadows. This intricate plot led to a bloody confrontation, where he had gathered all those people, resulting in a tragic loss. Mu-san nods, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, remarking that was precisely when Wai Yonho had stepped in. The young man listens intently, as Mu-san, holding his cup, offers a quiet apology if his previous assessment had been displeasing. He clarifies that the situation was far more intricate than merely playing on the go board, as he had initially put it. Wai Yonho continues, explaining that in the aftermath, only Yuan and he were the sole survivors at that moment, urging the elder to believe him. Mu-san, now fully convinced, simply states, I said all right. With the truth laid bare and his trust earned, Mu-san then poses a critical question, asking if he would take on the secret royal inspector role. Mu-san continues to explain the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that his words hold significant weight. However, Wai Yonho, clearly unenthused, makes it clear he has no intention of actively seeking out such responsibilities. Undeterred, Mu-san simply reiterates that it doesn't change the fundamental truth of the matter, his gaze unwavering. He explains that the world itself will not allow him to remain in peace, even if he wishes to avoid its demands. Even after Wai Yonho's departure, Mu-san's thoughts linger on their encounter, a faint smile playing on his lips as he muses, I feel like we will. His long, white beard rustles slightly. As the other officials, Nok Ji and High Official A, look on, one of them murmuring, what? Mu-san turns to them, his expression thoughtful, asking, what do you think? One of them responds, a hint of awe in his voice, he's more than I expected. Mu-san nods, confirming their assessment, admitting that while he anticipated great skill, he hadn't expected Wai Yonho to be capable of clearly perceiving his own martial arts. Meanwhile, a determined glint appears in Wai Yonho's eyes, a faint purple energy beginning to emanate from him. As Mu-san and the officials continue their discussion, one of them expressing concern that they may have picked up a monster or even a demon, warning that if they aren't careful, he might end up devouring them instead. Despite the ominous words, Wai Yonho's resolve hardens, his glowing eyes reflecting his conviction. The risk is worth it. Nok Ji reflects on the young man's unexpected depth, acknowledging that if his martial prowess were his only asset, understanding him would be simple. But he was smart too, knowing everything that transpired yet playing along until the very end, proving he was not merely strong, but also cunning. Meanwhile, Mu-san, Nok Ji, and High Official A stand together, their gazes fixed on the distant figure, with Mu-san voicing a profound concern, wondering who could have possibly raised such a monster. Nok Ji, turning to High Official A, issues a direct command to investigate every detail about him, emphasizing the difficulty of finding his deceased master, but insisting they uncover his family origins, demanding full understanding. As the day slowly fades, the sky deepens into twilight, and night fully descends, casting a serene glow from the moon over the landscape. High above, on a tiled rooftop, Wai Yonho lies in quiet contemplation, gazing up at the luminous orb. A voice breaks the silence, questioning his imminent departure, asking if he is leaving. From below, Nok Ji addresses the young man on the rooftop, declaring he won't allow him to leave without a proper farewell. Wai Yonho suddenly stands up, Turning back with a slight smile, he acknowledges that Nok Ji did allow him to stay there for a while. The official reminds him that despite the hospitality, he was planning on leaving soon anyway. The young man simply agrees. He then adds that he learned a lot during his time there. With a thoughtful expression, his hands clasped. Nok Ji, looking up at him, questions what exactly he means by learning. Wai Yonho explains that the two most important things are that even scholars who read a lot often don't live according to the ideas they read, and that's right. He gestures casually, confirming his understanding of the situation. The high official, however, seems more concerned, remarking that Rulin is a rather frightening place. He pauses, deep in thought. Before Wai Yonho responds, feigning surprise, he never would have imagined such a thing. His expression remains unreadable as he reiterates, in Rulin. The official then adds, with a hint of admiration, that Li Wangya's martial prowess is truly impressive. Wai Yonho lets out a small, knowing laugh, his eyes glinting as he challenges. Why doesn't he give up the act? He leans in slightly, his gaze piercing as he asks if the official already knew. The high official's face, framed by his mustache and goatee, shows a subtle shift in expression, betraying his earlier pretense. He confirms the official's understanding, then, with a slight frown, asks for a favor, assuring him of his discretion. The official, in turn, promises his silence, but expresses his desire to continue living as a scholar. He then sets his own condition, asking for one piece of information in return. Wai Yonho reflects on his master's words, recalling the instruction to witness the world's ruin, and how he had expected to find justice there. Instead, what he encountered was the profound bitterness of a world where everyone holds their own ideals, but the nature of those ideals varies greatly from person to person. When such deeply held ideals inevitably clash, people are forced to confront a harsh truth. Everyone understands the need to detach from worldly ties, yet untangling such complex knots often takes far too long. Those who lack the patience to meticulously untie them will simply find other, more drastic ways to cut the knot entirely. The high official's words echo in his mind, a stark reminder that such a mindset only breeds arrogant individuals with tarnished consciences. He recalls the official's cynical observation about those who would abandon their own children and even their adopted sons to their deaths. Wai Yonho, his expression etched with concern, wonders if the entire world truly operates in such a manner. The high official, turning away, admits that while the palace might be worse in some respects, he doesn't believe other places are much different. Lost in thought, Wai Yonho ponders what his master, Mu-san, might have wanted him to witness or understand. He sighs, acknowledging that the world moves too quickly for someone as deliberate as himself to fully comprehend. A memory surfaces, of Mu-san asking him if that wasn't sufficient, before adding a gentle huh, as if sensing his student's deeper contemplation. The master's wise voice continues, explaining that those who move swiftly will indeed perceive and learn a great deal. However, he concludes, it is perhaps those who are slower who will discern the finer details with greater clarity. He ponders the futility of knowing his future, questioning what purpose such foresight could possibly serve. His master's words echo in his mind, a gentle reminder that the world itself will guide his path if he simply walks at his own pace, seeing with his own eyes. A profound connection forms between the wisdom of the elder and the earnest gaze of the young disciple, their shared understanding transcending time. He internalizes the teaching, asking himself if he should truly experience the world simply as he is, without pretense or expectation. Closing his eyes in deep meditation, he brings his hands together, seeking clarity within. His hands form a perfect circle, a symbol of completeness and the endless flow of energy. As his understanding deepens, a vibrant, swirling energy coalesces between his palms, a manifestation of his true self, the me as I am, radiating with inner power. The radiant energy expands, mirroring the serene glow of a full moon, illuminating the path forward with newfound clarity. Deep in meditation, Wai Yonho sat enveloped by a swirling, ethereal blue and black aura, his form a beacon of concentrated energy. His master, Mu-san, watched him with a gaze of profound seriousness. Suddenly, a loud, resonant sound echoed through the air, as the blue energy around Wai Yonho intensified dramatically. The aura around him solidified, taking on a more defined, almost crystalline form as his meditation deepened. His eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense blue light, as crackling energy erupted around his head. The vibrant blue and purple energy continued to surge, enveloping his form in a powerful display. Later, sitting beside his master, Wai Yonho appeared thoughtful, reflecting on the experience. Mu-san turned to him, asking if he felt any significant change from his deep meditation. Looking away, Wai Yonho admitted that he was still unsure. As the conversation continues, his hands rest, one over the other, a subtle gesture of thought. He questions his master, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Master, what's the use as long as you get closer to your goal? Turning away, he takes a quiet step, his thoughts already drifting. His gaze falls upon the tiled roof, lost in deep contemplation. Then, he looks up, his eyes reflecting the night sky, searching for an answer. His master offers a gentle, knowing smile. I hope you will find your answer one day. Alone on the rooftop, he stands, his gaze once more cast downward, the soft tatak-tatak of his footsteps barely audible. He lifts his head again, a newfound resolve hardening his features as he stares into the distance, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A sudden jolt sends him reeling, his body tumbling backward with a heavy thud. Lying on the ground, he looks up, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he senses a profound change within himself, a new energy stirring. His hands, clasped together, begin to emit a soft, crimson glow, and he wonders if this transformation is linked to the mysterious orb Master Mu San had entrusted to him. As he gazes at the full moon above, the celestial light seems to acknowledge his awakening, bathing him in its serene glow. From his form, shimmering particles of light begin to ascend towards the moon, a silent testament to the power now flowing through him. Suddenly, a translucent, glowing image of Master Mu San appears before him, his eyes piercing as he asks, confirming the young man's understanding. More glowing particles swirl and ascend, a visual echo of the profound connection being forged. With eyes closed, a look of serene understanding settles upon his face, the turmoil of his contemplation replaced by quiet resolve. The full moon hangs high above the rooftop, a silent witness to his newfound clarity. Wai Yonho rests peacefully, his expression serene after the profound internal shift he has undergone. As a voice asks about transporting certain items, a response confirms the task. Wooden crates, filled with unknown contents, are prepared for travel. And the question hangs in the air, is this truly it? The answer becomes clear as Wai Yonho is revealed, resting atop a cart laden with those very crates, guided by a lone figure. His face, still bearing a hint of the recent spiritual experience, remains calm and composed. Wai Yonho rests peacefully, his face obscured by his arm as he sleeps. His master, Mu San, gently ruffles his hair, asking if he wasn't planning to leave soon. Stirring, Wai Yonho replies that it's already late, so he'll depart tomorrow morning for sure, adding that if the elders had been half a month late, they would have certainly complained. Mu San acknowledges that delays happen, but still seems to press the point. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Nok Ji expresses his gratitude to a high official for summoning the Imperial Dragon Escort Bureau, a pillar of the nation and history, to which the official simply grunts in response. Wai Yonho turns his back, perhaps contemplating his master's words, his long, dark hair flowing over his shoulders. Nok Ji then inquires about the specific cargo they are tasked to transport. Suddenly, Mun Yunji appears, her small hand raised and finger pointing decisively, indicating something or someone with a clear purpose. Mun Yunji points a small, determined finger. Her gesture is clear, singling out the man who stands silently nearby. In the grand hall, the imperial officials, Nok Ji and his counterpart, face the young girl and the man she indicates. The official, observing the target of her gesture, remarks that he appears to be a person, while Mun Yunji quietly wishes she could act with such freedom. Nok Ji acknowledges their bureau escorts people, but typically with a carriage, and the official counters that the man's mana should be sufficient for his own protection. Nok Ji firmly states that they must treat him as a human, not mere goods, but the official dismisses this, suggesting he simply be placed atop the cargo, fed, and he would cause no trouble. Nok Ji, undeterred, offers to pay double the standard passenger fee, insisting they take him. As the official still hesitates, citing regulations, Nok Ji ups the ante to triple. With a firm handshake, the deal is sealed at quadruple the original price. He watches as the official gestures, confirming their acceptance of his transport, saying they will accept him and inviting him to come this way. But the warrior's expression darkens, his voice rising in disbelief, demanding to know if they are truly giving him a free ride like mere baggage, while the official thinks to himself that at least the man is quick-witted. The high official crosses his arms, a clear sign of his growing annoyance, a frustrated sound escaping him. Nok Ji, observing the escalating tension, questions what on earth is going on, as the high official internally laments that it doesn't seem easy to get rid of this trouble. The seated warrior's thoughts race, finding it unbelievable that he, the greatest of the martial world, has fallen to such a state. His anger boils over as he exclaims, reminding them that he is their benefactor, yet they would send him off like mere baggage. Nok Ji, maintaining a stern demeanor, suggests that with such an attitude, they should at least be able to act freely for now, making a dismissive gesture. The high official then delivers a chilling ultimatum, stating that if the warrior continues this way, he will probably stay there until next year. The warrior's eyes widen in shock, a jolt of realization hitting him. Mun Yunji, with a hopeful expression, suggests that this arrangement is actually helping him, but Wai Yonho, still bristling from the previous exchange, questions how this could possibly be considered assistance. She reminds him of his stated destination, the Hubei's sacred mountain, prompting a surprised what? From him. Yunji continues, explaining that since their route aligns, they could simply travel together with the Dragon Escort Bureau, saving him the trouble and expense of hiring his own transport, a point he grudgingly acknowledges is true. High official then interjects, offering a practical solution. He can ride in a horse-drawn wagon, ensuring the Escort Bureau earns its fee while they are rid of his troublesome presence. Mun Yunji, seemingly oblivious to the official's underlying tone, beams, declaring it a path where everyone benefits. Wai Yonho's face darkens, his expression a mix of frustration and reluctant acceptance as he processes the situation. High Official A, observing his reaction, instructs him to stop talking and simply follow the people, but Mun Yunji, with a child's innocent wisdom, interjects that her mother always taught her never to follow strangers. Nok Ji reassures her that it is fine, as the officials are trustworthy and their status legitimate, so there is nothing to worry about, and she should just follow them. Wai Yonho, standing beside Mun Yunji, announces his departure, stating, "Then I will be going." From the cart, High Official A expresses his surprise, "I did not expect you to leave so suddenly." The two officials watch as Wai Yonho and the young girl prepare to board the waiting carriage, with High Official A offering a final farewell and Nok Ji adding, "Take care of yourself." High Official A then remarks to his companion, "You seem very pleased," to which Nok Ji responds, "Am I so obvious?" A soft chuckle escapes him, as Wai Yonho's hand clenches slightly, a subtle sign of his own satisfaction. With a decisive tone, Wai Yonho commands, "Let's depart." The heavy cart begins to roll, its wheels rattling loudly as it pulls away, and Wai Yonho settles back onto the piled goods with a soft thud, ready for the journey ahead. As the cart begins its journey, Wai Yonho perches casually on a wall, the rhythmic creak of the wheels echoing around him. A slight annoyance crosses his face as he calls out, "Hey!" Soon, he's found a more comfortable spot, sprawling out on a large barrel as the cart continues to rumble along, a soft sigh escaping him. Mun Yunji, standing nearby, offers a sweet farewell, "Stay healthy." His eyes are closed, a picture of utter relaxation. She then adds playfully, reminding him, "You should also fix that bad habit of yours." To which he lazily agrees, "Yes, yes." With that, the cart rolls onward, carrying him deeper into the autumn-kissed landscape, the rustling leaves marking their steady progress. A high official urges the young girl to come inside, to which she respectfully agrees. Together, they walk away from the entrance, disappearing deeper into the building. Her gaze falls downward, a thoughtful expression on her face. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips, as if privy to his secret. Meanwhile, from a vantage point above, another figure observes the scene below, questioning the nature of the cargo being brought. The young girl continues her journey, her small form receding into the distance. Red maple leaves fluttered gently in the breeze, adding a touch of vibrant color to the surroundings. The observer from above, a man with a top knot, looks up through the bamboo, his expression unreadable. He then identifies himself as Nok Ji, the head of the Imperial Dragon Escort Bureau, confirming his significant role in the unfolding events. Nok Ji, the head of the Imperial Dragon Escort Bureau, gazes down at the covered cargo, his voice laced with a hint of skepticism as he questions if this truly is the item they are meant to transport. Inside the carriage, Wai Yonho lies peacefully asleep, unaware of the discussion unfolding around him, as an official confirms to Nok Ji that is indeed the case. Nok Ji's expression hardens, demanding to know if they are playing games with him, reminding them of the immense effort required to secure an escort. The official explains they wish to refuse the task, but the request came from a prestigious institution, leaving them no choice but to comply. Nok Ji turns his gaze back to the carriage, his brow furrowed as he asks how long the man has been in this state. The official sighs, explaining that ever since he left the Mun Great Academy, he hasn't gotten out of bed in a week, barely eating or drinking. Nok Ji peers into the carriage, observing the sleeping Wai Yonho. As the official continues, detailing how they were told he would behave himself and arrive without causing any trouble. He still can't quite grasp the situation, the head of the Imperial Dragon Escort Bureau, Nok Ji, muttering his confusion aloud. As he looks down at the figure lying prone on the ground, the high official beside him simply watches on. Nok Ji reaches down, gently lifting the man's head, a soft thump echoing as he tries to rouse him. Still, the man remains unresponsive, his eyes closed, prompting Nok Ji to ask, "What is it?" Finally, the man stirs, and Nok Ji introduces himself. "Ahem. I am Guk Bai Hyang, head of this escort." He continues, explaining the delicate nature of their mission. "This secret is not about serving a person, it is about carrying an item. I don't care if you come along. It may be." Wai Yonho, now sitting up, listens intently as Nok Ji concludes, "Are you still willing?" He then adds, "Do not worry. I am not treating you as a person but as cargo." Wai Yonho responds with a thoughtful expression, "But it will be very uncomfortable. That much I can endure. If I only need to lie still until reaching the destination, then it will be worth it." Nok Ji, surprised by the man's easy acceptance, remarks, "What a remarkably positive fellow. Then let us depart." Nok Ji confirms his duty, stating that Wai Yonho will indeed be in his care. However, 5 days have already passed since leaving the Hanlin Great Academy. And for Wai Yonho, the journey is anything but peaceful, as a guttural groan escapes him. His mouth contorted in silent agony. The internal torment is immense, a voice within him declaring, "This is unbearable." He sits, arms outstretched, as if trying to tear himself free from an invisible burden, another pained cry echoing from his lips. His mind races, contemplating the source of his suffering. "If I am awake, I can't even sleep. And if I sleep, that trace of a master will become a nightmare." A vision of Mu San, radiating with a vibrant blue aura, appears before him, prompting the question, Who is this man? How many years has it been? He stands, surrounded by swirling blue energy, the name of the technique echoing in his mind. 7 Phases Lotus Arts. Sweat beads on his brow as he looks down, the torment relentless. How long must this continue? He wonders, a chilling thought following. What if this remains for my entire life? Amidst the bustling activity of a temporary camp, a voice of frustration cuts through the air, declaring a complete disregard for the current situation. Suddenly, a stern-faced man steps forward, his presence commanding attention as he interjects, "Wait a moment." With a decisive motion, a foot strikes the ground, emphasizing the urgency of his words. Meanwhile, a group of riders continues their journey through the dense forest, their presence a distant rumble. The man from before, Gu Byung-go, the swift dragon scout, raises his voice in a booming declaration, demanding an audience. Not far away, Wai Yonho lies on the ground, his expression one of weary annoyance, still grappling with the internal torment that has plagued him. A subtle tremor passes through the surrounding foliage, a faint hum accompanying the unseen movement. From within a tent, the head of the eunuchs, Nok Ji, observes the scene with a troubled gaze, noting the lack of response from those he seeks. His thoughts turn to the arrogance of those who ignore him, or perhaps, the dangerous young man lurking in the shadows. A boot presses down firmly on the fallen autumn leaves, as the hidden figure considers the situation. Gripping his sword, its blade pointed towards the ground, he notes no presence within the thicket, yet acknowledges the quality of the blade in his hand, knowing it is no novice's weapon. Meanwhile, Gu Byung-go, the swift dragon scout, reiterates his presence, demanding the person hiding in the thicket step forward. He warns that any continued concealment will be taken as a direct challenge to his bureau. A soft rustle of leaves breaks the silence, as the figure in red begins to move, stepping out from the dense foliage. He walks deliberately towards Gu Byung-go and his waiting retinue. One of the officials in blue robes observes the approaching figure with a questioning gaze. The red-robed man's boot lands with a decisive thud, marking his arrival. A man with a scarred face and a stern expression stands ready for confrontation. His voice ringing out with a clear challenge as he introduces himself. "I am Park Do-guk of the Hubei Peng clan." Another voice, equally authoritative, responds, "I am Gu Byung-go of the Swift Dragon Cavalry Bureau." A man in a blue robe, gripping his sword, questions the audacity. "For what reason do you speak the name of the Peng clan so carelessly?" Park Do-guk, undeterred, offers a direct challenge. "If you are not satisfied by channel, then I will personally engage them off. Please, lend me your aid." The implications of this escalating conflict loom large. This may grow into a crisis for the martial world. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho lies with his eyes closed, perhaps lost in thought or memory. And that, a young woman ponders, was the encounter with Peng Do-guk? A man with a scarred face clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with an unspoken fury. Meanwhile, Peng Do-guk lets out a guttural roar, his face twisted in a mask of rage and anguish. He remembers a younger Wai Yonho, kneeling in humble robes, the memory of the man who once turned you away at the gates echoing in his mind. At that time, even the one who turned him away could not have known the future that awaited him, as the younger Wai Yonho sits by a tranquil pond, while his older, injured self lies broken in the foreground, a stark contrast of past and present. His face is marred with blood and dirt, his eyes closed in what appears to be unconsciousness or profound pain. At this encounter, Peng Do-guk's eyes well up with tears, his expression a mix of sorrow and regret. The memory lingers on Wai Yonho's pained face, his mouth agape in a silent scream of agony. His face contorts in a grimace, teeth gritted and brow furrowed, as the weight of the vision settles deep within him. A path that would ultimately push him into the river of misfortune. The Peng clan, known more for their brawn than their intellect, holds an undeniable reputation for their unwavering chivalry. This thought crosses Peng Do-guk's mind as he stands in quiet contemplation, realizing that whatever is unfolding now, it must be something truly serious. His hands rest on the hilt of his sword, a silent testament to his readiness. Meanwhile, a man with a top knot asks a young girl how things are going, before revealing that people are after him, and if she is willing to help, he will tell her the truth. He assures her they will help her, and instructs her to hide with the other things. Leading her into a dimly lit cellar filled with barrels, the man confirms her understanding with a simple, "All right." His eyes dart around, a flicker of desperation crossing his face as he struggles to maintain composure. Exhaustion finally overtakes him, leaving him sprawled on the ground, his gaze distant and troubled. He reaches out, his hand trembling slightly, as if grasping for a fleeting hope. Turning to Mun Yunji, he urges her, "Get in here." The young girl, clutching a wooden bowl, responds with a quiet, "Thank you." His gaze fixed on her, he adds a stern warning, "Do not make a sound." Mun Yunji, now hidden behind a stack of barrels, whispers her agreement, "All right." The man's face contorts in a grimace, his thoughts echoing, "He's sure is noon." He considers the implications. Well, not that it's a bad thing. Outside, the heavy thud of footsteps and the creaking of wood suggest movement around their hiding place, the sounds growing closer. From her hiding spot, a small voice whispers, expressing deep regret for being a burden, and promising that if things go well, she will repay everyone. Nearby, Why Yonho lies with closed eyes, a soft that's escaping his lips. As the girl continues, questioning if he has any conscience for putting so many people in danger. His eyes snap open, a serious expression crossing his face as he internally retorts that if she truly had a conscience, she would have. But he closes his eyes again, feigning indifference with a dismissive, "It's whatever. Stop talking to me. I'm gonna sleep." The rhythmic rattling of a cart echoes through the air. A quiet, "All right," is the only response, as the sounds of their journey through dense foliage continue. Now seated on a moving cart, Why Yonho looks ahead as Peng Doguk guides the vehicle, the constant clatter of its wheels marking their progress. A narration box confirms they have already left the mountain and have not yet encountered anyone searching for Peng Doguk. Peng Doguk glances back, his expression expectant, and asks if they are through. A sudden, sharp command slices through the air. As the cart is abruptly ambushed by a flurry of green-robed figures, their attacks met with a swift, defensive parry. A blade flashes, deflecting the incoming assault with practiced ease. Even as more assailants swarm the vehicle, their numbers growing. One of the masked figures presses forward with fierce determination, while the driver's hand tightens around his sword hilt, ready for the next strike. A flicker of recognition crosses his face, a dawning realization, as he identifies their attackers, the Green Forest. Then, one of the green-robed figures steps forward, introducing himself as Gu Byung-go, a swift dragon scout of the secret agency, declaring their intent to arrest the traitors of the Green Forest. A green-robed figure questions the bound man on the cart, asking if he had not seen a man in red clothing. The captive, Why Yonho, responds with a flat denial, stating he had not seen anyone matching that description. Another masked figure, Gu Byung-go, presses further, his voice laced with suspicion as he asks if Why Yonho is truly sure. Why Yonho, clearly annoyed, retorts, questioning why he would lie, while a narration box reveals the Green Forest's long-standing maintenance of a secret agency. The interrogator continues, wondering aloud why they would make enemies of someone unknown, implying Why Yonho's involvement with the secret agency. Why Yonho, still bound on the cart, looks up in confusion, asking who they are referring to. He then declares with a sigh of resignation that he is merely an item to be transported. His expression shifts to one of deep annoyance, his brow furrowed in exasperation. The Green Forest members exchange glances, one of them muttering in disbelief at Why Yonho's statement. Still bound, Why Yonho looks up at his masked interrogator, who dismisses his previous statements. The masked man scoffs, declaring that Why Yonho is sick in the head and body and should be sent to a physician, advising others to ignore him. Then, his tone sharpens, demanding to know if Why Yonho truly believes he has no need to make enemies out of the Green Forest. Why Yonho, unfazed, retorts that their actions are obvious, confirming his earlier defiance. Ignoring the retort, the masked interrogator leans in, repeating his core question, had Why Yonho seen a man in red clothing? Why Yonho's mind races, internally confirming that he himself is not wearing red. Outwardly, he responds with exasperation, asking if they are kidding him right now. The masked man's patience snaps, a glint of steel flashing as he swiftly draws a knife. He brings the blade dangerously close to Why Yonho's face, eliciting a shocked gasp from the captive. A chilling thought crosses the mind of the man being interrogated. Does he already know? The realization hits him with a jolt, that they are hiding Peng Doguk. The interrogator's voice cuts through the silence, a cold promise of violence. We'll kill one person. If you still claim you haven't seen the man in the red clothing, then we'll kill another. Before a group of terrified, bound villagers, Gu Byung-go reiterates his threat. I guarantee you haven't seen the man before we kill all of you, innocent or not. He then turns to the kneeling Why Yonho, his voice dripping with malice. All right, who wants to go first? You. Why Yonho's hands tremble uncontrollably, his fear palpable. Gu Byung-go leans closer, his demand sharp and clear. Answer me. Have you seen a man in red clothing? The weight of the decision presses down on Why Yonho, as the interrogator reminds him, your life depends on your answer. He stares down at the man, his voice laced with menace as he repeats the question, but the other simply shakes his head, insisting he hasn't seen anything. With a chilling declaration that he will die, Gu Byung-go's hand flashes out, a weapon glinting as he lunges forward. A sharp gasp escapes Why Yonho's lips, his eyes widening in shock as the attack closes in. Before he can react, Gu Byung-go and his men swarm him, overwhelming him with brutal efficiency. Amidst the struggle, a sharp command rings out, directing the swift capture. Yet, a flicker of surprise crosses Gu Byung-go's face, as if something unexpected occurred during the swift subdual. Moments later, Why Yonho is gagged, his protest silenced by a strip of cloth. Still gagged, he watches intently, his eyes conveying a silent message. Now completely subdued, Why Yonho lies bound on the ground, Gu Byung-go's blade pressed menacingly against his throat, surrounded by the scout's grim-faced men. Lying peacefully on the ground, autumn leaves gently fall around him. He calmly sits up, crossing his arms, completely unbothered by his predicament. From the surrounding group, a masked figure steps forward, demanding to know what he just uttered. Why Yonho simply gestures towards a nearby wooden barrel, a single leg protruding from its opening, and reveals that the one they seek is hidden within. The masked figure's gaze snaps to the barrel, recognizing the man inside as the infamous Peng guy. Now standing atop a precarious stack of barrels, Wai Yonho finds himself encircled by several armed men and a heavy cart. His expression remains perfectly composed, a subtle, almost imperceptible energy beginning to stir around him. The masked figure and his subordinates close in, their voices sharp with agitation, ordering him to surrender. Wai Yonho, however, simply dismisses their threats, calmly stating that it is all quite fine, and that throwing one's life away for another is a foolish endeavor. From within the confines of a wooden barrel, a voice filled with indignation demands to know what is happening, questioning if its owner intends to only emerge once everyone else has fallen. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho sits casually atop a stack of barrels, a group of armed figures surrounding him, their presence doing little to disturb his composure. The scene is set amidst the rustic backdrop of a storage area, with wooden carts and other provisions nearby. As the lid clatters open, he glares at the unconcerned man above him, declaring that he would have had a better chance if he had simply fled, and calls him a fool for staying. A slight smirk plays on Wai Yonho's lips as he retorts, suggesting that if he had left, Peng Dojuk would have simply slaughtered everyone present, then mockingly asks if he's now pretending to be a hero. Peng Dojuk's face twists further in rage, proclaiming that while he may not be a hero, he is not so villainous as to allow innocent people to die in his stead. Wai Yonho simply looks down at him, dismissing his concerns by stating that if Peng Dojuk truly wishes to help, he should resolve the situation himself, adding that since he is the target, his departure should solve everything. Still walking away from the approaching threat, Wai Yonho dismisses the other man's concern, stating he is fine. He muses that he cannot run from them forever anyway. Peng Dojuk watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face. As they continue to move, Wai Yonho casually wishes him good luck, then urges him to go. Peng Dojuk's eye twitches, a vein throbbing at his temple. He protests, demanding to know what the man means by simply leaving. The green-robed figures are clearly preparing to attack, and Peng Dojuk points out the obvious danger, convinced they will all die. Wai Yonho, however, questions why they would attack them. Peng Dojuk, exasperated, calls him stupid, reminding him that even the formidable Green Forest wouldn't dare provoke the Peng clan. Peng Dojuk stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend the protagonist's casual attitude, as he questions how he could possibly think of simply leaving. He explains that the Peng clan would be forced to retaliate, drawing their swords against anyone who dared to harm them, and that the Green Forest, despite their power, would never disrespect the clan's influence. One of the green-robed figures watches silently, their masked face giving away no emotion. The group of armed men stands ready, their presence a clear threat. Wai Yonho, still unfazed, simply asks if Peng Dojuk had not considered the possibility of them being killed, admitting he hadn't thought that far ahead, but acknowledging it makes sense. Peng Dojuk explodes in a fit of rage, shouting in utter frustration at the protagonist's baffling nonchalance. Wai Yonho, however, remains calm, declaring that since he started this mess, he will finish it, and asks the approaching figures to please step aside. Peng Dojuk turns, his red robe emblazoned with a distinctive symbol, as he continues to speak. He warns Wai Yonho not to play the hero, reminding him that he is surrounded by enemies, and urges him to look at the figures, who are clearly at the pinnacle of justice. He questions how much firepower the approaching green-robed figures could possibly have, wondering if they're truly above his rank, as the agency would surely have sent word if they were. Sweat beading on his brow, he insists that even if they could take down one person, they couldn't possibly handle an entire group. The other man, however, remains unperturbed, casually remarking that he hadn't considered the possibility of the Swift Dragon Escort Agency getting news of their defeat. Peng Dojuk, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures, demands to know what their plan is. With a sigh, Wai Yonho admits that if they were to flee, the River Ghost would be forced to help them. He then declares that if they fight now, they'll at least have the River Ghost's assistance. Peng Dojuk, incredulous, asks if he's truly going to let them go, to which Wai Yonho simply replies, nope. Meanwhile, one of the green-robed figures, a bald man with a prominent scar across his face, barks a command to attack. His hand gripping a weapon, he adds a chilling warning. Don't hate us even if you die. Peng Dojuk found himself surrounded, his blade a blur as he parried and deflected the relentless attacks of the green-robed figures. Steel rang against steel, sending sparks flying as he met another swift strike head-on. His movements were precise, a testament to years of training. Yet a grimace of effort tightened his features as a blade flashed dangerously close to his head. They had spoken of a vast world, a dangerous place. But if he had truly known the extent of its dangers, he wouldn't have allowed himself to become entangled in this mess, fighting off another wave of attackers. Ever since he had been praised for his immense talent and potential, he had grown complacent, deflecting another sword with a sharp clang. He had allowed arrogance to creep in, letting his guard down. It was like a poison to the mind. His teeth grind together, a knife blade glinting dangerously close to his face. As the crushing weight of his past mistakes bears down on him, it is all my fault, he thinks, battling fiercely against the relentless green-robed assailants. Everyone here is going to die because of me. One of the attackers lunges forward, blade flashing, declaring, "It's over, kid." The words echo his own despair. Everyone. His eyes squeeze shut in a moment of profound regret, a silent apology forming on his lips. I'm sorry. But even as despair threatens to consume him, a sudden burst of speed sends his fist slamming into an enemy, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. Peng Dojuk's counterattack erupts with blinding force, a surge of brilliant energy striking his green-robed opponent. Moving with impossible speed, he closes the distance, his blade a blur. The impact sends the opponent's weapon spinning away, leaving him momentarily disarmed. Peng Dojuk's face contorts with fierce determination, his breath escaping in a ragged gasp. He stares down the green-robed figure, who, despite the assault, remains standing. A wry smile plays on the opponent's lips as he admits, "You sure are a handful." Ignoring the comment, Peng Dojuk prepares his next move, two glowing orbs of pure energy manifesting in his hands. A digital interface displays the chronicles of the Lazy Sovereign, detailing skills and stats, hinting at the protagonist's formidable power. Meanwhile, Peng Dojuk stands victorious over a defeated opponent, his blade still drawn. A thoughtful "so" escapes his lips. His gaze fixed on something unseen, a faint scar tracing his cheek. He then holds up a simple bowl, questioning its significance to the one line broken before him, wondering if this was the thing that truly disturbed them. A sigh of exasperation escapes him, noting the defeated's continued distraction. Before he can dwell further, Wai Yonho strikes, his blade glowing with vibrant green energy, clashing against Peng Dojuk's defenses in a burst of pink and green light. Still clutching the bowl, Peng Dojuk declares that the fallen must now pay for unleashing their inner demons, mockingly calling them a water ghost. Wai Yonho, having just clashed with his opponent, lets out a scoff, wondering if the man truly wishes to die at this rate. Meanwhile, Peng Dojuk, still clutching the simple bowl, reacts with a surprised query, demanding to know what his attacker is doing there. Before Wai Yonho can press his advantage, Peng Dojuk unleashes a vibrant pink energy, deflecting the incoming assault with a powerful burst. The force of the deflection sends Wai Yonho recoiling through the air, his green energy blade still active, but momentarily stalled. Both combatants continue their rapid, almost blurring movements, maintaining the intense exchange as they reposition. A grim determination settles on Peng Dojuk's face, his focus unwavering amidst the chaos. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to three identically clad figures who have appeared, surrounding him, causing him to question the unexpected turn of events. The new figures, clad in green robes, steel themselves, one of them declaring the need to regain composure. Peng Dojuk, his gaze sharp, internally chastises himself, reminding himself that this is no time for curiosity. He stares down his new opponents, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze as he considers his next move, knowing he must fight as many as he can. Without hesitation, he unleashes a devastating technique, the Five Tigers Gate-destroying blade, a torrent of purple and pink energy erupting around him. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, drawing it with a surge of vibrant pink energy that crackles around the blade. The air shimmers as he executes a sweeping, powerful strike, engulfed in the furious pink aura of his attack. The three green-robed figures are caught in the onslaught, their forms momentarily obscured by the violent slashes of energy. The force of the technique continues to rip through the space, a sharp, echoing impact filling the air. His eye remains fixed on his targets, burning with an unwavering intensity as the attack unfolds. The ground itself buckles and tears from the sheer power, as the pink energy carves deep furrows into the earth. Violently thrown backward by the impact, the three green-robed figures are sent sprawling through the air, engulfed in the lingering pink aura. Peng Dojuk scoffs, dismissing the incoming attacks as beneath him, knowing there's no need to deflect or block them. He thinks to himself that the attackers are going to die. As he unleashes a wide, sweeping strike with his blade, vibrant green energy arcing from the steel. The force of his counterattack sends one of the green-clad figures tumbling through the air, another is violently thrown. And then all three are sent hurtling backward, blue energy bursts erupting around them as they fly. Afterward, Peng Dojuk sits casually on a barrel, demanding that the others just die, man. Wai Yonho, standing nearby, calls out to him, urging him to come down and help me. As Gu Byunggo looks on in surprise, Wai Yonho then reminds Peng Dojuk that he is an item to be protected, wondering, what the hell is he on about? He sighs, knowing this is not the time for such discussions. Observing the scene, Gu Byunggo wonders why Peng Dojuk is agreeing to anything. Wai Yonho recalls a warning from a certain girl, who told him to stay put instead of causing more trouble. He knows if he doesn't take responsibility, she would chase him until the ends of the earth to harass him. Suddenly, Peng Dojuk rises, declaring he will take responsibility, asking only for help. Yet, a moment later, he adds, he doesn't tend to keep his promises. Wai Yonho, utterly exasperated, insists he doesn't want to be involved in any of this. Peng Dojuk, looking slightly uncomfortable, admits he's really not comfortable with the situation either. He then suggests they rest for 2 days at an inn, leaving Wai Yonho utterly surprised at the sudden proposal. Peng Dojuk, with a casual wave, assures him that he can eat all he wants, even offering food. Then, with a smirk, he adds, a plea for help, calling him a monkey. Nearby, Gu Byunggo winces, the sound of his sword scraping against its sheath echoing the tension. Why Yonho's face contorts in utter disbelief, wondering what kind of bizarre conversation this has become. His hand instinctively reaches for the red ribbon tied to his arm, a familiar comfort in the face of such absurdity. Kneeling before Peng Doguk, he asks for a promise, to which the elder simply replies, yes. Suddenly, with a swift motion, several bowls are launched into the air. They descend with uncanny precision, landing perfectly on a wooden chest, each glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Wai Yonho then unleashes a powerful martial arts technique, his form enveloped in a brilliant blue aura as he moves with incredible speed and force. He moves with blinding speed, a torrent of blue energy erupting from his form, striking with such force that the air itself seems to crackle and distort, sending multiple figures reeling backward through the space. Peng Doguk, his face now streaked with blood, can only stare in stunned disbelief, uttering a single, bewildered question. In the aftermath, Wai Yonho stands calmly amidst the fallen, his sword still in hand, bowls scattered around the defeated figures. The bowls themselves still glow with a faint, ethereal light, a testament to the incredible power he just displayed, prompting an observer to exclaim that he must be a true martial master. Gu Byung-go watches the scene unfold, his masked face betraying nothing but intense, focused eyes, a scar etched across his forehead. Then, from his position, Wai Yonho simply calls out, a single word hanging in the air. He stands poised, his sword still ready, as Gu Byung-go and Mun Yunji observe him intently. As Wai Yonho stands amidst the aftermath of his display, Peng Doguk confronts him, his voice laced with accusation, demanding to know if he was responsible for bringing the defeated opponents here. Wai Yonho remains silent, his expression unreadable as Peng Doguk continues, questioning his sense of guilt and his effort in the ongoing conflict. He presses further, suggesting Wai Yonho should be trying his best to help, if he possesses any shred of conscience. Peng Doguk's criticism intensifies, accusing him of causing trouble and sending others to deal with it, while not even doing his own share of the work. He then mocks Wai Yonho's perceived lack of awareness, urging him to think, and pointing out the slowness and heaviness of his blade work, despite its strength. Wai Yonho listens intently as Peng Doguk challenges him, asking how he intends to fight Manhwa with such a sluggish sword, implying a suicidal mission. Peng Doguk dismisses the idea of a suicide mission, advising him instead to wait for his turn or focus on single, impactful strikes. With a dismissive, Peng Doguk continues his critique, pointing out that Wai Yonho couldn't even master the previous move with an axe. Wai Yonho flinches slightly, a subtle reaction to the harsh words, as Peng Doguk's relentless assessment continues to land its blows. He had taken the blade before Peng Doguk could even react, a memory that still stunned the elder. Now, with his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, Wai Yonho spoke, his voice carrying a subtle challenge. Then, with a swift, almost imperceptible motion, his blade cut through the air, leaving a shimmering trail of blue energy. The technique manifested as multiple glowing slashes, tearing into the very ground between them, a powerful display that left Peng Doguk utterly bewildered. The deep cuts extended far into the earth. He recognized it instantly, the five swords anti-destroying blade. A wave of disbelief washed over Peng Doguk, wondering how the young man could possibly know such a technique. Could he have copied it just from watching him earlier? He mused, recalling his own dismissive words about the speed of his blade, words he had uttered with such certainty. He had been so sure of himself then, holding his blade and lecturing the other about needing to swing faster. As the blue energy of the five swords anti-destroying blade technique flared around him, Wai Yonho moved with impossible speed, his blade a blur as he declared that there are times when one must prioritize greater speed. He continued, his voice echoing with conviction, that just as there are moments for speed, there are also times when one must exhibit greater strength. The air around him fractured with explosive force, as the technique culminated in a devastating burst of blue energy, leaving a trail of destruction. Peng Doguk, still reeling from the display, could only stammer, wondering why he had failed to understand such a fundamental principle, before a wave of regret washed over him. He muttered an apology, his voice barely audible, as Wai Yonho's calm, firm voice cut through his self-recrimination, urging him to simply do better. The words hung in the air, a stark challenge, leaving Peng Doguk to silently process the weight of his own shortcomings. With a renewed sense of determination, Peng Doguk drew his own sword, the metallic rasp cutting through the quiet, as he prepared to demonstrate his own understanding of strength. His gaze sharpened, a fierce glint in his eyes, as he acknowledged that even with a limited amount of chi in his blade, he would focus on precision. With that resolve firmly set, he announced his intention to begin. With a swift, decisive motion, Peng Doguk hurls a small, sharp knife, sending it arcing through the air with a soft whoosh as he declares it's for you later. A moment later, he reacts with a surprised a bead of sweat tracing his temple, while Wai Yonho stands calmly in the background, seemingly unconcerned. The frustration is palpable, as Peng Doguk mutters to himself, finding the situation so frustrating. From the background, a voice offers, "Thanks for everything," quickly followed by another adding, "No need, we're getting paid, after all." As the two men face each other, Why Yonho acknowledges the ease of the task, stating, "But it was easy enough thanks to you." Peng Doguk, surrounded by his loyal clan members, reflects on the value of our lives, a grim determination etched on his face. Why Yonho then presses him, asking if he's only offering just verbal gratitude. A smirk plays on Why Yonho's lips as he clarifies, "I'm just kidding. I'll take whatever you have, you clan bastard." Peng Doguk, however, remains perplexed, wondering, "But why were you so nice to him?" His face contorted in anger, Peng Doguk vents his frustration, exclaiming, "There was no need to chase him out like he really was a ghost," before curtly dismissing the thought with a frustrated, "Fuck off." A figure in a red robe stands with their back to a wooden barrel, the air thick with unspoken tension. His head tilted back, a young man with dark hair ponders the situation, a silent question hanging in the air. He then states, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, that his intervention was crucial, and others were also present during the confrontation. The young man's expression remains thoughtful, as he adds, that the entire situation arose because of one individual. Peng Doguk, however, offers a different perspective, acknowledging the truth in the statement, but believing the person in question had their own valid reasons, perhaps even doing something good. Why Yonho's eyes snap open, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, as he questions the notion of something good. He affirms his stance, then challenges whether any of that could truly justify taking a life. Peng Doguk's eyes widen in surprise, as he repeats the word people in disbelief. Why Yonho then quotes his master, emphasizing that risking one's life for something unrelated is the height of foolishness. He continues, asserting that he needs to prioritize himself above all else. But if achieving some greater good demands the sacrifice of others, Peng Doguk counters, then he would rather not have such a thing at all. Why Yonho nods, explaining that he needs to find his own happiness before he can even consider the happiness of others, meaning his own well-being is his absolute priority. Peng Doguk then challenges him, asking if he hadn't already suffered enough damage to care about the person involved. With a light chuckle, Why Yonho dismisses the concern, confirming that both the goods and the Swift Dragon Escort Agency are now safe. Meanwhile, the Venerate Heavenly Alliance was reportedly poised to take over the Swift Dragon Escort Agency, a significant development for the powerful faction. Relieved, Peng Doguk expresses his satisfaction and hopes their paths will cross again. The two men stand for a moment, their conversation concluded. With a subtle smirk, Peng Doguk thinks to himself that it's probably not likely they'll meet again, admonishing himself not to utter such an ominous thought aloud. As Why Yonho walked away, leaving the autumn path behind him, Peng Doguk watched his retreating figure. A faint smile touched his lips as he mused, it would be so nice if he were a bit more disciplined. Meanwhile, having completed his journey, Why Yonho arrived at his destination, declaring, "Finally, I'm here." Before him stood a magnificent, sprawling complex. Its entrance marked by the sign for Nature's Hand Manor. The vastness of the estate stretched out under a vibrant, reddish sky, revealing it to be the ancestral home of Guangdong's Wai clan. As the news of his arrival begins to spread, an elderly man and a woman discuss the whereabouts of Yonho, the man expressing certainty that he is still alive somewhere. Meanwhile, an attendant rushes into a grand chamber, frantically calling out to the seated patriarch, who demands to know the reason for such urgency. The attendant reveals a crucial message has arrived, specifically addressed to young Master Why Yonho. Elsewhere, Peng Doguk's face contorts in a mix of surprise and concern as he processes the implications of the message. The message is a letter, and the name Yonho echoes with urgency. A stern voice cuts through the silence, criticizing a failed endeavor. The man, Mun Yunji's father, looks on with a cold, disapproving gaze, his long, dark hair falling around his shoulders as he speaks. Lying on a raised platform, Yunji can only offer a quiet, defiant refusal, her small form appearing vulnerable. Her face contorted in anguish, she argues that the mission was impossible, blaming the overwhelming number of foes and the futility of her sacrifice. Tears welling in her eyes, she insists that she does not fear death itself, but rather a meaningless end, pleading for a useful death to her father. Her father's response is cold and unyielding, reminding her that uselessness stems from the individual and commanding her to develop a proper body if she wishes to cease being useless. Humbled, Yunji bows her head in submission, accepting his harsh words with a quiet "Yes, father." With a final, dismissive "You're excused," her father ends the conversation, leaving Yunji to repeat her submissive affirmation. Peng Doguk's form glows with an ethereal blue light, his thoughts consumed by a singular, dismissive judgment. He lets out a soft, exasperated sigh, the blue energy pulsing around him. In his mind, he sees a useless and ambitious pig destined to leap headfirst into a boiling pot of trouble. Elsewhere, Mun Yunji's father lets out a sharp humph, his expression stern. He stands before the head eunuch, Nok Ji, a cutting remark on his lips. That eunuch doesn't know fear. The father turns slightly, his gaze unwavering. He continues, his voice firm, "He's still useful. I believe you should continue keeping him alive for now." Nok Ji listens intently, a silent guard standing behind him. With a final gesture, Yunji's father extends his hand, offering something to the eunuch. "Here." He considers the situation, wondering what more could be done with the individual they discussed, knowing that their mere existence serves as a powerful restraint on the royals. Though he could play along with the eunuch's schemes, he insists there's something else that must be done, leaving the other man to question his meaning. A summons has arrived from the pavilion. They require his presence there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a sinister smile plays on Peng Dojuk's lips as he anticipates his imminent freedom. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he declares he will finally be free of this soiling appearance. He muses that Nok Gi will be discarded once his usefulness ends, and then everything will be his, the path to kingship laid bare. Back in the chamber, Nok Gi calmly states that the royals have no reason to rush, implying a deeper strategy at play. Peng Dojuk, still lost in his thoughts, wonders what the others are doing, their actions mere pawns in his grand design. He walks away from the bustling city, heading towards a place renowned for its medical advancements, knowing that as a historian, he has a duty to document even the hidden sides of history. His thoughts are consumed by the medical field. Finally, he arrives at the imposing structure known as Nature's Hand Manor. Inside, an official greets him with a dismissive tone, telling him he's in the wrong place. Wai Yonho stands before the seated official, who questions his presence with a curt, "Sorry." The official, High Official A, reviews a document, noting that the recommendation is for the Hand Manor, confirming this is indeed the Nature's Hand Manor. Wai Yonho, with Mun Yunji beside him, reiterates his purpose, asking if they said they wanted to head to a physician, as the Hand Manor is very famous for its medical advancement. High Official A, now holding a recommendation letter, explains that he is actually friends with the Sacred Hand Master and can write a recommendation, promising they'll be treated well if they have it. Wai Yonho, holding the letter, confirms, then this isn't the Sacred Hand Manor? The official dismisses him, stating that the one he seeks isn't here, and directs him to cross the street into an alleyway to find the Sacred Hand Manor, though he adds a cryptic remark about what he'll find there. A look of surprise crosses his face as he processes the unexpected redirection. Suddenly, a desperate plea echoes through the night as a man kneels before him, clutching a small child and begging for his wife's life. He offers anything in return, promising to pay back the favor if only someone would help, for his father's life hangs in the balance. The official, however, remains unmoved, coldly reiterating his refusal to treat anyone without payment. Observing the callous exchange, a deep concern settles upon Wai Yonho's features. He reflects on the harsh reality that some people are simply neglected, even in their direst moments. As the pleading man sobs uncontrollably, the official's voice cuts through the air, declaring money to be the most important thing in life. Turning away from the disheartening scene, he recalls the official's earlier directions, remembering the mention of an alleyway. Arriving at his destination, Wai Yonho takes in the sight before him, a quiet realization dawning on his face. This, he muses, is the Sacred Hand Manor. He approaches the grand entrance, a sense of purpose guiding his steps towards the imposing structure. Once inside, he calls out, wondering if anyone is present within the quiet halls. A small voice answers from behind him, a young boy inquiring about his business. Wai Yonho turns to face the child, stating his intention to see the manor master, to which the boy simply confirms the master's presence. The boy, holding a book, then instructs him, granting permission to proceed. As he observes the child, Wai Yonho notes the peculiar maturity in his voice, the boy identifying himself simply as boy. The young attendant, now revealed as the manor master, declares that his father passed away last year, leaving him in charge. This unexpected revelation comes from Jin Soa, the Sacred Hand Manor Master. He then scoffs at the idea of receiving good treatment, muttering that he'd be lucky not to be struck by lightning on the streets. As Wai Yonho observes the young master's disgruntled expression, Jin Soa internally laments the situation, wishing to go home and questioning why his master had to do this. Wai Yonho, sensing the tension, inquires what is troubling him. Turning to face him, Jin Soa clarifies the situation, addressing Wai Yonho as sister, and stating there's no one else to see their late father. The unexpected address and revelation cause Wai Yonho to pause, his mind reeling at the mention of father. His eyes widen in shock, the implications of Jin Soa's words settling in. Meanwhile, Jin Soa looks on with a serious, almost melancholic expression, her ornate hairpin glinting softly. A woman with an elegant blue robe and an ethereal glow asks what brings him to her domain. This is the Sacred Hand Manor, and the woman is its master, Jin Taran. Wai Yonho, caught off guard, feels a flush creep up his neck, letting out a small, embarrassed sound. With a nod of understanding, he accepts the document from her. Jin Taran observes him with a subtle smile, a thoughtful escaping her lips. She holds the document close, her gaze still fixed on him. Turning to face him directly, she surmises that he has come to learn about physician manners. Acknowledging the manor's diminished state, she explains that despite having lost its former glory, she cannot turn away someone sent by Grand Scholar Mun Yuan. With a gesture of welcome, she invites him to make himself comfortable, despite the humble surroundings. The young manor master, Jin Soa, stands firm as Wai Yonho suggests he could leave if his presence was too much trouble, but she quickly dismisses the idea. She insists that she cannot send him away, especially after inviting him for the sake of their late master, and demands they discuss the matter properly. Later, as Wai Yonho sits alone in a traditional room, a memory or thought of a stern-faced man with a mustache crosses his mind. He mutters to himself, acknowledging that he should have expected nothing less from someone recommended by Grand Scholar Mon. Suddenly, with a frustrated sigh, he is violently thrown across the room, crashing into the far wall. The impact sends him sliding down, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He looks up, surprised, as if questioning the sudden, forceful expulsion. Standing over a table laden with food, Jin Soa glares, her hands glowing with an intense, ethereal energy. Jin Soa, still focused on her guest, offers a spread of food, humbly stating it's not much, but hopes he enjoys it. He eyes the generous portions, remarking that this amount could easily last for 3 days. Then, with a casual invitation, he urges her to join him. She declines, assuring him she has already eaten. As he begins to eat, he muses that the manor might not be as impoverished as he initially thought. Mid-meal, he questions her, wondering how she managed to acquire such a lavish spread. She sharply tells him to be quiet while he eats, then internally reassures herself that his room is far, and he couldn't possibly overhear her private thoughts about their lack of rice. Her internal monologue continues, filled with distress, as she worries about the cost of the food and the implications if he were to discover their true financial state. Suddenly, he responds to her unspoken fears, casually stating that he merely took it off for a bit. As Jin Soa frets internally about the cost of the meal, Wai Yonho's voice cuts through her thoughts, asking if she had sold her mother's heirloom to afford it. He watches her reaction, a slight tilt of his head accompanying his question, wondering aloud about the heirloom. Her mind, however, is already racing past the heirloom, fixated on the lavish spread before them, and the implications of her master's words. With a gentle smile, he reassures her, denying any such drastic measure was necessary. The quiet of the traditional room settles around them. Before Jin Soa, still reeling from the revelation of his ability, nervously asks if the food is not to his liking, offering to prepare something else. He quickly dismisses her concern, waving a hand in reassurance, insisting that is not the issue at all. Instead, his gaze falls upon the array of dishes, his true question lingering on the sheer quantity of the meal. He finds himself outside the grand entrance of the Milky Way Manor, its ornate architecture a stark contrast to his recent internal musings. Still, a part of him can't help but dwell on the previous meal, muttering to himself about having devoured every last bit of it, despite believing there was more left. He muses that it would have been perfectly acceptable if she had simply served only what she had prepared. Approaching a man standing near the entrance, he confirms his location, asking if this is indeed the Milky Way Manor. The man turns to face him, and Wai Yonho simply asks, "Here." The man, who introduces himself as the branch owner, explains that he is looking for something, then inquires what Wai Yonho might be referring to. Holding up a delicate necklace, the branch owner reveals it is the very item that Manor Master Jean Turan pawned just yesterday, inviting him inside. With a regretful expression, the branch owner explains that the Sacred Hand Manor had pawned the item, not sold it, and therefore he cannot release it unless Wai Yonho is directly from that manor. The ornate necklace glints in the light, held carefully in the hand of Ha Daifeng, the Milky Way Manor's branch owner. He had not met the branch owner before, Ha Daifeng stated, to which Wai Yonho simply confirmed his arrival the previous day. Presenting a small bag of coins, Ha Daifeng inquired if the amount would suffice. However, his internal thoughts revealed a different sentiment, muttering that it was not enough and demanding more than 2 silver niang in cash. 1 silver niang alone was enough to sustain a family for several months, and the lady had only taken 1 silver niang for the necklace. Looking at the coins, Ha Daifeng pressed him for a decision. He then explained the terms for retrieving the item, stating that it would cost 6 times the original price if returned after more than 3 months. Considering the exorbitant rate, Wai Yonho concluded it was essentially a loan with extremely high interest. Ha Daifeng simply shrugged, insisting these were merely the rules, and offering the alternative of selling the item if the terms were unacceptable. Wai Yonho, his expression thoughtful, pondered if the offered amount was truly insufficient. Wai Yonho's hopes for a simple retrieval are quickly dashed, as the situation is far more complicated than he anticipated. A dawning realization crosses his face, as he understands that Miss Jean must have been fully aware of these harsh terms when she pawned the item. Despite the grim implications, he presses on, asking if his belongings can still be taken. The branch owner's hands meet his, a subtle warning in his tone that this will not be an easy transaction. Ha Daifeng then presents the necklace, confirming its inherent value and noting its golden composition. With a knowing smile, he states that he can offer 1 gold niang for the item. However, the true cost of retrieval is then revealed, a staggering 3 gold niangs. Wai Yonho's eyes widen in utter disbelief, the exorbitant sum catching him completely off guard. The sheer audacity of the price leaves him utterly speechless. An ornate sword, emblazoned with the words Royal Inspector and intricate dragon motifs, gleams with a golden aura. His eyes wide with disbelief, he could only stammer, "So, 3 gold niang?" The sheer absurdity of the price echoed in his mind, leaving him utterly devastated. A high official reports to Nok Ji, confirming their failure to take over the palace. Nok Ji, his expression grim, inquires if the palace simply ignored their directives. The official explains that royal inspectors were dispatched, a clear sign that Nok Ji's influence had been recognized, suggesting they might have to abandon their entire scheme. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Nok Ji simply acknowledges the news. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, two other officials discuss a separate, smaller problem brewing in the border forest, mentioning the exile of a Jinsu clan member who had been gone for a week. One official wonders if the Peng clan had discovered their intentions, but the other clarifies that it seemed to be an order from an alliance, not the Peng clan themselves. They conclude that the Peng clan likely hadn't noticed their true plan, mistaking it for a mere ransom raid. Perched on a platform of swirling clouds, Nok Ji reflects on the intricate nature of his grand scheme, acknowledging that problems are inevitable. But the true measure of success lies in how they are resolved, a truth he seems to grasp completely. He understands this principle deeply. Under the serene glow of the full moon, he considers the progress of his allies, noting that all matters are proceeding smoothly, and the time to finalize his intricate plans is drawing near. He recalls the many hardships endured since a certain individual's retirement, but affirms that they have amassed enough power to finally exact their vengeance. A powerful blue light descends from the moon, illuminating a distant structure, as he declares that soon, they will make their target dance across the entire world. Nok Ji stands amidst the ethereal glow, his presence commanding. As he envisions the moment, they will finally show everyone the terrifying might of their sword. Meanwhile, a man's face is contorted in a mixture of fear and shock, his eyes wide and glistening with sweat. The air crackles with an unseen tension, a sudden realization dawning. As a golden dagger, intricately carved with the words Royal Inspector, gleams with an ominous light. A Royal Inspector. Wai Yonho's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning the presence of gold niang, a significant sum of gold currency. As the ornate dagger is held firmly by a figure in a green robe, its presence demanding immediate attention. He immediately prostrates himself, apologizing profusely for his lack of recognition. Wai Yonho's expression shifts to one of deep frustration, his hand pressed to his cheek. While the inspector's voice cuts through the silence, demanding an explanation for the woman he completely ripped off and whose necklace he took. He continues, his tone rising, about the ridiculous interest rate he had demanded. The older man, his face etched with worry, attempts to justify his actions, admitting the interest rate he charged was high, but insisting others were worse, claiming he simply had no other choice. He continues, explaining that with compound interest, the total amount was only 4.5%, prompting Wai Yonho to press for the actual annual interest rate. Sweat beading on his brow, the older man stammers, reluctantly admitting the annual rate was, at most, 60%. Wai Yonho's eyes widen in disbelief at the mention of 60% yearly, a number so astronomical he claims to have never heard of such figures, even in the capital. As the previous confrontation is abruptly cut short, a figure descends through the night sky, a defiant cry echoing through the air. Their destination, the sprawling grounds of the Sacred Hand Manor, lies quiet under the moonlight. Inside, the manor's master, Jin Soa, sits in quiet contemplation, her thoughts seemingly far away from the night's unfolding events. A soft glow catches her attention, drawing her outside where she finds a mysterious object, wondering who could have left it at such a late hour. It is a letter, intricately tied with a red string, radiating a faint, ethereal light. As she reads its contents, a wave of emotion washes over her, her face illuminated by the letter's soft blue glow. Her grip tightens on the delicate string, the blue energy intensifying around her hand. A gasp escapes her lips as she looks up, a single word forming on her tongue, her mind reeling from the unexpected message. Unbeknownst to her, a figure now stands silently on the manor's rooftop, observing the scene below. A quiet thought drifts through the air, wondering if the current situation adequately compensates for the meal. Wai Yonho lies back, a hand idly touching his cheek, his expression one of mild contemplation. Meanwhile, the grand structure of the Penetrate Heaven Orthodox Murim General Strategist Pavilion stands illuminated, its intricate architecture glowing under the night sky. Inside, Peng Dojuk stands before a lavish table of food, his brow furrowed with a deep sense of unease. A silent question echoes in his mind, wondering how he came to be in this place, and if he had committed some grave error. His expression tightens further as he acknowledges that he has indeed made many mistakes. He remains rooted to the spot, a sword at his hip, the untouched banquet a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. A sharp sound accompanies his gaze as he looks down at his wrist, perhaps checking a hidden device or a mark. Elsewhere, Ha Daifeng looks up, his expression serious and contemplative. With a practiced hand, the Orthodox Murim Alliance's general strategist, Zhou Hyun, meticulously inscribes characters onto a scroll. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Peng Dojuk sits before the strategist, a map spread between them, wondering why he has been summoned. The strategist's words cut through his thoughts, revealing knowledge of the Green Forest incident and the shocking detail that he had encountered the legendary 10 Swords. In another location, the Swift Dragon Scout, Gu Byungo, reacts with stunned disbelief, the mention of the 10 Swords of Green Forest clearly unsettling him. Back with the strategist, Zhou Hyun confirms that the 10 Swords were indeed after Peng Dojuk, expressing relief that he survived the encounter. Peng Dojuk processes this information, a quiet realization dawning upon him. Meanwhile, Gu Byung-go, now resolute, declares his intention to manage the rumors surrounding the Swift Dragon Scout Agency, believing this situation could expose a much larger betrayal. Addressing a group, he expresses concern for the young man caught in the crossfire, emphasizing the elite status of the Swift Dragon Scout Agency within the Murim Alliance. He acknowledges Peng Dojuk's considerable talent, but laments that it might have been better if he hadn't been involved. As the map of the region is scrutinized, a question hangs in the air. Is he truly heading to Hubei instead of returning home? Gu Byung-go, his expression stern, demands more information on the target, acknowledging that his subordinate is the only one who knows what the man looks like. His gaze intense, he presses for assistance, a silent plea for help in his urgent quest. A kneeling subordinate responds with a sharp, "Yes, sir," to the standing figure, confirming their readiness to comply. The intensity of Gu Byung-go's focus is palpable, his eye narrowed in deep concentration, betraying a hint of desperation. An internal thought echoes his resolve. He must see Wai Yonho again. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho rests peacefully, his quiet slumber a stark contrast to the urgency of those seeking him. His face serene in sleep, he remains unaware of the machinations unfolding around him. Later, Wai Yonho stands atop a tiled rooftop, observing a lone figure on the ground below, his rest seemingly concluded. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Wai Yonho watches the bustling street below, a thought forming in his mind. He's been in Hubei for a while now, but he still hasn't found a single clue about the radiant martial sovereign. A soft humph escapes him as he considers the irony of his situation. The wind rustles the clothes drying on a line nearby, as he continues his silent vigil. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a commotion below, a group of men struggling with a stretcher. They are quarry workers, and it's clear they've been seriously injured by a falling boulder. Among them, a familiar face emerges, his voice strained as he urges them on. "Come on, Ha Daifeng. We brought everyone who's still alive." Ha Daifeng, his face etched with worry, responds, "I know, but we need to get them to a doctor immediately. Their injuries are severe." He continues, his voice heavy with despair, "But we don't have any money right now. That's why we came here." A close-up reveals his empty, outstretched hand, a stark symbol of their destitution. Watching the scene unfold, Wai Yonho's expression shifts to one of deep concern, a soft, troubled, shoot, escaping his lips. A voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know what Jin Soa is doing. But from her position on the ground, she barks out orders, insisting that the patients be brought in immediately. A young man, carrying an injured comrade, cries out to her, calling her sister as he rushes forward. With a serious expression, Jin Soa continues to direct the frantic efforts, instructing them to send the non-urgent patients to the rooms. Her gaze sharp and focused, she emphasizes the need to attend to the urgent cases first. Workers stream in, carrying their injured comrades, as Jin Soa oversees the chaotic influx. From a slight distance, Wai Yonho watches the unfolding events, a silent observer to the desperate situation. His expression is etched with concern, reflecting the gravity of the workers' plight. As more injured are brought in, Jin Soa's voice rings out once more, commanding them to lay the wounded down on the floor. With swift, practiced movements, Jin Soa begins her urgent work, her hands a blur as she prepares to administer acupuncture. A delicate needle held with utmost precision, she focuses entirely on the task at hand. Her eyes closed in deep concentration, she channels her energy, preparing for the precise insertion. Then, with a flurry of motion, multiple needles pierce the skin of an injured worker's arm. A sickening gurgle accompanies a spray of blood, highlighting the severity of the patient's wounds. Despite the grim reality, Jin Soa's expression remains resolute, her determination unwavering. Her face now splattered with the patient's blood, she lets out a pained cry, pushing through her own limits to save a life. From the ground, an injured worker pleads, his voice hoarse with desperation, urging them to consider the other patients before they all perish. As Wai Yonho kneels beside a wounded man, observing the chaos, Ha Daifeng responds with a firm, if strained, affirmation, ready to follow the urgent command. Jin Soa is intensely focused, her brow furrowed as she works on the injured man, who groans in pain, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, a desperate cry for help echoes from below, reaching Wai Yonho, who sits calmly on a nearby rooftop. He looks down at the chaotic scene, questioning her medical knowledge. She, in turn, urgently directs others to another patient, admitting her own uncertainty about the proper technique, and wonders aloud what she should do next. From his vantage point, he begins to instruct her, detailing the precise location to stimulate the Tiantu acupoint halfway, and the Zhongpu acupoint fully. Jin Soa follows his instructions, observing the patient's strange reaction, and questions if she has located the point correctly. Still struggling with the precise acupoints, she hears the voice of her instructor, sharply correcting her technique. The injured man's breathing steadies, a small sign of life, but she can't shake the feeling that something is still amiss. The voice insists on a more drastic measure, demanding she make him cough up blood and mucus to clear his airways completely. As she continues the delicate work, the instructor's next command is utterly shocking, telling her to inhale the patient's breath directly. leaving her aghast at the implication, barely able to process the bizarre instruction. She recoils internally, questioning the extreme method, wondering if there truly isn't any other way to save the man. But his stern voice leaves no room for argument, insisting that the man's life depends on her immediate action. With a sigh of resignation, she prepares for the unpleasant task, wondering why all the complex acupuncture was even necessary if it was going to come to this. With a desperate urgency, Jean Soa presses her hand over the injured worker's mouth, preparing for the unconventional resuscitation. Her face contorts in a mix of shock and revulsion, the sheer audacity of the command echoing in her mind. Meanwhile, the worker's hand, already pierced with acupuncture needles, twitches violently, a stark reminder of his critical state. Blood splatters across her face as she leans in, committing to the desperate act. The worker's chest, a mangled mess of flesh and bone, reveals the true extent of his grievous wounds. Her own mouth, now stained with the worker's blood, remains open in a silent gasp of effort and disgust. But a flicker of fierce determination ignites in her eyes, as if challenging the unseen master to question her resolve. Her face, still splattered with crimson, hardens with purpose, as she vows to save this life, no matter the cost. Under the vast, luminous full moon, the world lay hushed and still, as a lone figure stood contemplating the distant mountains. Suddenly, a voice from within asked, "Mother did." The demon-slaying sword, Wai Sanho, older brother to Wai Yonho, looked up in genuine surprise, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, his mother penned a letter to her beloved son, Sanho, urging him to return home soon and address the pressing matters at hand. The most crucial news, however, was that Yonho was alive. Sanho's eye narrowed with intense emotion, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. His hand clenched around the letter, a missive from Yonho after 5 long years, surely meant to lighten the burden on his chest. The Supreme Elder, Peng Dojuk, fumes, his voice rising in disbelief as he questions the news that his son is not permitted to return home, while Gu Byungo stands calmly, holding a letter. Gu Byungo, ever practical, urges him to prepare for travel instead of dwelling on his anger, receiving a curt affirmation from the elder. It is revealed that Yonho's letter, the source of the commotion, originated from the Kaifeng branch of the house sect, prompting the 2 men to prepare for a journey. With their decision made, they declare their immediate departure for Kaifeng. Meanwhile, under a vast, moonlit sky, Yonho looks upward, a profound realization washing over him. He is alive. His hand clenches tightly around a letter, its contents perhaps confirming his existence or detailing his next steps. Turning away from the sky, he stands with newfound determination, ready to face whatever lies ahead. His path, like that of the others, leads to Kaifeng. He closes his eyes, a deep focus settling over his features. His lips parting slightly as a soft exhale escapes, and power begins to gather. A vibrant blue aura erupts around him, crackling with raw energy. As he opens his eyes, now glowing with an intense, determined light. Later, a gentle tapping echoes from outside a building, where a man kneels beside a small, prone figure. "Yes," Yonho states, his voice calm. "It doesn't bear my mana. How can you be a doctor if you don't even trust yourself?" The child, now sitting up, protests. "You did well enough to be a little helpful." "A little? I saved a whole patient." The young attendant, sitting respectfully before him, acknowledges his help, stating, "You were greatly helpful." Then, shifting the topic, he adds, "Anyway." Before posing a direct question, "Where do you think our problem lies?" Lying back with his eyes closed, Yonho considers the query, a myriad of issues flashing through his mind. Problem? There's so many. But why? He muses inwardly. The boy continues, explaining his ambition. "I want to restore the sacred mountain to its former glory." He elaborates, "That's why I wanted to hear the objective truth from an outsider like you." "Well, there are lots of problems, but the biggest problem lies." He pauses, then begins to enumerate. One would be. A subtle smirk plays on Yonho's lips, a hint of amusement or insight. The boy, noticing the expression, questions, "Sorry?" As the young attendant spoke of the sacred mountain's woes, the conversation turned to a fundamental issue, money. But the boy, still focused on the larger crisis, questioned, "Isn't money a secondary problem?" Wai Yonho, his gaze distant, countered, "Then, think about it from the beginning. What brought on your world's downfall?" His words conjured a memory, a gentle voice from the past explaining, "Medicine is the most important thing to a physician's household. You said that the same medicine shop across the street used to be yours." A quiet sigh escaped him as the weight of those words settled. He remembered his father, a man known for his boundless kindness. A hearty laugh echoed in his mind, as he recalled that his father truly had not a single enemy. He was so generous that he would not take money from the poor, even if they came to him with a broken arm and a leg. Such benevolence was only possible because of the immense wealth his family had accumulated over 3 generations. As a historian, he feels a duty to document even the hidden sides of history, but the family's medicine store began running out of capital by the time he was born. With many mouths to feed at that time, they spent a considerable amount. However, that debt wasn't considered serious, as they had recovered quite a bit of money thanks to their skill and fame, but at some point, his father began to think that his current methods weren't sustainable. So, he devised a new way to repay the debt. The boy asks, his eyes wide with curiosity. So, was he scammed? Assassinated? Why Yonho dismisses the dramatic suggestions. What kind of nonsense? I think you've read too many novels. He then begins to explain, well, you know, a way to gain a lot of money in a short period of time is a very high risk. The high-risk venture his father pursued was gambling. The dice clacking rhythmically as fortunes were won and lost. The boy, still processing the story, wondered if his father had aspired to kingship, but why Yonho clarified that he merely sought to become a sacred man, never resorting to evil, assassination, scams, or anything immoral. A look of surprise crossed his face as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" The boy then challenged him, asking if he was truly meant to revive the sacred man's legacy, prompting Wai Yonho to inquire why he would even ask such a thing. He explained that since the boy wasn't a recommendation from a royal or renowned scholar, he couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Wai Yonho, however, calmly asserted, but you're wrong. I am an ordinary person. This was the story of the greatest chivalrous warrior. He then advised against asking a professional for such matters, drawing a comparison to seeking a physician for medical issues or a pharmacist for medicine, all of which involved money. Meanwhile, a plump, smiling official addressed someone, saying, "So, Royal Inspector." A new figure, Ha Daifeng, is introduced as a secret agent, his presence marking a shift in the unfolding events. Seated across from Wai Yonho, he presses his point, asking if the Sacred Hand Manor could truly survive without his influence. Ha Daifeng scoffs, a sound of disbelief escaping him, as he emphatically states that it could not. He then proposes a partnership, suggesting that with their medical and administrative skills, Wai Yonho's assistance would be invaluable. Wai Yonho considers the offer, acknowledging internally that such a venture would undoubtedly bring in significant funds. A smug expression spreads across Ha Daifeng's face, clearly pleased with the impact of his proposition. Despite the financial appeal, Wai Yonho's internal thoughts reveal a strong aversion to working with him. Ha Daifeng, sensing his hesitation, insists that Wai Yonho has no choice, reminding him that the agent holds the current financial power and that he cannot afford to be particular. Wai Yonho turns away, a sense of resignation washing over him, as he silently laments his current predicament, the unfortunate reality of being broke. He continues to press his point, reminding Wai Yonho that his household is renowned for its medical skills, but that reputation alone won't pay the bills. He suggests that to work with a loan shark is to lose everything, but then adds, at least he knows how to manage his money. Wai Yonho, his expression tightening, asks where he thinks the money came from, and how he managed to pick it up from the ground. He continues, wondering if the Sacred Hand Manor would have lasted so long if they had given out documents for free, like Wai Yonho is doing right now. Wai Yonho looks out at the Grand Pavilion, remembering how fancy his former pavilion was, a stark contrast to his current situation. He then recalls the ancestors he's so proud of, and how they received all their money by operating a Grand Pavilion. Seated across from Ha Daifeng, Wai Yonho admits, that's true. Ha Daifeng continues, stating that Wai Yonho has pride in his family because he's the head of a renowned household, not because he's a renowned individual. He emphasizes that to gain a Grand Pavilion and maintain it, one needs to be good at making money, just like all the famous physician households are. Ha Daifeng continues to press his point, explaining that patients are immensely wealthy, and when their lives hang in the balance, they are not interested in saving money. He asks if the young man understands, who can only offer a small, reluctant acknowledgement. Yet, the young master still grapples with the idea, believing medicine should fundamentally be about the people. The sheer scale of the wealth Ha Daifeng speaks of is visually represented by a sprawling, magnificent estate, a stark contrast to his own situation, leaving him feeling utterly dejected, his expression clouded with gloom. Later, wrapped in a blanket, he hears Ha Daifeng's voice, a lingering question about whether he had been too blunt. The young master reflects on the merchant's recent demeanor, noting his apparent sadness since their conversation, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding it's none of his business. Suddenly, Ha Daifeng's voice cuts through the air, demanding his presence, and the young master, now resolute, prepares to face him. As a barefoot steps onto the cold floor, Wai Yonho's brow furrows in confusion, a sudden commotion drawing his attention as he wonders what could possibly be happening now. Meanwhile, in another room, the shouts of an angry man echo, demanding to speak with the owner and frantically searching for Jean Yeren. His face contorted in fury, the man continues his enraged search for the damned matriarch. This aggressive figure is none other than Black Earth Geology, his presence dominating the space. Ha Daifeng, looking distressed, confronts him, demanding to know why he is dragging a patient from their room. Suddenly, a woman with long, dark hair steps forward, her expression equally furious as she faces Geology. Recognizing her, Geology exclaims, realizing he has found Jean Yeren, who in turn accuses him of lacking empathy. His face twisting into a snarl, Geological retorts, questioning if her talk of empathy is merely a facade for financial gain. Black Earth Geology's voice booms through the manor, accusing someone of robbery in the name of the Silver Dragon Manor, demanding they either bring down the business or repay the debt. Jean Soa steps forward, her youthful voice cutting through the tension, asking what problem he has and what they have done. Ignoring her, Zhua Jialaji lunges forward, his hand clamping down with a sickening crunch on Ha Deifeng's collar. He pulls the man closer, his face contorted in a snarl, demanding to talk, while Wei Yonho watches the scene unfold from a slight distance. The grip remains unyielding. As Ha Deifeng struggles, his hand desperately trying to pry away the powerful hold. Jin Soa, her expression firm, tells Zhua Jialaji she doesn't want to use other methods, urging him to release the man. But Zhua Jialaji merely glares back, stating that he intends to take care of the matter himself. His eyes narrow with intense frustration, as he adds that since they are present, they should pay for the brothel's debt. Black Earth Zhua Jialaji continues his verbal assault, his voice dripping with disdain as he suggests that with Ha Deifeng's looks, he should be able to pay off the debt in about 10 years. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Ha Deifeng lunges forward, desperately grabbing Zhua Jialaji's arm to stop him from drawing his sword, pleading for him to release his grip. But Zhua Jialaji merely flexes, his muscles rippling with effortless power, easily overpowering the struggling man. A surge of dark energy emanates from his hand, gripping Ha Deifeng's arm with crushing force. The force sends him tumbling, his hand slamming against the ground as he's brought to his knees. From a distance, Jin Soa watches in horror, a desperate cry escaping her lips as she calls out his name. Zhua Jialaji leans in, his voice a low sneer, promising that Ha Deifeng's pretty face won't even take that long to look shocked. He advises the man to worry about money, rather than his own safety. Suddenly, a blur of motion, and Wei Yonho crashes into the scene, striking Zhua Jialaji and his subordinates with overwhelming force, sending them sprawling. Kneeling in despair, Jin Soa cries out, declaring that if she must die, she will take her tormentors with her. Before her words can fully echo, a swift foot descends with brutal force, crushing down on Zhua Jialaji's forearm. Zhua Jialaji recoils, clutching his injured arm, a pained groan escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend the sudden attack. The sudden, decisive violence causes Jin Soa to gasp, her previous defiance replaced by wide-eyed shock. Standing over the fallen man, the young warrior dismisses her, stating that this is not her concern. He then turns to leave, instructing Zhua Jialaji not to harm the patients, and declares his own departure. From the ground, Zhua Jialaji, despite his injury, manages a chilling smirk, accepting the terms with a simple all right. Both Jin Soa and Ha Deifeng stare after him, utterly bewildered by his sudden intervention and equally abrupt departure. As he walks away, the young warrior glances back, promising to repay the debt somehow. As he turns to leave, Jin Soa reassures him, telling him not to worry about her, but to think only of their household. With that, the two begin to walk away, leaving the injured Zhua Jialaji behind. Still reeling from the impact, Zhua Jialaji cries out for a physician. Nearby, two young men look on in shock, one of them desperately calling out for his sister. A mysterious woman with elaborate hair ornaments approaches the fallen warrior, her gaze sharp and direct. As she turns to walk away, a voice warns her that she cannot leave. Zhua Jialaji, still on the ground, demands to know who she is. Meanwhile, another figure, wrapped in white cloth, stands silently indoors, their presence adding to the unfolding mystery. Wrapped in white cloth, a figure stands, their voice echoing with a clear declaration, "I'm Wei Yonho." "You can't go," Wei Yonho states, his gaze firm. "Who the hell are you?" Peng Doguk demands, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'm Wei Yonho," he replies, his voice unwavering. As the two men face off in the courtyard, Peng Doguk clutches a young girl, Mun Yunji, tightly to his side. "What?" he mutters, his smirk faltering. "Is he just stupid?" "Let's go," Peng Doguk commands, attempting to move, but Wei Yonho steps forward, declaring, "I said you can't take her." "What the hell is up with him?" Peng Doguk growls, his face contorting in anger. "If you do." Still attempting to depart with the child, Peng Doguk dismisses Wei Yonho's concerns, demanding to know who would prepare his meals if he were to leave her behind. He reiterates his selfish reasoning, stating that if she were taken, there would be no one left to cook for him. Mun Yunji, overhearing his callous words, questions her own status, realizing with dawning horror that she is considered nothing more than a slave. Wei Yonho's expression hardens, his patience wearing thin with the man's utter disregard for human life. Peng Doguk, sensing the shift, snarls a direct threat, promising to ensure his opponent would never eat again. His fist clenches, muscles bulging as he prepares to strike. A desperate cry escapes Mun Yunji, her small hands glowing faintly with an uncontrolled surge of energy as she pleads for the violence to stop. Before Peng Doguk's attack can land, Wei Yonho moves with blinding speed, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he intercepts the blow with a powerful counter. Mun Yunji watches the sudden, violent exchange, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Wei Yonho stands firm, protecting Mun Yunji, as Peng Doguk and his two henchmen charge forward, their intent clear. But before they can even close the distance, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, a surge of blue energy erupting from his fist, sending Peng Doguk hurtling backward through the air amidst a shower of debris. He looks down at his hand, a slight frown on his face, muttering that he hadn't intended such force. Peng Doguk, though clearly stunned, quickly recovers, a look of surprise and grudging respect crossing his features as he acknowledges the unexpected power. The two men now stand apart, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. Regaining his composure, Peng Doguk demands to know the identity of this unexpected martial master. Wai Yonho simply shakes his head, denying the title. Peng Doguk warns him not to interfere, reminding him of their existing contract. Wai Yonho considers this, acknowledging that the agreement would indeed favor Peng Doguk's side. Peng Doguk warns him not to intervene. He reiterates his stance, but Wai Yonho, seemingly unconcerned, simply states his need for a cook. This, however, is merely a thinly veiled excuse, as his true intention is to offer his assistance. Peng Doguk, enraged, demands to know if he intends to disrupt the Black Earth sect's affairs. Wai Yonho firmly declares that they will not simply let the matter go, while a narration box hints at the branch head of the Milky Way manor being involved. He clarifies that he has no intention of interrupting, implying that the current situation is not his concern. Peng Doguk, still fuming, then questions if Wai Yonho plans to settle their debt. Wai Yonho, with a surprising offer, states he lacks the funds immediately but promises to send the payment within 2 weeks, much to Mun Yunji's astonishment. Peng Doguk can only stare in silent disbelief. A voice echoes with a final, pointed statement, trusting that the promise made will be kept. The words hang in the air, leaving Peng Doguk's face contorted in a silent, frustrated grimace, his jaw clenched tight. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from his hand, hinting at the immense power of a martial master, even in his stunned state. Elsewhere, a man with dark, spiky hair speaks with a stern expression, recalling how someone had introduced himself merely as a guest. An older man, holding a fish, listens with a look of surprise and concern, his brow furrowed in thought. The speaker is revealed to be Guak Dosan, the Dark Earth Branch sect leader, his presence commanding attention. The older man processes the information, repeating the word guest with a questioning tone, then adding, an acquaintance of the former Sacred Hand Manor Master? Seated at a table laden with food, the elderly man concludes with a sigh that this development makes things far more complicated. Peng Doguk glares at his subordinate, demanding to know why he fled the moment he saw the other man's skill, but the subordinate insists he is no coward. Instead, he explains, the man had promised to settle the debt within 2 weeks. Peng Doguk's subordinate continues, believing it made more sense to report on the situation first. But Peng Doguk's patience snaps, his voice rising in a furious shout. He demands to know if he was ever told to report on such matters, reminding the man that he was instructed to use it as an excuse. With a sudden, brutal strike, Peng Doguk sends his subordinate reeling, berating him for his inability to handle a single situation without constant guidance. The subordinate stumbles back, attempting to justify himself, insisting he thought reporting first was the more logical course of action. But Peng Doguk cuts him off, declaring he's heard enough of his excuses. Another swift, powerful blow connects with the subordinate's face, as Peng Doguk threatens to silence him permanently. A tense voice warns that if their plans falter, they will face the wrath of powerful forces. And then, a young boy, kneeling before an elderly master, asks if they should eliminate the threat. The master, with long white hair and a beard, considers the suggestion. His gaze firm, the elderly master dismisses the idea immediately. He explains that there is no need to provoke a martial master of such caliber, suggesting a more cautious approach. And later, as the master lies in bed, the boy sits beside him, listening to his decision to simply observe the situation for now. The master then asks what the boy intends to do, shifting the conversation to a new topic, to which the boy reminds him of a promise, that he would pay off a debt by the end of the week. The master feigns ignorance, asking if he truly said that, prompting the boy to retort with exasperation, pointing out his lack of a plan. But the master, with a knowing look, assures him that he does indeed have a plan. A low groan escapes him as he contemplates the best approach when dealing with a persistent, goal-seeking individual. He swallows hard, his expression shifting from contemplation to a hint of annoyance. The boy, standing over him as he sits on the floor, asks if he's heard of the tactic called running away in the night, the words punctuated by the soft tapping of his feet. Now both seated, the boy presses him for the exact amount of the debt, but Wai Yonho claims he can't quite recall. He then estimates it at roughly 20 gold niang, prompting the boy to wonder if that amount is enough to condemn someone to death. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, recalling that the debt used to be well over 100 gold niang. Holding up a small pouch, the boy explains that this meager amount is all they have left, having paid off the rest with all their savings. He finds the situation ridiculous, a sentiment Wai Yonho casually confirms is shared by everyone. With a resigned sigh, Wai Yonho rises and tells the boy it's time to go, leaving the boy to question their destination. His brow furrowed, Wai Yonho considers the weight of the word money. A familiar adage echoes in his mind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As a bead of sweat trickles down his temple, a question forming on his lips. A wry smirk plays on his lips as he dismisses the notion, a hint of madness in his eyes as he admits he might lose his mind. He stares down at a small, round object, the memory of his father's ruinous habits surfacing, a stark reminder of how an entire family can be lost to drink. His eyes widen, a cloud of steam rising around him, as if the very air reacts to his intense contemplation. The path he chooses leads him to a bustling establishment, a place dedicated to gambling. Inside the clandestine Golden Flower Manor, he sits among other players, his gaze fixed on the rolling dice. A silent question hangs in the air. Is today another day of failure? Meanwhile, the master of this very establishment, Kang Qianlip of the Golden Flower Manor, reviews his ledgers. He enters the Golden Flower Manor, a lavish gambling house, as Zhua Jiaology, his companion, expresses concern, wondering how long it will take to get out of this place. Zhua Jiaology then questions, what is the discernment here? Meanwhile, the master of the manor, Kang Qianlip, observes the new arrivals, a thought crossing his mind. An idiot customer. As they stand amidst the bustling gambling hall, Zhua Jiaology asks, is this the gambling house? An attendant quickly approaches, urging them. Yes, please stop looking around. Zhua Jiaology, still uneasy, questions, is it really okay? Kang Qianlip, now closer, reveals his understanding of the situation. He wants to gamble his way out of debt. He then addresses Wai Yonho directly. Goodness, young master. What brings you here? He looks at the manor master, asking if he knows him, while Zhua Jiaology stands by his side. Kang Qianlip, with a knowing smile, welcomes him, asking if he's here to enjoy the day. Zhua Jiaology then turns to his master, inquiring what he should do, only for Wai Yonho to gently chide him, asking him not to speak so formally. With a slight cough, he then asks what activities are available within the manor. Kang Qianlip gestures expansively, assuring them that the establishment offers all kinds of games. He elaborates, mentioning games played with dice and cups, and clarifies that anything one can bet money on is fair game within these walls. Kang Qianlip then leads them further inside, suggesting they see a particular game for themselves, to which Wai Yonho responds with a thoughtful hum. On a polished wooden surface, two pristine white cups sit alongside a scattering of small, translucent dice, awaiting their purpose. As Wai Yonho observes, Kang Qianlip gestures to the setup, explaining, this game is called Yin and Yang. He then adds, his hands deftly preparing the cups. It's the most popular game here. Tilting one cup, he reveals three small, gleaming marbles inside. Continuing his explanation, it's very simple. With a swift, practiced motion, he places the marbles into the cups and shakes them vigorously. I'll put 3 marbles in the cups and shake it up. He then covers the cup, separating the marbles into 2 distinct piles with a crisp sound. Doing so will divide up the marbles. With another precise movement, he places 1 cup over each pile, into the 2 cups. The cup settles firmly over its hidden contents. Finally, he points to the 2 cups, one inverted and one revealing its marbles, concluding, you just need to guess whether the marbles are odd or even numbered. He finds the game's concept simple enough, remarking on its ease, while Kang Qianlip offers a knowing smile. For the merchant, games with intricate rules hold a certain appeal, but the real draw is always where quick money can be made, especially with a 50% chance of winning. He suggests the game is perfectly suited for his companion's fiery disposition. Wai Yonho agrees, admitting he doesn't like to be excluded from anything, the sound of the marbles clacking softly as Kang Qianlip watches him with a subtle grin. He declares his intention to play. Kang Qianlip observes, noting how well his plan is progressing. He muses on the ease with which one can become ensnared by such a game. His strategy is simple, maintain a delicate balance, allowing his opponent to win big once, then repeat the process, ensuring they become addicted. A soft, whoa, escapes his companion, confirming Kang Qianlip's observation that he is indeed having real fun. As the game of Yin and Yang unfolds, a voice cries out in disbelief, questioning the sheer amount of winnings accumulating, as if the Golden Flower Manor itself were being plundered. Meanwhile, Kang Qianlip watches the proceedings, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he observes the table laden with numerous cups and growing piles of coins. With a distinct clinking sound, more silver coins spill from beneath an overturned cup, prompting a surprised huh from an unseen participant. The metallic clatter continues, each sound punctuated by an even louder, more incredulous huh, as the game's outcome becomes increasingly astonishing. Wai Yonho himself looks on with wide eyes, a small cup still in his hand, as the relentless clinking of coins confirms yet another win. The cascade of coins persists, eliciting a stunned "WA" from the onlookers, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Still holding the cup, Wai Yonho's expression shifts from surprise to a subtle, knowing smile, his gaze fixed on the game as the coins continue to clink, leaving everyone else to wonder, what is going on? A man's voice echoes, expressing satisfaction that he is finally getting his money now that Wai Yonho is gone. Within the regard sect, Peng Dojuk sits, whistling contentedly, a stick held loosely in his hand as he gazes out. He muses to himself, noting that he even found a sturdy pair of shoes someone had carelessly discarded. His expression shifts slightly as he continues, feeling fortunate for his current circumstances. But then, a sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, and his eyes widen in alarm. His mouth parts in disbelief, a single question escaping his lips. Is it true? His hand clenches tightly, reflecting the sudden, intense turmoil within him. A figure stands, cloaked in a faint, shimmering aura, his expression one of mild surprise. Before him, a young boy, Wai Sanho, Wai Yonho's younger brother, stares in utter disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he struggles to comprehend the sight. His eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning hope, he lets out a desperate cry. The man, now identified as Yang Il, looks down at the boy, his expression stern as he addresses him, while Sanho, still reeling, demands to know if his brother is truly alive. A pained gasp escapes the boy as Yang Il's voice cuts through his distress, confirming the truth and urging him to calm down. A hand reaches out, firmly grasping the boy's arm, a silent gesture of reassurance. With a gentle touch to his shoulder, Yang Il reiterates the profound news, affirming that his brother is indeed alive. Overwhelmed with relief, Sanho coughs, tears welling in his eyes, confessing his joy at finding him alive after believing him dead. With the emotional reunion concluded, Yang Il turns, beckoning the boy to follow, who, still a little disoriented, questions their destination. With his younger brother held securely, Yonho prepares for their next destination, declaring their intent to travel to the house sect. His voice firm, he commands the way forward. Meanwhile, far from their journey, Peng Dojuk's face contorts in a grimace, his brow furrowed with deep concern. A thought echoes in his mind, cursing the little shits responsible for his distress. Back with the brothers, Yonho soars through the air with incredible speed, carrying Sanho towards their destination, the house sect Kaifeng branch, as the younger boy lets out a small gasp. Sanho clings tightly to his brother's back, the wind whipping past them. Inside the house sect, a female martial artist looks up in shock, her eyes widening at the sight of the approaching figures. Sanho's small hand grips his brother's robe even tighter, protesting the dizzying speed. He cries out in discomfort, his voice lost in the rush of air as they continue their rapid descent. Rain lashes down on a dark, deserted street, setting a somber tone. Inside, away from the storm, a group of men gather around a game, one of them anxiously asking, "How much is it if he wins again?" 1,000. A younger man, his face etched with disbelief, echoes the sum, 1,000? In gold nines. Shit. Another observer, holding a small cup, confirms the incredible streak, remarking, "That's a lot. He's won 9 times in a row." The younger man, growing increasingly agitated, wonders aloud, "What the hell is with him? Even?" His companion reiterates the astonishing fact, he's won 9 times in a row. A finger points decisively at a betting slip, the question hanging in the air. "This time too?" From above, a voice calls out the result of the game, 4. It's even. As the dice clatter to a halt, a voice exclaims the impossible, 1,000 to 1 odds, a true gambling god at work. A collective gasp ripples through the room, as the onlookers realize the man has won an astonishing 9 times in a row. One gambler shouts in disbelief, confirming the victory. Another watches, a nervous chuckle escaping him, as a flash of insight seems to strike the winner. Yonho, surrounded by a faint blue aura of concentration, recalls his past training, where he honed his senses to such a degree that he could dodge falling rocks in his sleep, simply by listening. With a confident smirk, he declares that this game is far too easy. A nearby gambler, eyes wide with shock, echoes his sentiment, realizing the man can discern the dice's final positions by sound alone. Despite his incredible winning streak, Yonho decides to call it quits, lamenting that it's a shame but he must stop now. Yet, another gambler, consumed by avarice, mutters to himself that just one more roll would secure his desired fortune. As Yonho concluded his game, an older gambler and a younger man approached him, the older one exclaiming about his importance. Bowing deeply, the older man reiterated his surprise at not having recognized such a significant figure earlier. Meanwhile, from across the room, Kong Qianlip, the master of the Golden Flower Manor, observed the scene, his name echoing through the hall. Unaware of the new observer, Yonho simply dismissed the older gambler's flattery, insisting he was nothing more than a regular guy. The older gambler chuckled, feigning amusement, though he admitted the game had not been particularly interesting to him. His true thoughts, however, were far less cordial, cursing the young man as someone who lacked the ability to read the room. Stepping forward, Kong Qianlip addressed Yonho directly, suggesting there were better opportunities for his talents and inviting him to a bigger stage. The proposition caught Yonho's attention, his eyes widening slightly at the mention of a bigger stage. A flicker of intrigue crossed his face as he considered the idea, a proper gambling stage indeed. He watches the golden coins tumble from his hands, a casual indifference in his gaze as he considers the next move. The thought crosses his mind that the real games have yet to begin, and they promise to be much more fun. A slight ooh escapes his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the excitement to come. But when the older gambler, Peng Dojuk, tries to engage him further, he simply states, "I don't wanna." Peng Dojuk, however, is not easily deterred, convinced that he's going to win 10 gold niang's worth and won't leave. He challenges Yonho directly. "You think I'd let you?" Peng Dojuk, growing agitated, insists that Yonho couldn't possibly leave after such a game, offering him 5 gold niangs if he stays. The young attendant, observing the tense exchange, questions Peng Dojak's reasoning. Just because? Yes, of course. Yonho's expression hardens slightly as he wonders, what the hell kind of? With a wide, confident grin, Peng Dojuk offers a new wager, promising a payout of 10. As the rules of this game dictate, it will continue until one side has lost all their money. However, Yonho, looking slightly exasperated, counters the offer, declaring his reluctance to return unless the payout is increased to 6, a condition the opponent readily accepts. With the terms settled, he gestures with open hands, anticipating the arrival of his new opponent. A dark, clawed hand emerges from the shadows, its sharp nails glinting as an ominous gurgle echoes. A figure with long, dark hair and piercing, glowing eyes steps forward, his sharp features and menacing aura radiating power as he holds small, luminous beads. He advances with a deliberate stride, his dark robes swaying with each step. His gaze fixed, the man manipulates the glowing beads between his fingers, a soft whirring sound accompanying their intricate dance. As the dice clatter across the table, a voice questions the outcome, wondering if the young man truly managed to win all the money at Inyan. Despite his success, the observer notes that he doesn't look like a gambler at all. Wai Yonho remains perfectly composed, his expression unreadable. As Peng Dojuk watches on, Wai Yonho turns to the newly arrived challenger, asking if he is to be his next opponent. The challenger steps forward, confirming with a simple, direct yes. His eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, the man declares this to be the game he recommends. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the glowing dice spinning across the board. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he adds that if one doesn't have the money to bet, they simply cannot play. From the shadows, two observers whisper, convinced there's no way the young man can win against Gokbai, for no one ever has. Gokbai explains the rules of the dice game, emphasizing its fairness compared to cards. The simple premise being that the higher roll wins. He then asks if anyone objects to the terms, quickly answering his own question with a firm no. The game, he declares, will continue. The stakes will double with each round, until one side has no money left. A wide grin spreads across Gokbai's face as he adds that more funds can always be introduced if a player runs out. With the terms laid out, he concludes, ensuring there's no room for further losses. Wai Yonho, listening intently, finally agrees to the conditions. A resolute expression settles on his face. With the rules established, the high-stakes dice game officially began, drawing the focused attention of all onlookers. The crowd watched intently. As Gokbai, surrounded by his growing pile of winnings, confidently challenged his opponent, asking if he was ready to proceed and if he had even placed his bet yet. Wai Yonho, however, seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable, while Peng Dojuk behind him let out a worried sigh, observing the dwindling pile of chips. Peng Dojuk's anxiety mounted, lamenting that this was their first time losing so badly and that they would go bankrupt at this rate. But Wai Yonho simply acknowledged his words with a quiet right, his resolve unwavering despite the losses. Gokbai, noticing the distress, feigned surprise, while Peng Dojuk internally, or perhaps audibly, cried out, reminding him that he had been told to trust him. With a predatory glint in his eyes, Gokbai declared that this round would likely be the last game. He pushed forward a new stack of chips, raising the stakes to 2,000 niang for the round. Peng Dojuk, now in utter despair, confided in a nearby official that Wai Yonho had lost all his previous winnings, questioning if he would now be in debt and lamenting that this was precisely why children should not gamble. With the stakes now impossibly high, Wai Yonho watches his opponent, a quiet intensity in his gaze. Gokbai, however, remains unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "Let's go." With a flourish, he sends the dice tumbling from his hand, their fate momentarily suspended in the air. Wai Yonho's eyes narrow, tracking their descent with an almost desperate focus. The small cubes bounce and clatter, each rotation a heartbeat of anticipation. Then, with a final, decisive thud, they settle, revealing the highest possible score, all sixes. A collective gasp ripples through the onlookers, as Peng Dojuk and Wai Yonho stare in disbelief at the impossible outcome. The crowd erupts in exclamations of awe, their voices echoing the sheer amazement of the perfect roll. Gokbai, having secured his victory, regards the stunned faces with a look of smug satisfaction. He wonders why not. Even as his internal voice suggests the winner has already been decided, a voice then calls out to him, "Young master." He turns to Peng Dojuk, asking if he trusts him. Peng Dojuk, his face etched with concern, quickly affirms his trust, asking who else he would rely on. A faint smile plays on Wai Yonho's lips as he places a reassuring hand on Peng Dojuk's shoulder, acknowledging that no one has ever said that to him before. A quiet sigh escapes him, his expression shifting to one of deep resolve. His gaze sharpens, the weight of the situation settling upon him. He knows this next gamble is for 40 gold niang. His eyes narrow further, a fierce determination burning within them. With a confident stance, he prepares for the next move. The dice tumble through the air, their fate uncertain as they spin and clatter. A sharp gasp escapes Peng Dojuk, his eyes widening in disbelief as the outcome begins to settle. Around them, the onlookers collectively groan, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and dismay. A hand rests calmly on the table, awaiting the final, undeniable reveal. And there they lie, all four dice displaying the lowest possible score, a perfect set of ones. Yet, in the midst of the uproar, Wai Yonho's eyes remain sharp, a flicker of something unreadable within their depths. One man in the crowd can no longer contain his fury, shouting a curse at the audacious outcome. A single question echoes in the stunned silence, a silent query of who. Unperturbed by the chaos, Wai Yonho sits serenely, his composure absolute amidst the disbelief. Kneeling on the ornate floor, Peng Dojuk looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and concern, as a voice declares that their identity remains unknown. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman with sharp, dark eyes and flowing black hair observes the scene, her thoughts turning to a young boy skilled in martial arts. Without hesitation, she issues a chilling command: kill him. The command clearly rattles Peng Dojuk, his face contorting in distress. As he remains kneeling, the woman stands over him, reiterating her cold directive to simply eliminate the target, while he hesitantly protests that they still don't know the full extent of the boy's skills. A smirk plays on her lips as she dismisses his concerns, calling him useless and promising to provide more skilled martial artists, even if it means dragging them out. Her voice sharpens, commanding him to act immediately. The finality of her order rings out: and kill him. Unaware of the direct threat, or perhaps sensing it, Wai Yonho stands with a determined gaze, his hand outstretched as if ready to face whatever comes next. A man's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice catching in his throat. Another figure gasps, a low rumble escaping him as if something heavy has just fallen. The dice lay still, revealing the lowest possible score, for once. A soft exclamation of surprise escapes the young man, his gaze fixed on the table. His opponent, however, erupts in fury, cursing loudly at the outcome. A slight smirk plays on the young man's lips, a quiet ugh of feigned annoyance. He leans back, a triumphant chuckle rumbling from his chest, while the others stare in stunned silence at the impossible roll. Peng Dojuk, clearly frustrated, questions if he has any money, then demands repayment for a previous loan. Wai Yonho, however, counters, feeling he's being overcharged and needs to reclaim his funds, asking if 40 won is the amount in question. He then presses, confirming if having 40 won means he can continue playing. The tension between the two men is palpable across the low table. Peng Dojuk, exasperated, tries to reason with him, suggesting they're the only ones who know about the debt and proposing they continue playing until Wai Yonho wins his money back, wondering aloud about the point of his money. Wai Yonho, unyielding, demands a promise. Peng Dojuk, turning to the surrounding crowd, declares that a gambling house operates with integrity, using the onlookers as witnesses. He then gestures, inviting Wai Yonho to proceed. As Wai Yonho rises, a subtle shuffling sound fills the air, the crowd watching intently. Still kneeling, Peng Dojuk proposed another round, suggesting they make the stakes even more interesting. An omniscient voice lamented, "Goodness, I was a bit late, young master." Peng Dojuk questioned why Wai Yonho continued to make things difficult after winning, but the young master simply replied, "Because you would never have kept your promise, would you?" From the observing crowd, a man gasped in recognition, realizing the kneeling figure was none other than Milky Way Manor's Ha Daifeng. A groan escaped him as he wondered, "Why are you here?" Wai Yonho then addressed Ha Daifeng, stating his purpose. "Nice to meet you, Manor Master. I am here today to collect a debt." Peng Dojuk, meanwhile, confirmed that the previous winnings were now in gold. The young master reminded Peng Dojuk of his promise to continue playing as long as he kept winning, and the kneeling man, resigned, ordered the previous round's winnings to be prepared. Ha Daifeng's eyes widened in shock as Wai Yonho declared, "Let's add some more." With a decisive gesture, he pointed, announcing, "The next amount is." Wai Yonho's voice rings out, declaring the new stake, 100 gold niang. Peng Dojuk's eyes widen in disbelief, his mind reeling at the sheer audacity of the amount, as he demands, "Did you just say 100? Why are you so scared?" His face contorts in a furious snarl. "I am, you insane little shit," he roars, challenging the young man. "What do you think you can do it?" Wai Yonho meets his gaze with an unwavering intensity, his expression calm as he asks, "Are you doubting the gambling king right now?" "Of course," Peng Dojuk replies, a grudging acceptance in his tone. "Then I'm trusting you." The tension in the room thickens as the two men prepare to continue their high-stakes game, the observers watching with bated breath. "Then, we'll continue," Wai Yonho declares, his hand hovering over the dice, ready to seal their fate, as a collective gasp ripples through the onlookers. Peng Dojuk stares, his mind racing, realizing the full weight of the gamble. "You've made it 100 gold," he mutters, a new question forming in his mind. "What was your plan?" He looks at his opponent, questioning the sudden change in his demeanor. Wai Yonho clarifies, his voice calm, asking if the previous rounds were lost on purpose, then dismisses the idea as absurd. Peng Dojuk, however, presses him further, demanding to know why the Milky Way Manor was contacted in advance. A faint memory crosses Wai Yonho's mind as he responds, recalling his mother's words about always having ample funds. He states with unwavering confidence that regardless of the situation, he always possesses a great deal of money. The tension mounts, visible in the clenching of Peng Dojuk's hand, his jaw tightening with barely contained frustration. With a decisive chiak as the dice hit the table, the game is set to resume, the fate of the 100 gold niang hanging in the balance as observers watch intently. The dice tumble and spin with a soft pa sound, their outcome about to determine the victor of this high-stakes gamble. With a confident flourish, Wai Yonho releases the dice, sending them spiraling into the air. A subtle flick of his wrist ensures their perfect trajectory as the sound of their release echoes through the tense silence. The onlookers watch, their faces frozen in anticipation as the fate of the gamble hangs in the balance. The dice clatter and spin, a blur of motion, one briefly revealing a single pip before disappearing into the chaotic tumble. Then, one by one, they settle, each revealing the highest possible number, 6. A perfect 6, a testament to skill or impossible luck. Peng Dojuk, Nok Ji, and Ha Daifeng stare in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the final die still in motion, the last one to decide the outcome. It continues its frantic spin, the clatter echoing the tension in the room. And with a final, decisive thud, it settles, revealing yet another 6. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of shouts and exclamations, their voices echoing the shock and excitement of the moment, even as some acknowledge the formidable opponent. Amidst the uproar, the man known as Gokbai simply smiles, a picture of serene confidence, his gaze unwavering. With a soft rattle, he casts his own dice onto the table, the onlookers gasping in anticipation. Nearby, Peng Dojuk leans in, expressing his confusion to Wai Yonho, unable to comprehend the significance of the number 36. Gokbai's eyes blaze with an inner light, his composure absolute, as he dismisses any doubt. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a silent declaration of his opponent's misjudgment. His fist clenches, radiating an almost palpable aura of power and self-assurance, as he proclaims his legendary title. With a flourish, the gambling king extends his hand, a faint glow emanating from his palm, revealing the outcome of his throw. The dice settle with a final clatter, all 6s staring back from the table. The dice lay scattered, each face undeniably displaying a perfect 6. A single die spins, then settles, confirming the impossible feat. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of gasps and shouts, their faces contorted in disbelief at the gambling king's skill. This was the biggest game they had ever witnessed, leaving many to wonder what could possibly happen next. Peng Dojuk, his brow furrowed in concern, demands to know why Gokbai remains so unervingly calm. His anxiety mounts, desperately seeking reassurance that they won't face defeat. From the side, Wai Yonho offers a slight, knowing smile, and asks a peculiar question about Peng Dojak's sister. The unexpected query sends Peng Dojuk into a furious outburst, blood appearing on his face as he screams in disbelief. The air crackles with the sudden, violent shift in emotion, blurring the edges of the tense confrontation. The revelation of the dice roll sends a wave of shock through the gathered onlookers, their faces contorted in disbelief. While Peng Dojak's expression darkens further, his fury palpable. The single die, now settled on the table, clearly displays a 4. A collective gasp echoes through the hall, confirming the impossible outcome. Gokbai, holding out his hand to reveal his own roll, can only laugh, admitting that the young man won by a single point. As the onlookers reel from the staggering sum of 100 million won now on the line, the sheer magnitude of the bet leaves everyone stunned, their minds racing with the implications of such a loss. His face contorted in a mask of pure fury, Peng Dojuk seethes as the crowd erupts in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations, marveling at the impossible outcome. The realization dawns on Gokbai, his eyes widening in horror, that he is the first to lose such an astronomical sum to the Golden Flower Manor. The onlookers continue their astonished chatter, some celebrating the young master's incredible win, while Gokbai's mind races, the weight of his impending ruin crashing down on him. Peng Dojak's rage intensifies, his face a mask of disbelief and fury, as the crowd's shouts of "You lost!" echo his own internal torment. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he lunges forward, grabbing Gokbai by the collar and demanding an explanation for the devastating loss. Gokbai, trembling under the elder's grip, can only stammer out a desperate admission, acknowledging the young master's uncanny luck while lamenting his own utter ruin. Peng Dojak's face, now a grotesque mask of bulging veins and wide, bloodshot eyes, leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous growl of disbelief. Overwhelmed by the crushing debt, Gokbai collapses in despair, his hands clasped in a desperate plea as the reality of losing the Golden Flower Manor's money sinks in. As the weight of the loss settles, Peng Dojuk, his back to the stunned crowd, raises a hand, his aura flaring as he prepares to make a momentous declaration. Peng Dojak's rage erupts, his voice booming as he condemns Gokbai for losing a fortune, while the surrounding officials and manor masters now grasp the full financial implications of the bet between Golden Flower Manor and Wai Yonho. As the crowd buzzes with the news, some speculating about the mystery, lost, and others openly criticizing the loser, Wai Yonho, Wai Sanho, and Mun Yunji calmly walk away from the commotion. A slight, knowing smile plays on his lips as he quietly acknowledges the outcome. He then places a substantial stack of money onto a table, the crisp sound echoing in the room. With a respectful gesture, he bows slightly. Ha Daifeng, holding a ledger, confirms that the money will be secured within the manor, to which Kong Qianlip readily agrees. Ha Daifeng's hands meticulously count the newly acquired funds. Wai Yonho, however, admits that the intense atmosphere of gambling is not for him, feeling utterly drained just from observing. He stretches, letting out a soft sigh, and confesses to Wai Sanho that he is simply a bit tired. Still feeling the lingering exhaustion from the high-stakes gambling, Wai Yonho walks alongside Ha Daifeng, instructing him to take half of the money and expressing a simple desire to eat something good and finally get some sleep. As they continue their stroll, Ha Daifeng enthusiastically suggests, I know a really good place. Suddenly, a jarring sound echoes as a figure in dark robes abruptly steps into their path, blocking their way. More figures emerge from the shadows, their distinctive attire marking them as a unified group, leaving Wai Yonho to question, His expression hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected confrontation. The symbols emblazoned on their clothing clearly identify them as members of the Dark Earth Branch sect. Ha Daifeng, his face etched with concern, murmurs the name, the Dark Earth Branch sect? From the center of the menacing group, a figure with glowing red eyes steps forward, his voice deep and demanding. Who's Wai Yonho? Wai Yonho's eyes widen slightly in surprise, hearing his own name called out. A young woman, her dark hair neatly tied, inquires about an older brother. Wai Yonho, still on horseback, confirms the relation, then asks for the brother's current whereabouts. Ha Daifeng, standing nearby, explains that the brother is not present, having departed for Hubei with the Swift Dragon Escort Agency. With a polite word of thanks, Wai Yonho and Ha Daifeng turn to leave the bowing figures behind. As they walk, a subtle shift in the air passes between them, and Wai Yonho glances back at his companion. Ha Daifeng, his voice laced with dread, utters the name of their destination, a place that clearly fills him with apprehension. He vehemently protests the journey, declaring he would rather die than face the arduous trip without provisions. As Wai Yonho continues onward, Ha Daifeng is forcibly restrained by two figures, still desperately pleading to be spared the journey to Hubei. Meanwhile, the young woman from earlier, her eyes now glowing with an ominous red light, lets out a soft, troubled sigh. Wai Yonho stands over a prostrate Ha Daifeng, who, despite his weakened state, still refuses to comply. Ha Daifeng's face contorts in a desperate plea, his fear of Hubei overwhelming him. From a distance, the young woman watches, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light as she voices her own concerns about the perilous journey. Having exhausted his patience, Wai Yonho physically forces the struggling Ha Daifeng into a bath, who continues to protest vehemently, begging for death over the journey. The scene shifts to a grand bathhouse, where steam rises gently from the ornate architecture. Submerged in the warm water, Ha Daifeng lets out a deep sigh of relief, the tension slowly leaving his body. He muses on the unexpected luxury of the bath at the brigand's sect manor, imagining his leader's outrage if he were to witness such indulgence. Wai Yonho, too, finds solace in the steaming water, his muscular back visible as he relaxes. Submerged in the steamy bath, the water rippled around him, a moment of calm after the earlier commotion. His powerful physique, honed through countless battles, was evident even through the rising steam, prompting a surprised exclamation from Ha Daifeng, who remarked on the impressive build. As they both relaxed in the warm water, Ha Daifeng then inquired, wondering if a particular scar was from the legendary, tailless phantom demon. Wai Yonho's expression remained calm as he confirmed that it was indeed the tailless phantom demon. Ha Daifeng, looking at the deep mark on Wai Yonho's back, expressed his astonishment, having heard that the encounter nearly cost him his life. Wai Yonho, however, dismissed the severity of that injury, stating it was nothing compared to another, even more significant wound. This revelation prompted Ha Daifeng to question further, asking which demonic martial artist could have inflicted such a massive scar. The steam continued to rise around them. He reflects on the nature of a demonic martial artist, his expression grim. Suddenly, a child's desperate cry echoes, Sanho, wake up! The plea repeats, a desperate echo in the darkness. It was a time when he, as a young boy, did not yet comprehend how truly terrifying the sword could be. An older man, his face etched with lines of experience, demands to know the whereabouts of Wai Yonho. The young man before him, with a confident smirk, simply declares himself to be the one they seek. The older man's eyes narrow, a silent beat passing as he processes the unexpected revelation. His expression shifting from inquiry to a deeper, more calculating gaze. Turning to his subordinate, he questions if this youthful figure is truly the one, receiving a firm confirmation in return. He then voices his disbelief, having expected a martial master to be older, realizing his preconceived notions were entirely mistaken. With a dismissive huff, he asserts that even a young man must face consequences for interfering in their affairs, his words carrying an undeniable threat. The sharp sound of metal on metal rings out as a hand firmly grasps a sword's hilt, another reaching to intervene. Observing the scene with intense focus, Peng Doja calls out for a halt, his gaze fixed on Wai Yonho, who holds the blade, as Gokbai stands beside him, equally intent, while a young boy watches from behind. A young man, looking somewhat bewildered, holds up a document bearing a prominent red seal. Wai Yonho gestures towards the document, instructing the young man to sign it, promising an explanation later, as the young man sighs in resignation. He continues to press the young man, urging him to sign, with the promise of a future explanation. Meanwhile, Gokbai, his glowing eyes sharp, questions the cost associated with the Milky Way Manor. Ha Daifeng, the branch owner, responds, stating the price, 20 gold niang and 50 silver niang, as Kang Qianlip stands by. A chest is opened, revealing a glittering pile of gold and silver coins. A voice, filled with disbelief, exclaims at the sight of the unexpected payment. A sudden flash of light illuminates the room, catching the branch owner, Ha Daifeng, completely off guard. Wei Yonho explains to the young Wei Sanho that the contract for the Sacred Hand Manor is now settled, and with the debt resolved, they no longer owe anything. From their vantage point, Peng Dojuk questions the simplicity of the resolution, wondering if such a small sum could truly settle the entire debt. Ha Daifeng, alongside Kang Qianlip, carefully examines the document, his expression a mix of surprise and calculation. Wei Yonho clarifies that he is intentionally paying more than what was originally owed, a fact that Ha Daifeng acknowledges with a thoughtful "oh, it does look that way." Gokbai, still observing with Peng Dojuk, expresses his disbelief and concern, reminding his companion that the Golden Flower Manor's leader is involved, and fearing they might rebuild it themselves. A single gold coin gleams in Ha Daifeng's hand, a tangible symbol of the completed transaction. Ha Daifeng, with a confident smirk, dismisses the concerns of others, declaring that such problems are not important right now, and he won't allow interference in his business. Elsewhere, Wei Yonho stands ready, his dual swords drawn, poised for a fight. His face contorted in a mask of fury, Peng Dojuk's eyes burned with indignation. As he declared with chilling finality, "This is called a punishment." His voice echoing with authority, he commanded his subordinates, "Bring his head." Responding with a unified cry, several clan members, their blades glowing with ominous purple energy, charged forward. They quickly surrounded Wei Yonho, their weapons poised to strike, but he remained utterly still, a picture of calm amidst the chaos. As the first blade descended, he met it with his own, the clash of steel echoing sharply. A faint smirk played on his lips as he mused, "Punishment." Wielding two swords, he moved with impossible speed, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him, intercepting every attack. With a single, devastating motion, the attacking blades shattered into countless fragments, sent flying outwards by an unseen force. An attacker lunges forward, his fist blurring with intent. But before the blow can land, he effortlessly intercepts it, a flash of blue energy shattering the assailant's weapon. A swift counterattack follows, striking the man with devastating force. The impact sends him flying, his face contorted in pain. He collapses to the ground, defeated. Standing amidst the fallen, the warrior remains calm, a faint blue aura still clinging to him as more opponents close in. From a distance, Peng Dojuk watches in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock at the display of power. His subordinate reminds him of the warning, while Dojuk can only utter a frustrated "hey." Unfazed by the surrounding enemies, the warrior speaks directly to the unseen instigator, demanding that the true sender of these assassins reveal themselves. A menacing smile spreads across the white-haired leader's face, a nervous gulp betraying his true feelings as he processes the recent events. Frustration etched into his posture, he barks a command for help, his voice laced with urgency. Meanwhile, a foot steps firmly onto the scattered debris, a testament to the recent, brutal confrontation. Wei Yonho strides forward, his gaze fixed on a new group of cloaked figures awaiting him. As he closes the distance, his eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, power surging through him. A blinding burst of azure energy erupts from his form, engulfing the entire group in a single, explosive impact. Looking down at the aftermath, he expresses genuine surprise at the sheer force he just unleashed. His hand descends, the ground beneath him cracking and rumbling from the residual energy. He surveys the defeated figures, musing that he had expected a more challenging fight, finding the swift victory rather sudden. A voice questions the nature of a specific technique, asking if it is indeed the hidden sword. The explanation begins, revealing that there exists a sword art solely specialized for killing. As a soft white aura emanates from the speaker, he continues, explaining that it is mostly used by assassins. With a pointed finger, the elder emphasizes that its sole goal is to kill the opponent without being noticed. Wei Yonho listens, a blue glow surrounding him, as the elder asks, "Then, what should you not?" The young man simply replies, "I don't." The elder's voice grows stern, the white and blue energies swirling around them as he warns, "People who use hidden sword art are murderers who have killed countless people. You must neither trust nor underestimate them." His face illuminated by a powerful white glow, Li Wanya delivers his final, chilling instruction, "Do not forget this." Red particles scatter across the dark, emphasizing the gravity of his next words. "If you find them, kill them all right away." A determined expression crosses his face, knowing he must now give his all after the old man's words. Turning to the kneeling figure, he asks for a sword, which is promptly offered. As he grips the hilt, a metallic scrape signals the blade's release, a sound he knows will draw attention. With a surge of blue energy beginning to emanate from him, he issues a stark warning for any unseen threats to stay away. Now fully enveloped in a vibrant azure glow, he stands poised, his sword radiating with the same intense light, ready for the inevitable clash. An opponent, taken aback by his agility, realizes this is no ordinary foe, having already dodged an attack. As multiple figures close in, their attacks met by his glowing blade, One warns the others that their target is a martial master, urging them to cooperate. Amidst a flurry of blue energy and flashing steel, he deftly parries and counters, his movements a blur against the multiple assailants. With the initial assault repelled, he stands firm on a shimmering platform of blue energy, ready for whatever comes next. He grips the hilt of his sword, his expression hardening with fierce resolve. A surge of blue energy erupts from him, deflecting an unseen attack as he engages multiple assailants. The powerful aura pushes them back, eliciting a cry of pain from one of his opponents. His eyes glow with the intense blue light of his power, a memory of his master's words echoing in his mind. Do not let yourself be held back by each movement. With renewed focus, he prepares for the next strike. The start, he recalls, is an unbending spirit. His blade flashes, deflecting an unseen strike with a sharp tack. As blue energy flares around him, repelling another assault with a forceful AK. He stands at the center of a whirlwind of attacks, his aura a vibrant shield against the onslaught of multiple weapons. Remembering his master's words, you must not let your mind be swayed just because your opponent's sword is approaching you. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, a focused breath escaping his lips with a soft WHFF. The wisdom echoing in his mind. You must wield the sword with a cool head to be able to respond accordingly to any kind of situation. With a decisive suk, he plants his foot firmly. And a powerful surge of blue energy erupts, deflecting yet another blow with a resounding kwang. He moves with blinding speed, his form a blur as he unleashes a powerful sword strike, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him. His blade meets an unseen force with a resounding kwang, the intense blue glow of his sword momentarily illuminating the chaos. A memory of his master's words echoes in his mind. Next is to imbue your sword with your mindset. Another fierce kwang erupts as his blade clashes once more, sending sparks and blue energy scattering through the air. The teaching continues, a guiding principle in his relentless fight. Two blades of the same steel. His own glowing sword reflecting the chaotic cack of the ongoing struggle, a testament to the power he channels. But if you do not put yourself into the steel, the master's voice concludes, it is not a proper sword. Another sharp kwang rings out, the sound of steel meeting steel echoing through the space. With a focused "oh," he tightens his grip on the sword, its blue glow intensifying as energy particles swirl around him, fully embodying the teachings. He continues his relentless assault, his glowing blue blade clashing with unseen forces, each strike a testament to his unwavering resolve. For as his master had taught him, a sword is only truly proper when imbued with one's will. He moves with fluid precision, his form a dance of destruction amidst the swirling blue energy. With a focused gaze, he understands that a sword wielded with such conviction can split even the mountains. A devastating impact follows, his blade tearing through an unseen foe with a sickening crunch. He pivots, his body a conduit for the surging power, maintaining his aggressive stance as the blue aura flares around him. To truly master the sword, one's mind must be emptied, like how the water flows of a river. He is a whirlwind of motion, his form wreathed in brilliant blue energy as he engages an unseen foe. His hand clenches around the hilt of his sword, the blade resonating with the power he pours into it, as the voice of his master, Mu-san, instructs him, channel yourself into the sword. Meanwhile, Peng Dojuk stands triumphant, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over a fallen opponent. A chilling, shadowy entity materializes, its form wreathed in dark, crackling energy, with eyes that burn a malevolent red. Mu-san's teachings continue to guide Wai Yonho's thoughts, the elder's voice firm. What I have taught you is not a move. Peng Dojuk's heavy boot descends with a sickening crunch, asserting his dominance over another defeated adversary. Wai Yonho's gaze intensifies, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue as he grasps the profound truth that might grow into anything. Within his very being, a core of pure, vibrant energy pulses, radiating brilliant pink and purple light. From a distant rooftop, two silent observers, their faces hidden beneath wide-brimmed hats, watch the city below, their presence unknown. As his master's words echo in his mind, Wai Yonho visualizes his spirit taking form, a perfect sword of pure blue energy, shimmering with countless particles. For it is said, a perfect sword is created with your mind. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, as the energy within him begins to surge and radiate. He stands at the center of a swirling vortex of brilliant blue, intricate patterns of light forming around him, a testament to the power he now commands. The teaching continues, create your own sword. The blue energy surges, crackling with raw potential, ready to be unleashed. Wai Yonho stands firm, enveloped in the brilliant aura, his resolve unwavering. His eyes, now burning with an intense blue light, reflect the immense power he has cultivated, the very essence of his being radiating outward. Then, with a resounding kwang, the concentrated energy bursts forth in a blinding flash. The internal energy within Wai Yonho coalesces, forming intricate, glowing blue patterns that radiate outward with increasing intensity. The light grows brighter, a brilliant pillar of azure energy erupting from his form. As the power expands, a deep, Resonant roar echoes through the air. The concentrated force then bursts upward, a final, explosive release of raw energy. The shockwave rips through the area, sending multiple figures flying backward, their bodies tossed like ragdolls by the sheer force. From a distance, Musan observes the display, his form radiating a calm, ethereal blue light as he watches the outcome. Amidst the scattered figures, Wai Yonho stands tall, his body still enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, a glowing sword held firmly in his grasp. He looks down at the defeated, his voice firm as he declares, "You who have clothed yourselves in martial arts, you won't be able to keep the strength you have." His gaze sweeps over them, delivering a final, cutting judgment. You won't be able to hide yourselves from others, either. Pay the price for having oppressed others just because you were stronger than them. Even after the recent confrontation, he finds himself pondering the familiar feeling these defeated individuals evoked. Shaking his head slightly, Wai Yonho dismisses the thought, deciding he will unravel the mystery another day, as Peng Dojuk stands nearby. A shiver runs through Peng Dojuk, his face contorting in a silent scream of terror. Before he can even react, Wai Yonho's hand shoots out, seizing the elder by his collar, eliciting a choked gasp of surprise and fear. Holding him effortlessly, the young master yawns, casually reminding his captive of his earlier boasts about punishment. With a swift, decisive motion, he sheathes his blade, a silent command echoing in the air. Inflict hellish pain on that red dog by. After the dust settles, a voice questions, "Didn't you say that you were going to punish someone?" Wai Yonho responds with a languid yawn, his sword still in hand. From nearby, Musan calls out, "Why, young master?" Meanwhile, Peng Dojuk, defeated and desperate, pleads from the ground, "If you'll forgive me, I'll repent for my sins and live as a good person." Wai Yonho begins to walk away, dismissing the plea with a thought, "About the guys who were beaten up, don't you think it's an insult to him?" He adds, "I try to live by my words." Peng Dojuk, still prostrate, offers a counterpoint, "But people can make mistakes sometimes, you know?" As Peng Dojuk insists that changing for the better is good, Wai Yonho glances back, his expression unyielding. "But who's going to believe you, after all that you've done?" As the defeated lie scattered, Wai Yonho dismisses the idea of an eye for an eye, suggesting a more definitive end for Peng Dojuk, who quickly protests that such a punishment would be excessive. His hand gesturing emphatically, Peng Dojuk reiterates his belief in proportional retribution. Wai Yonho, his gaze falling upon the fallen, remains silent, contemplating the scene before him. Peng Dojuk, now pleading desperately, insists that his family would suffer if he were to die, before a dark smirk crosses his face as he admits to loving when people give up easily. A silent question hangs in the air. Is there truly no other way? A close-up reveals the spiky black hair of an unseen observer, reacting to the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, a man with reddish-brown hair watches the exchange, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips as he crosses his fingers. Suddenly, a frustrated shout of "shit" erupts. Peng Dojak's face contorts, his earlier desperation giving way to a wild, unsettling laughter. A colossal structure erupts in a blinding flash, its foundations shattering as a wave of destructive force ripples outward. Following the initial blast, massive chunks of stone and wood rain down from the sky, scattering across the ravaged ground. Amidst the chaos, Wai Yonho's voice cuts through the air, demanding, "Now, guide me." An unseen voice responds, "Where to?" He replies, "Their base." Elsewhere, a brilliant, ethereal light pierces the heavens, descending like a spear into the earth, tearing through the landscape with an explosive impact that signals a complete downfall. Observing the distant devastation, Wai Yonho stands, his gaze fixed on the ravaged horizon, a silent witness to the unfolding destruction. The intricate patterns of a traditional robe hang over a balcony railing, overlooking a serene courtyard. Inside, a woman with dark, flowing hair gazes out, a hint of worry in her eyes as she wonders if her brother has truly departed. Her thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a child's excited shouts from below. She looks down to see a small boy running towards her, a bright, glowing object clutched in his hand, emitting a soft light. The boy continues to call out, his voice filled with urgency and joy. His face is alight with excitement as he asks if she knows the incredible news. Stepping into the courtyard, the woman asks what has him so excited, and the boy proudly declares that they have repaid all their debts. The woman, however, dismisses his claim with a gentle smile, suggesting he must be dreaming. The boy's joyful expression instantly turns to shock as the woman begins to explain the true situation. Under the serene glow of a full moon, traditional rooftops stand silhouetted against the night sky. Her violet eyes reflecting the soft light, the woman murmurs, "I see." A delicate jade pendant rests against her collarbone. As the young boy beside her exclaims, "We're free now. It's all thanks to Mr. Y." The woman clasps her hands together, her expression softening as she acknowledges, "I'm glad. We owe him." However, a shadow of concern crosses her features. As she looks down, confessing, it was wrong to try and repay the debt through gambling. Suddenly, a man's voice cuts in, "Sis. I'll let it pass this time since you weren't the one gambling, but don't go anywhere near the gambling house again." His brow furrowed. The brother questions the method they used to repay their debt. his expression a mix of frustration and deep concern. He asserts that anyone who deviates from the orthodox path is bound to face insurmountable obstacles. The woman listens, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, as his words hang heavy in the air. He continues, his voice rising in frustration, wondering how they could have been so careless after witnessing their father's struggles, and challenges her to justify their actions, asking if she could still claim it wasn't bad. The woman, her expression softening with a hint of sadness, murmurs that their father was a physician who also strayed from the orthodox path. The brother turns his head away, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, as he struggles to find a response. He finally manages to retort that she is too much. The woman looks down at the young boy, her voice gentle yet firm, explaining, I did my best for you, but all you can see around you is the truth. It's all for your sake. The young Wai Yonho, his gaze fixed on the ground, responds quietly, I don't want to stay in this place. He continues, his voice tinged with a child's earnestness. If we did things that way, we would be staying in this place forever. His words hang in the air, echoing the unspoken history of the Wai clan, whose name is etched onto a weathered wooden sign. The young boy then recalls a different path, stating, I learned a lot from Mr. Wai. The woman listens, her expression unreadable, before she finally responds, I do not want to live the way you do. Her eyes hold a deep longing as she declares, I want to live my own life. Under the silent gaze of the full moon, the woman and the young boy stand together, their paths diverging even as they share the same space. As a historian, one has a duty to document even the hidden sides of history, a task often undertaken within the hallowed grounds of the Great Hanlim Institute, nestled in the pine forest. Wai Yonho offers a warm welcome to his visitor. The guest, a man with a formal top knot, expresses his gratitude, honored by the reception despite their unannounced arrival. As the visitor bows deeply in respect, Wai Yonho acknowledges his presence, noting that he heard of his association with Elder Peng and affirming his status as an important guest deserving of welcome. Still in his respectful bow, the guest offers an apology for any rudeness that might have been caused by his companion. Dismissing the concern, Wai Yonho shifts the conversation, asking if the guest is indeed looking for someone specific. His gaze sharpens, awaiting confirmation. He gazes intently, posing a question about the true extent of one's potential. Such a thing, he explains, cannot be restricted, and considering the other's personality, he is sure they would try to shape their brother to their expectations. However, he warns, that will only ruin him, as everyone eventually tries to squeeze a wild horse into a small house. Instead, he advises, one must simply let him be free. The metaphorical bonds shatter. For then, one day, he will become a horse running, unfettered through the plains. Wai Yonho looks up, his expression thoughtful, having delivered his counsel. Finally, he bows respectfully, thanking the unseen listener for their consideration. I will think about your advice, the other man replies, walking away from Wai Yonho. As the two continue their journey along a forest path, Wai Yonho then asks, why do you look so annoyed? Did I say something bad and severe? His companion, however, seems preoccupied, asking, how long has my brother been like this, when you saw him? He explains that he only treated his brother well because he was Wai Yonho's disciple, adding that otherwise, he wouldn't even have considered him human. Wai Yonho muses, he's so lazy and he's evil, like he's from the unorthodox Murim. He's more cunning than a politician. The other man lets out an exasperated sound, covering his mouth in frustration. Wai Yonho simply watches him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He considers the words, a slight frown touching his lips as he acknowledges the other's perspective. His companion, however, remains resolute, convinced that many are simply too blind to see the true depth of his brother's talent, even if that talent is often misdirected. He then adds, with a hint of resignation, that his brother has changed significantly from the person he once was. Time passes, and the protagonist stirs from a deep slumber, a long yawn escaping him as he slowly begins to wake. His eyes snap open, a momentary confusion clouding his features as he fully regains consciousness. Sitting up, he looks around his surroundings, a single question forming on his lips. How long has he been asleep? He rises to his feet, stretching out the stiffness from his body, complaining that the long rest has left him feeling as though he'd been thoroughly beaten. His hands reach down, perhaps to steady himself or to feel the ground beneath him, a moment of quiet assessment. Then, the companion's voice cuts through the silence, acknowledging the protagonist's efforts with profound gratitude. What he has done for them is truly immeasurable. He shouts in disbelief, urging her to rise. Still kneeling before him, he questions her actions. Why are you doing this? His companion looks up, her expression earnest, as if steeling herself for a difficult request. A hint of annoyance in his voice, he asks, what is it? Am I being called by my name for something? He simply stares, awaiting her explanation. She explains that Soa had to become a sacred martial artist, destined to serve the emperor and regain their family's honor, but is currently resisting. Still kneeling before him, she implores the radiant martial sovereign to change Soa's mind. He looks down at her, a slight frown on his face, wondering why he should involve himself in such a personal matter, but she quickly counters, asking what could possibly be more important than this. As he considers her words, she reminds him that he is, after all, the one who saved her and her brother. Her expression turns resolute as she speaks of the Sacred Hand Manor, a place whose revival holds immense significance. She continues, explaining that even if Soa were to become a great physician, it would not be enough. Her father's will, she states, cannot be fulfilled if Soa does not resurrect the Sacred Hand Manor. However, she adds, if the Sacred Hand Manor is revived, there is hope. With a hopeful glint in her eyes, she concludes that they will then have a chance at a greater future. Wai Yonho listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes the full weight of her words, the implications of her family's destiny, and the Sacred Hand Manor. He listens intently as the woman continues, explaining that the priority now is to revive the Sacred Hand Manor, and for that to happen. She looks at him with unwavering resolve. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he offers a thought. There is actually a really simple solution. His fingers tap thoughtfully, considering the implications. The conversation hangs in the air, a moment of quiet contemplation before the scene shifts. A grand, traditional building stands illuminated against the night sky, its presence looming. Suddenly, the woman's jaw clenches, a sharp intake of breath betraying her inner fury. She curses herself, wishing she had killed that beggar. Her thoughts flash back to a moment of intense anger, a memory of Peng Dojuk, the branch leader who had just been killed, and another man smiling, urging him to go, buddy, as if mocking his rage. The memory makes her so mad. Meanwhile, Peng Dojuk himself, consumed by fury, wonders how anyone dares to play around with him, vowing to make them regret it when they next meet, before a frantic voice interrupts him, warning of a problem. A masked figure, Gongmu, confronts a woman, demanding to know what's happening. Inside a lavish hall, the woman stands beside an older, gray-haired man and another figure, as if awaiting an audience. The gray-haired man, his gaze sharp, questions the authority in the room. His stern expression remains unwavering. The woman, her lips curled in a slight smirk, comments on the influx of visitors. Then, with a confident declaration, she reveals her true identity, stating she is Wai Zhonghan. The trio continues their procession through the grand hall. The gray-haired man, taken aback by her revelation, stammers her name in disbelief. He then exclaims her full title, recognizing her as the righteous chivalrous swordsman, Wai Zhonghan. Peng Dojak's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape as the revelation settles upon him. He tries to articulate his shock, stammering, then, since you know me, I won't have to explain as much. We're looking for our so. Oh. But before he can finish, an unseen force slams into him, sending him recoiling with a pained cry. As the dust settles, Wai Yonho stands calmly, her back to a stern-faced man with a top knot, who questions, we're busy enough, what are you flexing? A red-haired man behind him, smirking, adds, Shanghai, it's just, I'm famous. The stern man's irritation grows, wondering if such trivial matters are truly important. The red-haired man simply dismisses it. Nope. That's. Wai Yonho, meanwhile, looks down thoughtfully, hearing the stern man's incredulous whisper, the righteous chivalrous swordsman? She hums softly in response. Elsewhere, a dark-haired woman with a serious expression relays a message. Zhang sent word to us from here. An unseen voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what exactly transpired. An older man, accompanied by a younger figure, inquires about the whereabouts of Mr. Wai Yonho. As a woman with dark, flowing hair states that he should have already arrived at the Sacred Hand Manor. The older man repeats the name, Sacred Hand Manor, and the woman confirms that before this, Wai Yonho was at the Great Hanlim Institute. He then questions if the Sacred Hand Manor is a physical manifestation of the heart, adding that he hasn't heard of any problems with Wai Yonho's health. The woman, deep in thought, finds the situation quite strange. The elderly man, Mu-san, muses that his son is quite lazy. But the woman quickly counters, stating he is not the type to be seen with just anyone regularly. Mu-san's gaze sharpens as he presses her, asking how she knows so much about him. A sudden realization dawns on her, a quiet umph escaping her lips as she understands. He has been keeping an eye on Wai Yonho. Her composure shatters, and she points an accusing finger, demanding, you better answer properly. A frustrated ugh escapes her as she stands defiantly, the man behind her remaining silent. The situation quickly escalating into something potentially very bad. The Sacred Hand Manor, now fully reconstructed, stands as a testament to swift work, having utilized what was once the Dark Earth Branch head's residence. Inside, Wai Yonho finds himself questioning the finances, wondering what money they could have possibly had to begin with, considering the building had been looted. His confusion deepens as a man presents him with a document, prompting a bewildered, what is this? The man calmly explains it's a promissory note, stating that Wai Yonho now owes them 20 golden niang. Wai Yonho's eyes widen in disbelief, recognizing the signature and realizing this is what he was made to sign last time. A wave of betrayal washes over him, as he had genuinely believed they were doing him a favor. Peng Dojuk explains his terms, stating that he repaid the debt as an investment, expecting the Sacred Hand Manor to be reconstructed and its former glory restored to repay him. He then reveals the true nature of the agreement, a promissory note for 20 golden niang, which Wai Yonho must pay off in 20 days. The realization dawns on Wai Yonho, his eyes widening in disbelief and shock. A memory flashes back to a younger Wai Yonho, happily signing a document, believing it to be a simple favor. Back in the present, the grim truth is revealed. The document he holds is a slave contract. His face contorts in a mixture of anger and frustration, the weight of the deception pressing down on him. The flashback continues, showing him signing the paper, while the red-haired figure watches with a knowing smile, confirming the trickery. He questions why he was subjected to such a cruel deception. His ear flushes red with a mix of anger and deep embarrassment, the sting of being so easily fooled burning within him. Peng Dojak, with a slight smile, continues to discuss the terms of the agreement with Wai Yonho, who finds himself thinking that there could be no contract as absurd as this one. He stands alone in the ornate room, his mind reeling from the implications. A look of utter confusion crosses his face as he processes the words, unable to fully grasp the situation. Peng Dojak leans forward, his voice laced with feigned concern, asking if the conditions seem too good to be true. The underlying truth, however, is that even with immense effort, the Sacred Hand Manor would never regain its former glory. Peng Dojak continues, asserting that while the manor might be renowned, it's not something Wai Yonho truly needs, a statement he reluctantly agrees with. With a knowing look, Peng Dojak then presses him, inquiring about the true reason for his generosity in paying all these fees. Wai Yonho's expression hardens, his suspicion growing as he retorts that he doesn't see what Peng Dojak is gaining from this arrangement. Still pondering the intricate web of relationships, Wai Yonho considers the implications. Peng Dojak, meanwhile, speaks of a young man, and who despite his youth, is destined to become a great physician one day. The surface of the liquid in the bowl shimmers with a subtle glow. Wai Yonho recalls Peng Dojak's earlier words, that the Sacred Hand Manor was beyond repair, yet now he speaks of An's ability to save many. He resolves to believe in this young physician's potential, and to observe his progress in the future. Turning back to Peng Dojak, Wai Yonho admits his difficulty in comprehending the elder's true intentions, but concedes if that is what he truly desires. A wave of surprise washes over him, realizing the depth of consideration Peng Dojak seems to be showing. He sits, lost in thought, his gaze cast downwards. His hands clench tightly, a silent testament to the frustration bubbling beneath his composed exterior as he reflects on his own complaints. He considers his options, wondering what he can truly accomplish. He resolves to dedicate himself to hard work, aiming to repay the trust placed in him. A surge of determination washes over him, knowing he needs to pull himself together. As he departs, Peng Dojak watches his retreating figure, a question hanging in the air. The elder stands alone in the opulent hall, his gaze fixed on the empty space where the young man had been. A low, guttural chuckle begins to emanate from him. Peng Dojak's face twists into a wide, mocking grin, finding amusement in the ease with which he can deceive a youth. His laughter grows, a sinister sound as he muses that the young man hadn't even truly fooled him. The chilling sound of his mirth fills the air, his gold rings glinting as he covers his mouth. A hearty laugh escapes Wai Yonho, his face alight with amusement, as the grand sign for the Sacred Hand Manor stands proudly, announcing its presence. Now officially the manager, he stands before the newly opened establishment, ready to fulfill his duties. With purpose, he sets about preparing the manor for its grand opening. The day finally arrives, marking the official opening of the Sacred Hand Manor. Surveying the bustling crowds, he quickly realizes the demand, ordering his staff to prepare more food, threatening dire consequences if they fail to meet the needs of the people. The manor grounds are packed with countless individuals, all seeking aid. Noticing the overwhelming numbers, he instructs his subordinates to open up all unused patient rooms to accommodate everyone. Even as a subordinate expresses concern about depleting their reserves, he dismisses the worry, insisting they simply buy more to ensure no one is turned away. A young woman, her expression resolute, reminds herself to maintain composure, even as the weight of her new position settles upon her. This is Jin Soa, the newly appointed master of the Sacred Hand Manor. Meanwhile, two onlookers whisper amongst themselves, wondering aloud about the presence of the Peng clan's eldest young master and why he has gone to such lengths to present himself. They speculate on his intentions, particularly concerning the Sacred Hand Manor and the vast wealth it represents. Suddenly, a voice announces, "Coming in." A procession of figures ascends the grand staircase, their numbers hinting at the importance of the arrival. Jin Soa and her companion watch the scene unfold, a silent question hanging between them. With a soft thud, the footsteps of Peng Dojak echo as he departs. He walks away, his back to the manor, leaving Jin Soa and her companion to ponder the implications of his visit. A grand procession announces the arrival of Peng Dojak, who ascends the steps with an air of undeniable authority. An attendant offers a deferential greeting, while Gongmu observes the scene from a distance, his scarred face unreadable. Peng Dojak then turns his attention to the manor master's brother, his gaze sweeping across the manor grounds before settling on a distant, towering structure. Below, Gongmu kneels in quiet contemplation, overjoyed that the Jin family's Sacred Hand Manor will be reconstructed. Peng Dojak continues his silent assessment of the surroundings. Finally, he breaks the silence, directly addressing the man before him, asking if he is the former Sacred Hand Manor master's son. He stands over the kneeling figure, his presence commanding as he prepares to make a formal declaration. The manor master's brother looks up, a hint of apprehension in his eyes, awaiting the verdict. With a voice that carries authority, Peng Dojuk declares his official recognition of the Sacred Hand Manor's reconstruction. He then addresses the kneeling man directly, expressing his belief that he will serve the people well, his gaze unwavering. The brother responds instantly, his voice firm with renewed resolve, assuring his superior of his commitment. Thus, the Sacred Hand Manor, once fallen, is officially declared revived. The news spreads quickly, igniting cheers among the populace, who celebrate the return of their city's pride, believing it to be a divine blessing. Now standing before the jubilant crowd, the manor master's brother addresses them, promising the manor's continued service to the sick and needy, emphasizing the health of the people as the nation's strength. From a distance, Gongmu affirms the brother's words to Peng Dojuk, reassuring him of the manor's future. The Sacred Hand Manor, once a symbol of prestige, now stands in disarray, its abandoned state a stark contrast to its former glory, prompting whispers among onlookers about its long-standing neglect. Meanwhile, a boisterous laugh echoes through a nearby chamber, as Wai Yonho turns to his father, Gongmu, asking if he is truly listening. With a determined expression, Yonho vows that he will perform exceptionally well, asking his father to watch over him. A soft click of realization sounds. As Gongmu's expression shifts, the sound echoing his internal processing of his son's words. A voice confirms from an unseen location that the outcome was indeed perfect. Later, Wai Yonho sits calmly, a scroll in hand, a soft rustle accompanying his movements. He is joined by the manor master's brother, the two men engaged in a quiet discussion. He makes it clear that he'll be keeping a meticulous record of any bribes. After all, he needs to ensure that the other party keeps their word. The manor master's brother looks on, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. With his message delivered, he announces his departure. He waves a final farewell as the carriage carrying the manor master's brother begins to roll away. The brother muses on the implications of such records falling into the hands of a royal inspector. He concludes that he must behave himself for a while. The next morning arrives. The young manor master looks up, her eyes wide with surprise. A massive crowd surges forward, pushing and shoving to get through a gate, as unseen guards shout for order. The sheer volume of people creates a bottleneck, forcing everyone into a slow, deliberate procession up a set of stairs. Among the throng, a portly official with a receding hairline observes the endless line, his younger companion wondering aloud about its length, while the official himself mutters about a distinct scent. His eyes, now glowing with a greedy green light, confirm his suspicion. The scent is that of immense wealth, and he resolves to claim his share. His companion stares in disbelief, questioning the official's sudden, avaricious declaration. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, the grand facade of the Nature's Hand Manor stands illuminated. Inside, a medical ward glows with an eerie blue light, its many beds conspicuously empty, prompting a bewildered question from an unseen voice. A man in a white head wrap stands over a kneeling attendant, who explains that all the patients have departed. The man's face flushes with shock and anger as he demands to know the destination, the Sacred Hand Manor. He glares down at his subordinate, his voice sharp with accusation, demanding why he couldn't keep his mouth shut, why he had to make such a mess. The subordinate, cowering, can only stammer that the man's father had plunged them into immense debt through gambling. The official presses further, questioning how the man could possibly have acquired the funds to gamble again. A wave of frustration washes over him, remembering how everything had been going so well before he got that man into gambling. His subordinate, now visibly distraught, wonders what they will do, acknowledging their shared responsibility and the inevitable blame that would fall upon them if things went wrong. He then laments their helplessness, stating that the place had already been established. But the official's eyes narrow with grim determination, declaring that sometimes, to untangle a knot, one must simply cut it. With a sharp, decisive motion, a glowing blade slices through something unseen. A subordinate, caught in the aftermath of the manor official's decisive action, can only stammer out a terrified apology. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Wai Yonho sits at a desk, his gaze fixed on a covered figure lying motionless on a nearby bed, a somber atmosphere hanging heavy in the air. A grim narration speaks of a man who met an untimely end at the hands of a scoundrel in the night. Back in the manor, the official's blade, still glowing with a faint aura, reflects the cold reality of misfortune. Wai Yonho remains at his desk, the narration continuing to unfold the tragic story, urging the need to stash away enough money for a proper funeral. His hands, clasped together, betray a quiet resolve as he processes the weight of the situation. The chronicles of the lazy sovereign detail a time when the young master of the Sacred Hand Manor, having just managed to stand back on his own 2 feet, finds himself perched on a rooftop, observing a scholar diligently working below, only to meet an untimely visitor in the form of a robber in the night. A smirk plays on the robber's lips as he mutters, "Cook, what a misfortune." His thoughts turn to the practicalities of his trade, considering how much money he might stash away to donate at the funeral. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, the robber's expression shifts to one of surprise as he reacts to an unseen speaker, asking, You say? From behind, the leader of the Orthodox Murim Alliance, White Fist Samachunj, reveals a troubling development. The Green Forest Gang has joined with the Iron Blood sect? He confirms the news, stating that a child named Peng Doguk from the Hubei Peng clan has indeed verified it. Though he was once pursued by the greatest 10 scythes, he managed to escape by a stroke of luck. Peng Doguk reflects on the past, acknowledging the sheer power of the 10 scythes and the narrowness of his escape. Now, the present-day Murim world faces a different kind of heat. As the number of incidents has drastically increased in the last 2 decades, with each force continuing to expand its military might and influence. When these small conflicts inevitably erupt, it is bound to spill into a heavenly, widespread war. Even within the Orthodox Murim Alliance of the East and the demonic cult of the West at the center, small conflicts are already brewing. And what should have been a small problem could lead to great bloodshed. A minor issue could lead to the eradication of whole sects and clans, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. An elderly man with long white hair, seated opposite Samachunj, inquires about the state of the Heavenly Alliance, to which Samachunj replies that they aren't exhibiting any unusual behavior. The elder muses that the Iron Blood sect has always maintained good relations with the Heavenly Alliance. Samachunj, however, expresses concern, believing their true power might be far greater than anticipated, especially if they've now joined forces with the Green Forest under the new banner of the Heavenly Will Alliance. The elder lets out a soft sound of surprise, questioning why they would seek even more power and continue to expand their alliance, before shifting the topic to Peng Doguk's recent victory over the Green Forest's 10 scythes. Samachunj confirms the feat, adding that Peng Doguk apparently had a disciple named Wai Yonho. The elder's eyes widen slightly at the name. Wai Yonho, also known as Wai Zhonghan from the Guangdong's Wai clan, a figure who had vanished for 5 years before recently reappearing. A knowing look crosses the elder's face as he finally places the name, Wai Zhonghan, the righteous chivalrous swordsman. He understands. The man with the white streak in his hair grins, his voice booming with conviction, wondering who else could raise such a child. He continues, his expression softening slightly as he recalls the past, admitting it was hard not to see him for 5 years. A knowing smile then spreads across his face, suggesting the child was training to become a true dragon. However, there is more to the story, as an elder with flowing white hair and a beard begins to reveal. He explains that the eldest son of the Wai clan is Wai Sanho, the renowned demon-slaying sword. The elder then gestures towards a young man, seen from behind, proclaiming that in 10 years, Wai Yonho will become the strongest in the Murim. The man with the white streak in his hair nods, acknowledging the young man's reputation, as he is already known as the righteous chivalrous swordsman. Indeed, a new dragon has emerged from the esteemed Wai clan, and they are destined to achieve great things for the Jianghu. A low groan escapes him as he lies sprawled across the tiled rooftop, while below, an older man peers up from a window. His dark hair cascades around his face, a picture of languid discontent. Finally, he manages to ask, "How's Soa?" He shifts slightly, peering down with a casual air. As the man below responds, "He passed out a while ago." He continues, explaining that they must take good care of him to prevent another collapse, and that he's already ordered more herbal tea. Now sitting upright, Yonho changes the subject. "Anyway, remember the bet? I think you owe me." The older man looks up, a hint of surprise on his face, uttering a confused, "Sorry?" Meanwhile, a figure moves with blinding speed, a sword flashing from its sheath, its blade glinting sharply in the dim light. A powerful, blue-tinged impact rips through the air, signaling an abrupt and forceful intrusion. From within a grand hall, an elderly man observes the disturbance, remarking that he had anticipated their arrival today. He then calmly inquires, assuming his companion is fully capable of handling the situation. Wai Yonho, surrounded by a fierce blue aura, responds with unwavering resolve, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Blade of Honor. He charges into the fray, his sword ablur against multiple adversaries. The radiant martial sovereign moves with incredible speed, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy, as he continues his relentless assault. A powerful kick follows, generating a swirling vortex of blue energy with every precise movement. His face contorted in a fierce battle cry, he roars, "Die!" The intensity of the fight brings a wide, almost maniacal grin to his lips, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The chronicles of the lazy sovereign continue, shifting focus to the House sect's Kaifeng branch, where a grand, traditional building stands illuminated by the soft glow of red lanterns under the night sky. Inside, a woman with dark red, wavy hair looks on with a flicker of surprise, her expression betraying a sudden realization. She had described someone as very lazy, noting that he wasn't the type to maintain regular contact. When an elderly man with white hair and a stern gaze interjects, demanding to know how she possessed such detailed information about him. The woman stammers, her composure visibly faltering. Internally, she curses her slip of the tongue, realizing he's probing whether she's been keeping tabs on Wai Yonho, a question that clearly puts her on edge. His voice, sharp and unwavering, insists she provide a proper answer. Peng Doguk stands, a furious expression etched onto his face. Suddenly, an ominous realization strikes him. This might be really bad. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his face contorted in agony. Clutching his chest, a sharp gasp escapes him. Kuaghh, he cries out, saying, "Ah, it hurts. It really hurts." Meanwhile, the elderly man admonishes the red-haired woman. "How many times do I have to tell you not to step in?" He continues, questioning her. Isn't he introducing that she is a woman past her prime marrying age? The woman looks surprised, responding with a simple, "Huh?" The elderly man then asks, "So our Yonho is in Hubite?" The woman confirms with a quiet, "Yes," as the elderly man presses on. "Can you tell us where the Sacred Hand Manor is?" The red-haired woman's mind races, grappling with the impossibility of the situation, yet unable to conceive of any other explanation for his presence. From across the room, the elderly man's voice cuts through her thoughts, assuring her that if their informants cooperate, they will surely track him down, and she will have her meeting. She offers a measured response, stating she can assist him to that extent. The elderly man observes her, noting her underlying friendliness despite her words, and finds her boldness quite brave. He then clarifies that he will consider her information as an individual contribution, not as an official act of the house sect. Holding a cup, he promises to repay her for this goodwill at a later time. Frustrated by his captious demeanor, she lets out an exasperated sigh. Abruptly, he changes the subject, his gaze thoughtful as he asks her age once more. With a sweet smile and clasped hands, she responds, revealing she is 26. The elderly man with white hair continues his gentle interrogation, asking about her parents' well-being, to which the red-haired woman replies that her father is doing well, but her mother passed away when she was young. Expressing sympathy, he remarks that it must have been difficult, though the woman internally dismisses the sentiment, believing that hardship is no longer her truth. Suddenly, she questions his words, a hint of confusion in her tone. Her eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping her as she processes his next statement. A moment of realization dawns on her, and she utters a sharp, "Wait." The elderly man remains composed, his gaze steady, reflecting on a situation he had previously found incomprehensible, a puzzle he couldn't quite grasp. He continues, his words now carrying a heavier weight, mentioning Wai Yonho's name, a name that clearly holds significant meaning for the red-haired woman. With a serious expression, the elderly man predicts that at this current pace, the Wai clan of Gwangsong might ascend to become one of the revered 5 supreme clans. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on the red-haired woman's lips, her eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda. She assures him not to worry, claiming to be stronger than she looks, her words carrying a subtle defiance. Then, with a slight bow, she requests a moment, stating she needs to prepare. The elderly man, observing her, agrees with a soft chuckle. He recalls her past, a time when she was deeply interested in Yonho, a memory that brings a thoughtful expression to his face. Turning her gaze back to him, she addresses him with a familiar, almost teasing, "Honey." Her expression sharpens as she questions if he truly believes Yonho is capable of marriage. He dismisses her concern, stating that even if they don't initially like each other, they can grow to, adding that she's a bit old but smart and pretty. He continues, emphasizing that simply getting them to meet is enough to start the process. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on her lips, acknowledging his words about her age and her ability to handle Yonho. Her laughter echoes, a booming sound that causes the elderly man to recoil, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. He mutters to himself, that women are truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the sounds of daily life drift through a bustling courtyard as the morning unfolds. Inside, Yonho and Soa share a meal, the young girl observing his weary expression with concern. She sighs, "Goodness." Yonho, however, seems unfazed by his exhaustion, savoring his food. He asks her, "This tastes good, don't you think so?" Soa, still worried, questions how he can eat so heartily when he's so utterly spent, then wonders if she can truly become a better physician like this. Yonho offers a reassuring smile, telling her, "Oh, of course. I'm sure you will improve. You've been seeing a lot of patients, so keep at it." Soa considers his words, finding them to be such convincing smooth talk, but then admits to herself, It's true though." Looking at him again, she asks if something happened last night, to which he simply replies, "No." Undeterred, she declares, "I know. I can't ignore this. I'll go and prepare for the officials." The Sacred Hand Manor, a name that echoes with power, is poised to take over Hubei. The manor master, Jin Soa, approaches. As Yonho quietly eats his meal, she informs him, "Some woman is here to see you." A flicker of surprise crosses his face. A beautiful woman, adorned with white floral ornaments, stands waiting. As she walks forward, Yonho recognizes her, a soft S-sister, escaping his lips. He looks around, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondering, what is all this? With a determined expression, Yonho's sister turns her back, walking away from the manor. But Jin Soa calls out, trying to stop her, insisting she return immediately. Soa's voice carries, reminding her that she is forbidden from earning money through medicine. Yonho, his patience wearing thin, demands to know what she thinks she's doing, ordering her to pack up. He reflects on the past, recalling that physicians once lived in wealth. While everyone else strives to earn money and gain fame in this world, he questions why physicians alone must live in poverty. He challenges her, asking if she truly wishes to live in poverty, and if she has forgotten the teachings of their ancestors. He reminds her that their predecessors earned money through medicine and lived comfortably. Their earnings came naturally from acts of goodwill, not from a desire for wealth, and he wonders why everyone seems so blind to this fundamental truth. He couldn't comprehend her actions, his voice laced with exasperation as he questioned, "One who doesn't get it." He continued, acknowledging his own path, yet adding, "I do not think that I am walking the orthodox path right now either." His expression hardened, a clear judgment in his eyes as he declared, "However, I am not arrogant nor foolish like you." He leaned in, his frustration palpable, demanding to know, "Why do you not get it that your way won't ever resurrect the Sacred Hand manner?" Wai Surian met his gaze with unwavering resolve, reminding him, "I am somehow still your older sister. You make your own path." Her voice firm, she declared her own intention, "I will resurrect the Sacred Hand manner my own way." With that, she turned and fled, calling out to the young girl who tried to stop her, "So." Wai Yonho watched her retreating figure, a sigh escaping him as he muttered, "That's not how you talk to your older sister." Despite his words, Wai Surian's face remained etched with fierce determination, a sharp resolve in her eyes. As she makes her defiant exit, a powerful force sends both her and Yonho reeling through the air. He stares, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, a woman with piercing yellow eyes watches the chaos unfold, a fierce resolve hardening her gaze. "This is all your fault," a voice declares, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. The night deepens, clouds obscuring the sky. A full moon rises over distant mountains, casting long shadows across the land. Through the moonlit forest, a carriage races, its horses' hooves thundering rhythmically. Inside, a masked figure confirms, "Yes, young master." Another attendant, peering out from the carriage, respectfully addresses their charge, "Master." As the carriage disappears into the night, a voice questions the decision to let her go. Though acknowledging the loss, the speaker asserts that it is preferable to dwelling on what cannot be held, dismissing the entire incident as inconsequential. Meanwhile, the woman with the striking red hair observes the unfolding events with a knowing smile, musing that the White Fox clan now faces a new challenge, and that smaller problems are always easier to manipulate, implying that even if she had intervened, another issue would have simply arisen. Elsewhere, a masked figure reflects on the necessity of distance, wondering aloud why the young master is so consumed by the woman, a behavior uncharacteristic of his usual prudence, before concluding with a simple affirmation. Back in his own chambers, Wai Yonho finds himself pondering his younger brother's well-being, reassuring himself that nothing truly bad has occurred, yet a deeper question lingers in his mind about the true nature of the boy. As the night deepens, a decision is made to dispatch a letter to the family. The sender considers it imperative to warn them about the boy, who could potentially become a significant impediment to their grand schemes. A soft sigh escapes her lips as she gazes out into the moonlit night. Holding a delicate teacup, she muses that it's not good to drink alone. His voice cuts through the quiet, assuring her that she isn't anymore. A warm smile spreads across his face as he asks if he can join her for a drink. Under the soft glow of the full moon, still waters reflect the night sky, as a steaming liquid is carefully poured into a small, delicate bowl. The quiet night envelopes a traditional building, its silhouette stark against the moonlit landscape. From a high wooden perch, Wai Yonho lets out a soft sigh, while Jin Soa, seated nearby, observes him, remarking that it is not good to drink alone. He turns, a hand resting on his hip, and asks if she is no longer troublesome. A faint mist swirls around his feet as he steps down from the structure, before looking directly at her with a slight smirk, wondering if he can have a drink too. He muses that drinking alone is a poisonous habit. As he sits across from Jin Soa, who gracefully pours a drink. With a slight smirk, he adds, "I think looking at your face is even more poisonous." Soa, looking down, responds with a hint of playful exasperation. "Then should I lie down so you won't be able to see my face that way? That's a solution only you would give." Her tone then softens as she offers a sincere apology. "Sorry, Mr. Y." He looks at her, surprised by the sudden shift. "Huh." Soa continues, her voice tinged with regret. "You've done so much for me, yet I got mad at you. I needed you more than anyone, but I couldn't." Her expression reflects a deep sadness. Wai Yonho looks away, a thoughtful sigh escaping him as he acknowledges the complexities of their situation. The Sacred Hand manner, and Soa, nothing is easy. Jin Soa listens intently, her expression thoughtful as she considers the words spoken to her. She looks up, a hint of worry in her eyes, asking what truly troubles him. He responds with a familiar teaching, reminding her that if she desires something, she must achieve it herself. Jin Soa looks down, reflecting on his words, believing the same principle applies to the Sacred Hand manner, where those who benefit should also contribute. Her eyes widen in realization as she grasps the implication. He expects her to resurrect the Sacred Hand manner herself. Wai Yonho's voice cuts through her thoughts, asking if that isn't precisely what she desires. She looks away, a flicker of doubt crossing her face, muttering that he isn't the only one capable of protecting it. With renewed resolve, Jin Soa begins to speak, her voice firming with determination. Wai Yonho watches her, his expression serious, as he questions why it must always be a man who takes on such a burden. Moreover, Wai Yonho continues to press his point, his voice steady and unwavering. As Jin Soa listens, a flicker of doubt crosses her face, wondering if it truly matters when it comes to saving people. A subtle thrumming resonates within her, a quiet beat of apprehension. As she looks down, her own thoughts echoing the question, "Can I do it though?" From his seated position, Wai Yonho offers a simple, direct response. No one can answer that. He then clarifies his perspective, stating that while Jin Soa might become a great physician, resurrecting the Sacred Hand manor is an entirely different matter. His gaze sharpens as he continues, challenging her assumption. You think that only Soa has the duty? As a soft, blue glow emanates around Jin Soa, Wai Yonho's words cut through her thoughts, revealing his understanding. That's why you keep projecting your wishes onto him. He concludes with a firm directive, emphasizing personal responsibility. If you want to make the Sacred Hand manor great again, then you'll have to do it yourself. You have to do it yourself. As a small butterfly flutters past, she looks up, a question forming on her lips, wondering, what? Her eyes close as she considers his words, a person. He responds calmly, I hear that often, while she observes him, thinking, you're really strange. He continues, someone who doesn't move, someone who doesn't try, holding a cup in his hand, and someone who only thinks can never achieve anything. She challenges him, is that aimed at yourself? A soft chuckle escapes him. He replies, I'm just satisfied with being like this. I don't really want to achieve anything. Later, alone, he muses, I think I'm happy for you right now though. He continues, a slight smirk playing on his lips. After all, I'm already doing what I want. Jin Soa replies, of course, I have to do things I don't want to because of my master, but... He sounds like a really good person. A gentle smile graces her features as she listens, realizing that he makes her move. Outside, the night sky is illuminated by two large, luminous moons. Wai Yonho lies back, gazing upwards, a quiet contemplation settling over him, perhaps. The twin moons hang high in the vast, star-dusted expanse. Under the cloak of night, a grand, traditional building stood illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. Its intricate architecture casting long shadows across the surrounding landscape. Inside, Wai Yonho sat in quiet contemplation, a cup in hand, when a voice broke the silence, asking if he could join for a drink. His eyes widened in surprise, wondering how the man knew of his secluded presence. The other man, seated opposite him, calmly explained that there were those who possessed the answers to such questions. This prompted a silent query from Wai Yonho, wondering if his visitor had connections with the house sect or something similar. Taking a sip from his cup, Wai Yonho acknowledged it was his second drink of the day, but clarified that he was only consuming this particular beverage. The man across from him then pressed further, demanding to know the reason behind his actions. He sets his cup down with a soft clink. As the unnamed man's voice cuts through the night, accusing him of losing on purpose. A subtle smirk plays on the man's lips, finding the situation quite intriguing. Wai Yonho, however, questions the implication. The man reminds him of his earlier boast, pointing out his deliberate failure despite claiming he couldn't have won a single game. Wai Yonho admits he should have lost, prompting the man to demand an explanation for his actions. With a soft clatter, he poses a question of his own, his expression turning serious. The man's response is simple and direct, it's about winning. For gamblers, it's about seeking revenge, and ultimately, about winning. Wai Yonho continues, explaining that he has been experiencing profound differences in his approach to life, particularly concerning his plans and strategies. He asserts that he has never intentionally thrown a game. His gaze drifts, reflecting on the true nature of what he calls gambling. He muses that while people often perceive a loser as a fool, this isn't always the case, believing his own gambling actions will forge a new path. Until then, if his resources are depleted, he can simply replenish them, for having lost everything is akin to having lost nothing at all. The unnamed man counters, pointing out that Wai Yonho lost everything he possessed precisely because of that philosophy. He lists the stakes, money, fame, and followers, as the tangible losses. Wai Yonho, holding a pair of dice, dismisses the argument, declaring it sounds like a mere excuse. The unnamed man laughs, then asserts that if he chooses to believe his perspective, then that is simply the truth of the matter for him. He then reflects on the legend of the gambling king, Sun Bai, a figure who lived in a world where winning was everything. Yet, he doesn't consider it everything, believing there's more to life than just the tangible. The unnamed man, still pondering the implications, asks, what is? Wai Yonho looks out thoughtfully, admitting, I feel like I've been with the nicest people recently. The unnamed man looks down, a shadow of doubt crossing his face, thinking, but I haven't really learned anything from them. Wai Yonho continues, his back to the viewer. I just feel like they've shown me a path I could never imagine walking. A close-up reveals the unnamed man's internal conflict, as he struggles to reconcile the idea, thinking, maybe I get it with my brain, but my mind hasn't accepted it. Wai Yonho turns slightly, his gaze fixed on the other man, remarking, however, when I talk to you, something feels different. His expression is calm, yet profound, as he awaits a response. The unnamed man meets his gaze, a slight smile forming as he concludes, that's how human relationships are. He muses on the nature of life, how individuals experience different emotions even in identical circumstances, and the inherent gamble in every choice made. A simple truth, he concludes, as the white cup sits before him. Clinking their cups together, he admits that gambling with Wai Yonho has been a truly enjoyable experience. As night falls, casting long shadows over a grand traditional estate, the scene shifts. By day, the same impressive structure reveals itself as the Sacred Hand Manor, its intricate architecture bathed in sunlight. Stone steps lead up to its entrance, flanked by ancient trees. Inside, a manor official, visibly flustered and sweating, rushes forward, clutching a scroll and calling out for the manor master. The young manor master, Jin Soa, seated calmly at her desk, inquires about the urgency. Her composure shatters as the official begins to speak, her eyes widening in shock at the news. As the manor master, Jin Soa, receives the urgent news, a message from Wai Yonho is revealed, confirming his sudden disappearance. The scroll simply states, "I'm leaving." He continues, explaining that if he doesn't depart now, he feels he'll be stuck there forever. Furthermore, he believes he's not truly of any assistance to the Sacred Hand Manor. Jin Soa, reading the scroll with the manor official, exclaims in disbelief, wondering where he could possibly be going, as the message instructs them to manage the Sacred Hand Manor well. The message continues with a casual warning, "Don't be too greedy." He adds that he trusts the manager will also do well. Finally, a postscript reminds them, "Don't forget about the money that you owe me," causing the official to let out a surprised sound. Jin Soa, her expression shifting to one of utter shock and frustration, immediately orders the official to send people after him, leaving the official bewildered. Wai Yonho considers his journey, knowing he couldn't have gone far from the manor yet. He muses, it's highly likely that he's somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, Jin Soa fumes. How dare he try to put every responsibility on them and run? Back in the past, Wai Yonho finishes packing his meager belongings, deciding that's good enough. Others bow in gratitude, thanking him for coming all this way. A young woman, physician Jean Yeren, smiles warmly, holding a small bottle of medicine. She assures him, it's no trouble at all, leaving the medicine for him to apply when it hurts. Wai Yonho walks away, a small bag slung over his shoulder. Turning back to Jin Soa with a challenge, he wants to see if it's truly so effective. As a historian, one carries the duty to document even the hidden sides of history. It is a duty that often leads to unexpected encounters, such as the one between the departing Wai Yonho and the young Jin Soa, standing by a majestic waterfall. She was a physician who attended to patients without seeking any payment. He then asks why she undertakes such a difficult path, wondering if it's for some grand purpose, while she kneels before him. Her response is simple, a profound sense of duty. He acknowledges her words, recalling her own previous statements. With unwavering resolve, she declares that those who merely think, without acting, can never achieve anything. This, she asserts, is her personal way of resurrecting the Sacred Hand Manor. A soft smile plays on Wai Yonho's lips, a gentle warmth in his eyes as he listens. Then, Jin Soa extends her hand, offering him a small, intricate object, urging him to take this. His eyes widen in disbelief, recognizing the item as he exclaims, these things are?" The ornate butterfly ornament, shimmering with delicate craftsmanship, confirms his suspicion, prompting the thought, did he also? A more serious expression settles on his face as he looks at her, asking, "Can you promise that?" Jin Soa meets his gaze with unwavering resolve, her expression firm. Turning away, Wai Yonho declares, "I'm leaving now." As he begins to walk away, Jin Soa calls out, her voice tinged with surprise, "Huh? Where to?" Wai Yonho glances back, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the path ahead, knowing he cannot remain in a place where her life is risked for his master's death wish, yet hoping, "I'm sure we'll meet again if it's meant to be, right?" As he prepares to leave, a small voice calls out, "Wait." Turning to see Jin Soa, he hears her offer, "It's a small gift, please take it." He takes the blue ribbons, remembering her words, "Since your hair always gets in the way in your ponytail." With gentle hands, he begins to weave the colorful strands into her dark hair. A soft smile graces her face, the ribbons now neatly securing her ponytail. Her gratitude is clear as she says, "Thank you for everything." With a final glance back, a gentle smile on his lips, he turns and walks away, leaving the manor behind. His expression holds a mix of resolve and hope as he embarks on his solitary journey. He has chosen to gamble on this difficult path, a decision that will shape his destiny. As Soa walks her own path, so too does Yeren walk hers. He declares, though a hint of weariness already creeps into his resolve. A frustrated groan escapes him, the arduous journey already taking its toll. His face contorts in discomfort as he laments the burning ache in his legs, wishing he had opted for a carriage instead of walking. Suddenly, a distant clatter draws his attention, a carriage rumbling steadily closer behind him. But before he can react, his foot catches, sending him sprawling to the dusty ground. He scrambles to his feet, pausing to glance back at the approaching vehicle. The carriage continues its relentless advance, its wheels steadily turning. Finally, he drops to his knees, a desperate plea escaping his lips. As his desperate plea echoes, an elderly man from the carriage looks down, a surprised "huh" escaping his lips. Still on the ground, his face streaked with dirt, Yonho continues to beg, his voice strained with urgency. Please, give me a ride. Along a winding dirt path, a lone figure toiled, the rhythmic creak of a heavy cart echoing through the quiet forest. Each step was a struggle, the cart's weight a constant, grinding burden. The journey stretched on, the path ahead seemingly endless. With a determined set to his jaw, he continued to pull, inching forward. Suddenly, an elderly man with a long white beard paused, his eyes opening in surprise as he noticed the struggling traveler. He let out a soft, questioning sound. Looking up with an earnest expression, the young man pleaded for assistance. His voice firm despite his exhaustion, he made his request clear. The elderly man considered the unusual request for a moment, then, with a shrug, agreed to let the young man ride along, finding the situation rather peculiar. As the cart rumbles along the forest path, Yonho offers a sincere thank you. He rests his head, eyes closed, clearly taking advantage of the reprieve from his arduous journey. The convenience of automatic transportation is not lost on him. Time passes, and the landscape shifts to a serene mountain range under the cloak of night. Eventually, the cart is abandoned, and the two men continue their journey on foot through the darkened woods, Yonho with a slight smile on his face. The rhythmic crunch of their steps fills the silence, until a voice breaks the quiet. Musan's voice cuts through the night, urging his companion to rouse himself. Still groggy, Yonho stirs as Musan suggests they part ways here. Why Yonho stirs awake, rubbing his eyes as he realizes he has overslept. Still, a voice asks, are you truly certain? There isn't a town nearby. Musan replies, his back already turned. I can simply sleep on a tree or dig a hole. Accepting his decision, Yonho simply bids him farewell. I see. Take care then. As Musan continues to walk away, the faint clatter of his steps echoing, he offers a final, grateful reply. The elder's figure grows smaller and smaller, disappearing into the vast, moonlit landscape. Only the distant sound of his movement remains, a faint clatter fading with each passing moment. Looking back one last time, a subtle smile plays on Musan's lips as he muses, what an interesting child. His gaze, now imbued with a faint, otherworldly glow, reflects the scarlet moon. A figure in a flowing red cloak stands amidst a dark, rain-swept forest, his hands clasped before him. An elderly man lies on the wet ground, his face contorted in pain, a low groan escaping his lips, until his eyes snap open in surprise as a hand grips his jaw, forcing his head up. The elderly man, now looking directly at his interrogator, reveals that the child had noticed their presence. The cloaked figure looks down, acknowledging the information, a single thought echoing in his mind. He noticed. He then questions if the child noticed him specifically, before commanding his subordinate to investigate the child. The cloaked figure walks away, leaving the elderly man and a young boy behind, the boy confirming his understanding with a sharp, yes, sir. He continues his trek through the dense, moonlit forest, reiterating his order to find out who that child is. His journey ends for the night as he decides to rest there. Through the dark, mystical forest, a lone figure sprints with desperate speed, her legs a blur against the glowing foliage. Her internal energy flares, a vibrant blue aura surrounding her as she pushes through the pain, knowing she's at her absolute limit, both physically and spiritually. Each stride becomes a monumental effort, her legs faltering beneath her as she realizes she simply cannot run any longer. Her momentum gives out, sending her tumbling through the air, a single question echoing in her mind. But why? Even as she falls, her glowing blue eyes snap open, fixing on something unseen, a sudden, urgent awareness piercing through her exhaustion. She reaches out instinctively, her fingers splaying as she descends, the sound of breaking branches accompanying her uncontrolled fall. Finally hitting the ground with a heavy thud, she struggles to catch her breath, muttering to herself to calm down amidst the pain. Her blue eyes still glow with raw power as she asserts her ability to hide, if only she can control her emotions, but a deeper unease lingers, questioning why everything feels so profoundly wrong. She senses a presence, a faint disturbance in the air, as if someone else is nearby. Her brow furrows, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple, the realization of being tracked weighing heavily upon her. Suddenly, her eyes snap upward, a gasp catching in her throat as she spots something above. But her attention is quickly diverted downward, a startled cry escaping her lips as a figure appears directly below her, equally surprised. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunges, clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle his cry, a desperate ugh escaping her own lips. She holds him firmly, her finger pressed to her own lips in a silent plea, urging him to remain quiet. Her eyes convey the gravity of the situation, explaining that she is being pursued and he would be in grave danger if caught with her. She implores him to put as much distance between them as possible, while her pursuers lament their inability to find any traces of her. With a final, desperate surge of energy, she sprints away through the glowing forest, leaving the bewildered man to watch her disappear into the darkness. Still desperately fleeing through the moonlit forest, the woman hears the shouts of her pursuers closing in, their voices echoing through the trees. Suddenly, she collapses into the arms of Wai Yonho, a fresh cut marring her cheek, as he catches her mid-flight. Meanwhile, Gongmu and another figure with a distinctive white streak in his hair scan the area, wondering if their quarry has truly vanished. A frustrated grunt escapes one of them, realizing their target is no longer in sight. Wai Yonho's eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his features as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. He carries the unconscious woman deeper into the forest, a slight grumble escaping him about her unexpected weight. But the pursuers are relentless, striking with blinding speed as Gongmu and the white-streaked warrior launch a coordinated attack, aiming for both him and his burden. A cry of pain echoes through the trees as the impact lands. Still carrying her, Wai Yonho's expression shifts to one of irritation, lamenting the interruption to his peaceful slumber. He carefully places her on a sturdy tree branch, offering a quiet apology for the rough journey. Then, with a serious tone, he advises her that staying here is too dangerous and she should continue her escape. Still confronting the pursuer, Wai Yonho questions her motives, asking why she continues to chase those people, assuring her that she won't be harmed if she remains uninvolved. He then instructs her to simply follow him, taking full responsibility for the situation as he believes it to be his fault. As they move deeper into the shadowy forest, the woman walks slightly ahead of him, her form silhouetted against the dim light. Turning to face him, the woman introduces herself, revealing her name is Gongmu, from the Baek clan, and she is on a mission she cannot afford to fail. Meeting her gaze, he simply states his own name, Wai Yonho. Gongmu reiterates her unwavering commitment to her mission, then challenges his character, reminding him of his reputation as a chivalrous warrior. Unfazed by her words, Wai Yonho assures her that she will believe him if she comes along, stating firmly that he will not change his mind. He turns to the woman, his gaze sharp as he questions her. She glances back, a hint of annoyance in her eyes, as she identifies the distant figures. The woman's expression hardens as she confirms their origin. He watches the retreating forms, a grim realization dawning on him, then acknowledges the gravity of the situation. Her frustration boils over, her voice rising in exasperation. She quickly corrects herself, her true concern evident. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he considers his next move. He calls out into the night, his voice echoing with certainty. The woman is caught completely off guard, her eyes wide with shock as she plummets through the air. He questions how she knew about the approaching danger. As a group of dark figures moves stealthily through the moonlit forest, their presence now undeniable. Gongmu, her eyes sharp with recognition, confirms their identity with a grim expression. Suddenly, a man in a blue head wrap appears, his voice cutting through the tension, inquiring if they are affiliated with the Orthodox Murim Alliance. As the dark-clad pursuers continue their relentless advance, the man dismisses their presence with a wave of his hand. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Under the glow of the full moon, he declares his trust in their words. Then, with a swift motion, he draws his sword, challenging the approaching figures, telling them they can speak to King Yama instead. But before the confrontation can escalate, Wai Yonho suddenly grabs Gongmu from behind, holding her tightly in a surprising move. Still holding Gongmu firmly, he ignores the demands of the man in the blue head wrap, who shouts for him to release her. The tense standoff continues, with the pursuers from the demonic cult watching from behind their leader. Gongmu, her face a mix of desperation and calculation, offers a deal, promising to reveal everything if he simply lets her go. A menacing smile spreads across the man's face as he considers her words, finding the offer not bad, yet sensing a deeper issue. His grip firm, Wai Yonho reveals his awareness of the pursuer's affiliation, stating he knows they are from the demonic cult. Gongmu's eyes widen slightly, a silent thought passing through her mind, wondering if he had forgotten her identity. The man in the blue head wrap, his earlier smirk gone, stares in disbelief, questioning if Wai Yonho has lost his mind. But Wai Yonho's expression remains resolute, declaring his intention to stay and recalling a lesson from his father. Wai Yonho stands firm, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he clutches Gongmu, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. He declares his intention to confront the world's darkness, even if it costs him his life. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic cult, Peng Dojuk, scoffs at the notion of their organization being a mere upstart group, then demands to know the young man's lineage. A powerful image of Wai Zhonghan, surrounded by a fiery aura, flashes through the mind's eye. Wai Yonho, his blue aura intensifying, proudly proclaims his heritage, identifying himself as a member of Guangdong's Wai clan. Peng Dojuk and his cultists recoil in stunned disbelief, the name, Wai Zhonghan of Guangdong's Wai clan echoing with palpable shock. One masked cultist's eyes widen in alarm. Another cultist, his face contorted in a snarl, recognizes him as the son of Wai Zhonghan, the chivalrous swordsman. Without hesitation, Wai Yonho surges forward, a blur of motion and crackling blue energy, his voice a chilling promise to his foes. Gongmu, still held captive, watches him charge, her eyes wide with a sudden, desperate realization of the peril he faces. His blade, crackling with purple energy, collides with an unseen defense, sending a shower of sparks across the cavern. His eyes burn with fierce resolve, a faint glow emanating from their depths. The blue-eyed cultist's gaze widens in alarm, reflecting the intense magical discharge. A grimace of effort twists his features as he pushes through the resistance. With a powerful downward strike, he cleaves through the air, his sword leaving a trail of blue light as it descends upon the cultist. Her face, illuminated by the sword's glow, registers pure shock and fear. I don't really care whose son he is, Yonho declares, his voice cutting through the din of battle, his long hair flowing with the force of his attack. But if my father was willing to bet his life on it, then I should too. He continues, his grip tightening on the glowing hilt of his sword. His gaze is unwavering, his resolve absolute, as he prepares for the next devastating blow. Yonho continues his relentless assault, descending from above with a powerful, blue-tinged strike that sends an explosive shockwave through the cultists below. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he declares, "Be prepared." The blade of his sword, now radiating with the same potent blue energy, gleams sharply, as he proclaims its edge to be even keener than his father's. An elderly man with flowing white hair stands beside a younger warrior, Yonho, as they gaze out over a vast, cloud-draped landscape. As other figures gather in the distance, the elder turns his attention fully to the young man. He addresses him by name, questioning if he is truly Yonho, the one known as Blue Moon. The elder muses on the young man's identity, noting that he appears to be the second son of the former chivalrous swordsman, yet there's no record of him in Jianghu, making such a conspicuous figure all the more perplexing. He then reveals a disturbing detail, that Yonho is somehow tied to the sex demon. From behind, the elder observes the young warrior, concluding that something profound must have happened to transform him into this person, and it must have been incredibly difficult to reach such a level of martial prowess at his age. A dark, crackling energy erupts around Gongmu, his eyes flaring with an ominous red glow as his power activates. Yet, from another direction, a brilliant blue aura begins to emanate from a hand, drawing a gasp of surprise from an unseen observer. The same ethereal blue light now envelopes a sword blade, humming with potent energy. A woman with short, dark hair watches the spectacle, her expression one of profound astonishment. Gongmu, too, stares down in disbelief, muttering that he had always considered the individual an idiot. Yonho, now fully enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, moves with impossible speed, his glowing sword carving through a group of robed figures. He weaves through the melee, a blur of azure light, his movements swift and precise. With a determined expression, he clenches his fist, a concentrated ball of blue energy forming around it. He strikes, the blue aura erupting in a powerful burst, overwhelming his numerous opponents. He continues his relentless assault, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him as he moves with blinding speed. Unleashing a powerful, aura-infused strike, the force of it distorting the air around his fist. The blow connects with devastating impact, shattering his opponent's defenses with a resounding crash. Before the enemy can even react, he vanishes, leaving only a trail of afterimages and a faint blue glow. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, he reappears, delivering a fierce kick that sends his foe reeling. The masked opponent's eyes widen in panic, desperately searching for his vanished attacker, wondering aloud, where did he go? But it is already too late, as Yonho materializes directly behind him, poised for a final, decisive strike. He brings down a crushing blow, infused with raw blue energy, sending the opponent plummeting to the ground with immense force. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, crackling with raw power. He moves with impossible speed, closing the distance in a blur of motion, his opponent barely able to react as he descends. His gaze sharp and unwavering, he channels the swirling blue aura around him, preparing for the next strike. A weapon flashes, imbued with the same potent energy, cutting through the air with a sharp, decisive motion. He moves again, a mere afterimage of his true speed, leaving only a faint echo of his passage. The blue and purple energies swirl around him, a tempest of controlled power as he executes a complex, rapid sequence of attacks. The air itself seems to rupture, unable to contain the sheer force of his momentum. With a final, explosive motion, he unleashes a concentrated sphere of blue energy, expanding rapidly towards his target. The attack connects with devastating force, sending his opponent reeling from the impact. As the battle rages, an opponent is violently thrown through the air, his body twisting amidst scattered blades, while another lies defeated on the icy ground. Yonho, a blur of motion, strikes down multiple adversaries with ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of fallen foes. With a surge of power, he channels brilliant blue energy into his blade, preparing for a decisive strike. Moving with impossible speed, he leaves only afterimages in his wake, another opponent falling before his relentless assault. The unnamed opponent cries out in agony, his hand reaching desperately as a wave of destructive red and purple energy engulfs him. The force of the attack pushes him back, his body recoiling under the relentless pressure. His face contorted in a pained grimace, he desperately tries to rally, urging himself to get up. Veins bulging, his features strain against the overwhelming power, the destructive energy threatening to consume him entirely. Engulfed in a blinding explosion of red and purple, the unnamed opponent lets out a final, desperate scream as the attack reaches its peak. Even as the unnamed opponent struggles to recover, Yonho's relentless assault continues, a blur of purple energy and precise strikes. He pauses, observing the man's resilience, a slight escaping him as he remarks on the opponent's ability to stand, even with severed tendons. The opponent, fueled by a burning red aura, retorts with defiance, challenging the very essence of the demon cult. With a dismissive wave, Wai Yonho simply states that it's fine, before casually offering to sever a leg instead. His blade gleams, poised for the next devastating strike. Then, a flurry of blue-tinged slashes erupts, striking the opponent with impossible speed and force. The unnamed opponent is caught in the relentless onslaught, his body twisting and recoiling under the continuous impacts, his red aura struggling against the purple energy of his attacker. The final blow culminates in a massive, explosive burst of pink and purple energy, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. As the light fades, the opponent is seen consumed by a golden-orange energy, his fate sealed, while Wai Yonho stands ready, his blue aura still faintly visible. Wai Yonho's gaze remains sharp, his thoughts clear. One must never consider sparing an opponent in a true battle. With that resolve, he unleashes a blinding flurry of sword strikes, his blade a streak of pink and purple energy, closing the distance in an instant. The unnamed opponent is caught in the relentless assault, each strike a vibrant burst of power. Wai Yonho's movements are too swift to follow, his blue aura flaring as he delivers another devastating blow. The opponent is overwhelmed, unable to counter the continuous, arcing attacks. Despite the pain, a desperate cry of defiance escapes him, his eyes burning red as he screams, "Die!" But his resistance is futile, as Wai Yonho channels a final, immense surge of pink and purple energy into a decisive blow. The attack culminates in a colossal explosion of blue and purple energy, engulfing the unnamed opponent completely, leaving Yonho standing unscathed amidst the fading chaos. He looks down at the lingering energy, a casual, escaping his lips, as if the devastating display was merely a minor inconvenience. He unleashes a torrent of swirling blue energy, a powerful attack surging forward. But the opponent, with a defiant declaration, refuses to block, intending instead to reflect the incoming force. He commands the energy, warning against resisting its flow, and sends the swirling blue vortex back towards its origin. Wai Yonho's eyes widen in surprise as his own power, now controlled by his foe, rushes back at him. But with a sudden, decisive move, he reclaims the surging power, twisting the reflected energy into an even more devastating, massive vortex. The opponent is caught, unable to escape as the calamitous power of the sword returns to its true master, engulfing him completely. The destructive sphere of energy expands rapidly, consuming everything in its path with blinding light. The blast grows, filling the entire space, a maelstrom of raw power. Finally, the energy dissipates, leaving behind a desolate landscape, and Wai Yonho standing alone amidst the dust and debris. He lets out a guttural cry, his body racked with pain from the devastating impact. Thrown through the shattered remnants of the structure, he tumbles amidst a shower of blue energy particles. Coughing up blood, the elderly man struggles to his feet, his mind reeling as he questions if he is the only one left alive. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in shock. Wai Yonho's voice cuts through the air, remarking on the elderly man's unexpected resilience. "You're still alive after all that? I'd be rich if I could sell your hide." Enraged, the elderly man lets out a desperate, guttural roar, a torrent of crimson energy erupting from his mouth. Unfazed, Wai Yonho questions his opponent's suicidal intent. "How dare you try to kill yourself?" As the crimson energy surges towards him, Wai Yonho calmly extends his hand, preparing to meet the attack. With a swift, unseen counter, the elderly man is struck down, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapses once more. He casually dismisses the attack, a faint glow lingering around his hand. As a small, glowing orb, a remnant of the elder's desperate magic, tumbles harmlessly to the ground. A slight smirk plays on his lips, thinking how his father's seemingly foolish methods always prove effective. Nearby, the unnamed woman with blue eyes watches, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. She questions the situation, recalling instructions to leave the elder alone. Meanwhile, Wai Yonho stands calmly over the defeated opponent, who lies amidst the shimmering blue energy of the battlefield. The woman's eyes widen in realization, understanding the true power she just witnessed. From somewhere unseen, a voice asks if the elder has departed. The manor official looks on, his face etched with worry. The manor official clears his throat, his expression one of mild annoyance. He questions the young man before him, who quickly explains his presence, identifying himself as an errand boy from the Sacred Hand Manor. The official's questions echo as the errand boy and his companion walk away, their conversation about their purpose continuing. Still, the official presses for more information, prompting a hesitant response from the young man. Suddenly, the other man steps forward, introducing himself with a calm demeanor, revealing he is Wai Sanho, Yonho's older brother. He explains his presence with a simple, profound statement, suggesting that the search for family is the greatest reason for his journey. The official's eyes widen in shock, his voice betraying his disbelief, as Sanho confirms his identity. Regaining his composure, the official quickly requests a moment, promising to fetch the manor master. He turns and hurries away, leaving the brothers to await his return. The manor official stands before the grand building, his thoughts consumed by the recent revelation. A cart rumbles away in the distance, leaving him to process the implications. A look of profound shock crosses his face. The words echo in his mind. The house sect. The Kaifeng branch too. He had questioned why Sanho, who calmly confirmed the sect's involvement. The official's mind raced, grappling with the implications of such a powerful organization. Turning sharply, he begins to walk away from the cart with a new sense of urgency. Each step is firm and deliberate, a clear sign of his resolve. He strides purposefully into the manor, ready to deliver his report. As he turns, a familiar face comes into view, prompting a gasp of disbelief. Father. The elder, with a gentle expression, reaches out and takes his hand, his words a calm reassurance.